Well, then let's see here. Am I? No, I'm not on time. Of course not. Damn it. Was I'm relatively sure I could actually manage to be on time, but things did not work out that way now, did they? Also because, well, speaking, I did kind of have something else to deal with just before this, so, you know, that kind of cost me a bit more time than I had anticipated. Alright. Damn it. Discord. I apparently have messages. I haven't read those yet. I will read those now. Why strategy? And still Kronos. Now then, we have that set up now. Have I set up my windows? Of course not. Because I'm smart. Yes, I'm very smart. Smart enough that I completely forgot that I actually need to do this. Okay. Twitch, can you load for me, please? Twitch is like that. No, not that is. Sorry, Twitch, my mistake. You've actually been a good boy. You've been a good boy all along. Actually, I just realized if I want to play more Star Wars, I kinda need to make a thumbnail for that, don't I? Oh shit. I had forgotten about that. I shall deal with that shortly. First, I'm gonna shade things up so that I can play some games actually, because playing games is actually kind of fun and I would like to do it for at least a few hours before I have to go to bed again because I'm dead tired. Well, making long days when it's actually somewhat hotter outside seems to be rather draining for me. But hey, at least I had an interesting debate for once. The good olden days, the very good olden days. Things were still young and innocent and, well, just generally speaking about a different. Now then, Neverwinter Nights. Have you loaded? I think you have loaded. Which means we can switch around. Give some sound, because it's been going on in the background the whole time anyway. And wait until it catches up with me. Now then, I will put a nice little phone. A nice reminder. My phone is like, hey, do you want to stream some Dragon Age? And I was like, oh please, I haven't streamed Dragon Age for ages. Pretty sure I finished that game, didn't I? Just never changed the fucking alarm for that though. That's it for me, to be fair. Noted. So, you shut up now? Don't give me any alarms, please. I know you like it, but please don't. And now, without much further ado, let us get into the game so I can tell you what the fuck we are and what the fuck we're doing. Where is it? There we are, with our totally not evil sword of totally not evil poison dripping off it. Totally not evil. Well then, we're back into Neverwinter Nights. Getting immediately attacked by fucking Direbear. That's a great start. Let's poke it. Not that I think that it has much of a chance. See some other people. Shall win. You're using spells against the fucking Dryad. I'm the only one who thinks that's a very bad idea. Shall win, please. Could you please stop? You asked me to spare you and then you attacked me. Adnam really doesn't know how to ask for a fucking favor. Okay, let's take some some steps back and wait until she's maybe normal again. Because, yeah, at this moment she's actually confused. Which probably explains why she randomly attacks me. Okay, she's not confused any longer. Talk to me, Dryad. The rage. Bunch me up. I want to kill you. Trying to control it. Please be quick, what do you want? Well, first of all, what is causing your rage, Dryad? I know, the rage just fills my mind. Makes everyone seem like an enemy. But no, you and who you are expected something makes me hate you. So what could affect your mind to such a strong manner? You keep talking to me. You must flee soon, or else I will be forced to attack you. Being an elf who has that kind of power is the spirit of the wood. It's never caused harm before, and I know why it would start now. No, she has spared me. I must not do such things. Sorry, mistress. Do you know what I might do to stop it? Don't know. Can't think. The spirit hasn't been here in a while. Doesn't travel by here now. Don't know why. Maybe if you could find someone whose mind is infected by the spirit's power. Who wouldn't be affected? How should I know? You go far from my tree. Everyone's free to roam around. You should know these things. You're so stupid I should, never mind. Yeah, try to kill me, bitch. Try me. Maybe the druids could help, or the nymphs, or even the witch. Why would the nymphs not be affected? Didn't say they wouldn't, did I? I just said they might not. Should I know? Sorry, I don't mean to keep yelling at you like this. Tell me more about the witch. Satara is the witch of the wood. She comes here sometimes. She's bad and wants to eat me. Right, she's good and she helps me. Oh, I wish I could think clearly. Is she so hard? Must be careful when you deal with Satara though. She has a hard time dealing with people. Because of her face, of course. What do you mean, because of her face? She used to be beautiful, but now she's ugly. I don't know what happened, since she doesn't like to talk about it. Just know that she thinks that people are always judging her by her looks. She won't talk to you because you're evil. You would kill us all. Murder trees. She would talk to you, and I'm not going to tell you how to get her to talk to you. Get away from me. You trust me, dear. Why don't you tell me what you know? Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry I yelled at you. It's just so powerful. I'll tell you what you could do, but then you must flee. Shazira would give anything to have a look restored. One of the nymphs told me that she had something that made people think they were beautiful. I don't know any more than that, but you might be able to trick Satara of that. Please let me go. Flee now! Oh, I will not flee. I will strike you down and kill. Oh no, yes, I will flee. I must get away from my tree. Remain close, I will lose control and attack you again. Okay, run away. Okay, shall we? While I was busy talking to people, you were busy almost dying. I see you are not good. Now then, I have a bit of an interruption, but let's start off proper, shall we? So first and foremost, where the fuck are we and what the fuck are we doing? We are in the Neverwinter Woods, where apparently everything has turned evil. Oh well, since I'm a good guy, and they're attacking me, I'm assuming they're evil. I wouldn't go as far as to put a smite on it, to put it in paladin terms, but you get the idea. And since apparently all of fucking nature has decided to be my enemy today, you might be wondering why the fuck are we even in this fucking woods? Here lies Kent, the beloved of Henna, one with the spirit. Don't give a shit, but thanks for telling me, Headstone. We are in the Neverwinter Woods because we're still looking for clues as to where, why, and what the fuck the fucking cult is up to. The very same cult that is somewhat responsible for the plague in Neverwinter Nights city. And so we have decided to travel around. We went into some caves and we found even more caves and, well, more things considered. Things are rather ugly there for a while. To the point that I really don't want to go into caves again, which means this area is very nice. We also did a bit of a challenge run with the good old Moradin. It's not Moradin. Or is it? The guy who has a dungeon under his inn, basically. And, well, he also showed us this nice little sword, which is totally not evil and full of evil energy. Also not just, you know, randomly dripping poison or anything. Down mind. Down mind. The deer. The dead deer. Entrance to the nymph home. I'm supposed to be going in there, I suppose, and get that item. Because I now know how to trick the witch. Make her think she looks beautiful. Let's just hope she never, you know, finds out that I tricked her. Wishes are, how to put this mildly, a bit of a Kentish folk. They have a tendency to take vengeance. 2, 3, 20 times. The payback. Oh yeah, let's make absolutely sure the witch doesn't find that out immediately. Now I will assume that it's probably a magical item, and you would assume that a witch would be more than capable of understanding what the fuck a magical item is doing to her, but well, technically speaking, I do think that magic is a lot more efficient if it actually does something that you want it to do. So, you know, if your deepest desire is to look beautiful, and the magic makes you look beautiful, you'll probably overlook a few obvious things. And then, fighting nymphs. This is going to be fun, dandy.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Open the fucking door, Sharwin. Don't make me wait.
Done and done.
Ah, Sharwin. She can be such a nymph slave. Roderick! This man has a blank but pleased look on his face. Well, not any longer because he's dead. We had to slay him for the good of the world. More slaves. He shall not live to suffer this fate. Mostly because I will kill you before anything like this came about. This woman moves with a lack of awareness and confusion in the face. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing, but I feel pleased with myself. We guess. Apart from that, we also did manage to talk with all of our companions, so we got most of that done as well. So we do know most of the stories, and we still have a few items that we need to find in that regard for our dearest of companions, and I'm sure we'll find them. Oh god.
I'll put you in your place.
This is gonna be a pain in my ass, isn't it? I hate magical creatures. I hate magical creatures. Yes. Leave them. Leave them all. Cleanse the unclean, because, well, you know, technically we can say, it's actually hard to say. Also, that's a lot of... Yeah. Let's go out of there. All of those reflex saves are really pissing me off. I guess this is gonna be my life now. Waiting until we have cleaned this out completely. Hey, at least we get some healing items. Well, you would assume that when something goes that horrible wrong with the fucking forest, someone would find some clue as to what the fuck is going on, but apparently, you know, nobody has a fucking clue, not even the druids. They would assume that those assholes at the very least had an idea, an inkling. But no, I'm just as confused as everybody else and sitting there like, oh, animals attack me. That's strange. They usually don't do that. It's like, yeah, no shit. Fair enough. And since this is the nymph's home, I'm assuming we'll find the nymphs somewhere. Since the nymphs are pretty much like the druids, magical creatures, they do have a few nasty abilities, but... I mean, I'm a paladin, I'm pretty immune to most things. And as a slave. You're not gonna talk to me? Very nice of you. Let me just carefully steal all of your shit. Just looking at me like, ah, yes, just another slave, nothing to worry about. But I go around and go like, money. You have some money in your house. Wish I was somebody where to steal that. Okay, let's talk to her. See if we can get this done. Let me read. As frustrated as looks like he has been pacing here for a long time.
Hello.
Well, yeah, see the nymph has bewitched another one. Bet you don't have the look of one beguiled by her sorcery. No, I'm not. I have control of my own mind. Who are you? Name's Terrari. I'm a druid of the Neverwinter Woodgrove. And who are you? My name's Player. I will send me to find you. I will send me to rescue you. I know both I will lend you a depth of honor. Wish I had gotten further on my mission to save the spirit of the wood. How far did you get? Didn't get very far. But that although the animals were not communicating, the nymphs might be a good source of information. maybe flighty, but I thought they would be strong enough minds to resist the spirit madness. I came to this house first, since I had not this particular nymph in the past. She seemed very pleased to see me, eager even, so hoping to get some information from her without, well, going into her house. Why didn't you want to enter her house? Somewhere in the back of my mind, a part of me was wondering why she never actually used my name, though we know each other for quite a while. It seemed odd. Fortunately, I was not thinking clearly. I guess I was just certain that I could handle anything she tried. When I got into her house, she suggested that I get undressed. While I was doing that, she cast a spell on me. Yeah, I guess she knew how to manipulate you. Next thing I knew, I was locked in here, unable to escape. The nymph hasn't harmed me, so she just won't let me go. Before she enters the room, she casts some kind of spell, and I wake up later with no memories of what happened. Now that you have freed me, I must return to the grove to discuss the spirit of the wood with the other druids. Maybe others have learned more than I have. I'm trying to help with that. What have you learned about the spirit of the wood? I don't know why, but there is madness in the spirit, and it is infecting the wood, and affected the nymphs, so the madness must have a powerful hold. I don't know what in order to get the spirit, you will have to find a way to enter the pool that it used to come through, to get out into the wood. Before she cast a spell, the nymph did mention that the spirit hasn't been here in quite a while. Tell me more about this pool. Pool is some kind of entrance to another realm where the spirit usually lives. I haven't the slightest idea what the other realm looks like though. Why didn't you go into it? The living creature can get through the portal and into the other realm. That is what some of the oldest stories of my people say. Some say that the portal exists between the realms of life and death. Spirits exist as some sort of half-life, so she can go back and forth through the portal, but we can't. Do you have any suggestions of what I should do? Just try to find the others and see if they know any more. There's also a witch named Zetara in the woods, who might know something. I was going to talk to her after the nymphs. Beyond that, I have no idea how to cure the spirit. That needs to be done soon, before some rash adventurer decides to kill off every living thing in the forest. Are you able to get out of here on your own? I'll make it on my own. I will meet up with you at the Druid Grove. Thank you again, and good luck. And so he runs away. Well, we saved one druid, and we still need to meet one fucking nymph. Ouch. That trap actually hurt me quite a bit at that. Ah, well, I'm not worried. Well, my companion is dead. Ah, little Sharwin, you have a real nasty habit of dying. Often. I mean, nothing new there, I know, but still. Okay, so the order of things is basically finish up the nymph's home, go over to the witch house, make sure the witch thinks it's beautiful or something. Great, it's closed. And, well, I guess then find a way to help the fucking spirit of the wood to regain its mind. I mean, it's a fucking spirit, I don't really know how that works, but meh.
Dying one.
Yes, I know, dying is pretty damn unpleasant, isn't it? How about you try to avoid that, little Sharwin? How about that? I'm just making a nice suggestion here, but there's really no need for you to die all the time. You can, quite easily even, avoid that. A lock of Nimser. Wasn't that a quest item for you, Sharwin?
Is there some?
Return to Neverwinter, and that's all there is to it. One day I shall find a lock of Nimser. I shall have my satisfaction. I believe I have a lock of Nimser just here. I just opened up the lock for it. It is Nimser, isn't it? You're a Marvel player. Then it will be freed. Lady Onera is revealed for the fat old woman she is. I said what I want. I've been looking forward to this for some time, but I fail to feel any excitement over it. Then it should be freed from the spell at least, no? Spell may have worn off. Maybe it was really his choice, but what if it wasn't? Suppose I owe him that much at least. Thank you, player. I wish I had something more to thank you with. Maybe I'll think of something later. Let's go on, shall we? Shouldn't you have upgraded your thing again? Belt of the Performer? Yes, you have. More charisma. Perform doesn't really help me. Persuade helps me, and the charisma bonus helps me, because charisma is one of the things that actually have a direct influence on my skills. In this particular case, on my dead skill. It's charisma based. Well, my spellcasting is technically speaking wisdom based, but I don't think I've even set up spells even once since we started playing this, so excuse me for being a very pure excuse of a fucking paladin. And B, I don't really have the greatest wisdom. I have 14, which is enough to use all of the spells that a paladin can use. And that's basically all I wanted. The concentration failed. She has failed her spell. No, shall win. You're such an idiot. See, shall win. Could have saved yourself the trouble there. Well, you also could have technically speaking stand back a bit, but alas. There apparently were some more nymph slaves. Actually, it seems to be rather big, a big room.
Die and be forgotten.
You know, I won't. You on the other hand, my little nymph druid slave, you will die. No. But we can still discuss the simple point of life, like, you know, if a good person uses a very evil looking sword, does it make the sword good? I have some serious doubts, to be fair, but, you know.
Fair enough.
I'm trying. So it is time for a drink. Will you open up? Fucking thing. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, that kills me. Every single time. I don't actually know what's more waking me up. The caffeine or the fucking sugar rush.
Fair enough.
Probably a combination of both, but the taste alone is enough to shake you awake. Let's say.
Done and done.
It's a heavy crossbow.
I simply can't carry all of this.
But of course you can. Also, before we continue, you play around with material shading speed like this. Should be okay. Needs to be perfectly, as usual, mixed to where I like it. What's behind door number 2? Nothing apparently. Go in, open door. Actually, what else do I need to find?
Done and done.
For Tommy, the jewel. For Dylan, we need an X. The peace I feel when I see that sword is palpable. As I just said, little William, it might look like an evil sword, but technically speaking, if a good person uses an evil sword for good, doesn't this make this a good sword? A holy sword even? I mean, it's used quite literally by a fucking paladin.
Hey there.
What's going on? Where am I? Where are my clothes? There, who are you? I am a ranger here in this Neverwinter Wood. I don't recognize this place. Yes, this is the wood. Why did you just attack me? I don't remember attacking you. I don't even know who you are, where this is. Last thing I remember is walking through the wood trying to figure out what went wrong with all the animals. I had avoided several bears and a few boars, but I was getting very tired. Then went in an open glade and I think it was a woman. A beautiful woman, yes, that's it. Make the same argument with killing and violence. Last I remember. Next thing I know, you were attacking me. Although you say I was the one who attacked you. It's all very confusing. Don't you remember anything about your captivity? Just chosen states of being. Indeed. If a good person kills an evil person, isn't the act of killing, which is considered evil, actually good? Questions. So, don't you remember anything, eh? I don't remember a thing. Let me ask you some questions about what you knew before you were captured. But why? But I can't promise anything. I hadn't learned very much. So what did you discover about the happenings in the woods? There's nothing much to tell. Wouldn't speak to them or harm them, they are just extremely hostile. But I had the opportunity to find out more. There's some druids missing. You know what happened to them? I haven't the slightest idea. Perhaps you should search this place. I already found a druid too. Matters his choice, eh? True enough. Which is a good thing about being human, because actually you can make choices. I heard about a witch named Cetera. What do you know about her? little bit about her. She likes to help the forest creatures, but she doesn't have much contact with people. I'm sorry about how she used to be beautiful. Suddenly turned ugly. That's all I know about her. Okay, that's not much. Alright, my friend, get out of here. Let my encumbered ass in here, please.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I know. It's a fair offer. He who believes he has free will might, and he who does not certainly has none.
Done and done.
True enough. If you're not at least believed yourself to be having, well, at least a little bit of free will, Princess, you will never ever 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 have that. I should probably teleport out and sell that heavy crossbow at the very least, because it's quite literally, physically dragging me down. I mean, to be fair, I probably shouldn't go swimming with all of my fucking plate armor, but still. That thing would probably kill me. And then I have lots of fairy dust because I killed lots of fairies. Technically speaking, I'm pretty sure the fairies are good aligned creatures. That's actually something I always found rather interesting in, well, the world of D&D in general. Since creatures have a clear-cut alignment, it's very easy to say who's good and who's evil. But, you know, in a situation like this, where a situation arises when a creature that is technically speaking good aligned gets mad to the point where it attacks me and I kill it, what I'm doing is realistically speaking evil, because I'm killing a good aligned creature. Makes you think about horrible things, doesn't it? Very horrible things. Not that it bothers me at all, because, you know, I've played this game as a very evil character already, and it too is kind of fun. You can be such a fucking dick. That's amazing in older games. You can be an amazing amount of dickish assholishness combined into a nice little bundle. A bookshelf. Why you have a potion in your bookshelf, I don't know, but be aware I steal that now. It is mine.
Fair enough.
Like little fairies. I mean, at the very least, even if they're not good aligned, although some of those beings from the plains are by nature good aligned. Even if we're just talking about neutral, I'd still kind of consider it a bit of a difficult argument to make for the purity of my soul. I should actually lose technically speaking alignment points for that. And turn towards evil. Yes, evil. But since that would be, as far as, you know, becoming a formal paladin, be a very weak fall, I kind of would like a bit more dramatics. Dramatis, yes, yes. Machu. Machu dramatic. Otherwise, it's kind of boring. You know, the classical story of the fallen hero. After he has helped everyone and realized that nobody was willing to help him in his hour of need, he just turned his back to them and goes like, okay, I have a big sword, I kill you now. Little bastards. Has a lot more of a nicer ring to it. So many doors. Oh, that seems like a big room. Some slaves. Hey, slaves. Well, camera. I didn't want it to be that close to the action, but thanks anyway. Damn, you're blocked. Yes, sir. The whole fucking time, I'm sure, basically every episode, as I said. I'm sure. Take a gander while I run around. Your trap means nothing to me. Just tell me when you have enough, because this view is kinda giving me cancer. Quite literally. Damn it, game. But pixies. Now I can find out if you're good or not. That doesn't tell me. Doesn't tell me if the creatures are good or not. No. I don't have a smart little book that could tell me. And sure, he has seen enough. Greater cleave, greater cleave, greater cleave. It's nothing more fun when you have a continuous, just greater cleave, greater cleave, greater cleave, greater cleave. You just continuously cleave and cleave and cleave. Oh, that was another one. Didn't even see you. Why the 14 wisdom? Because with 14 wisdom I can use all of my spells. Because I think paladins can get up to 4th level spells. Which is the point I wanted to make before I interrupted myself. I was like, yes, every bloody episode I say I will set up my spells and then I forget it. Again. That's probably going to be the same this time too. Because some of those paladin spells are actually kind of useful. I mean, technically speaking, it's cleric spells, to be completely fair. Being honest. At least, you know, some pre-battle buffing is actually how you're supposed to be playing this. You know, you're supposed to be using those spells for something. Charisma is just for your abilities. Charisma influences your turn-dead abilities, but your spellcasting is wisdom-based. Just like the clerics. Nope. The bard and the warlock? No, not warlock. Not wizard. Sorcerer. They use charisma for their spellcasting. I, however, use wisdom. Just like a cleric. Indeed. I'm just, you know, some super fucking half-baked cleric. And that's why I have 14 wisdom. I'm not gonna be much of a caster with that. But it's enough to use some pre-battle buffs if I actually find myself needing them. Which hasn't really been the case yet, so... You know. Okay, so there's the nymph. That's good to know. And we can steal all of the rest of her stuff. And kill all of her slaves. Slave! Get over here! I'm cleric first, so I needed 19 in wisdom. I mean, yes, if you start off as a cleric, then that's one of your base attributes. Oh well, actually it is the main attribute for clerics, isn't it? The fucking wisdom. At least as far as the system is concerned. Honestly, I would like to have a bit more freedom in that regard. I think Baldur's Gate does it better. Because I don't think it has that high values that you need. Also, Baldur's Gate still had a very good either dual or multi-level system. Depending on which race you were. Humans were special, of course, because, you know, humans. Fucking humans. Like, nobody was surprised there. Ah, Baldur's Gate. At some point, because I did started playing Baldur's Gate on this sheer channel of mine, at some point, yes, but I never finished it. That's a nice picture, actually. Kind of would like to get it a bit bigger, though. Let's go out on wisdom. That's right. Money, charisma, fortune. Yeah. Same for the paladin. The paladin needs charisma for his abilities, like turning, like smiting. Your smite is actually also gets bonus by charisma, and his wisdom casting, of course, because Bell basically uses a very basic bitch cut down version of the cleric's spell list. Oh, I will not allow it to kill you! To kill me. Dangerous creatures must be protected! Now you're mine! Polish woman, I don't know why you thought you could just steal into my house, kill my slaves, and destroy another of my nature's protectors, but no, you have fallen to my charms. Now, bow to your mistress. 3 in useful XP. You can kill now, after you revive the forest. Yeah, but I'm a good person. I don't randomly kill people as long as I don't have a choice. I can use insight and lie to her. What are you talking about? I'm not a slave. Talk back to me, slave. What mean attacks should I put you to work? If you want to try to dominate me, get out, you know, the wax, the leather, the whip. No, at least go the proper way. Make it interesting. No. It's just trying to throw some sparkles at me. It's not really entertaining, though. Let's actually zoom in. Let's look at the character model. I don't think we see that much nakedness in the character model most of the times. Those are some very pointy. Look at those. Very pointy. You are indeed a very pointy creature, my little nymph. Point being, hell, what is this possible? What has happened to my powers? This farm the skeleton warriors in a charmed. Honestly, I think we will get more than enough XP no matter how we turn this to get max level. Even if not, You can always start random killing things if you so desire. But technically speaking, before you end a chapter, you can literally kill a lot of unnecessary, well, now unnecessary creatures. Unnecessary, yes. So, well, how about do we... Don't really care about your powers, now that we know they're gone. Why don't you tell me what is going on here? No. I mean, you didn't come here to destroy me. Export and then run through a chapter. Yeah, it's always an option. But honestly, before I go through that chapter, I will just go into the fucking debug console and just give me some XP and be done with it, because fuck the work. If I'm going to cheat anyway, I want to cheat the easiest way possible. You know. Easy peasy. And of course not. I came here looking for a way to help the spirit of the wood. Oh, this is terrible. I'm so sorry. I'm certain that you... I don't know why I thought that now. Nothing I can do to make up for this. I was wrong. How is it possible? I hate that I'm on Xbox. Absolutely. Change to PC, my friend. PC is the superior option. If you have a PC, you could play Baldur's Gate even. Imagine playing Baldur's Gate. It's the classic, man. Actually, to play Baldur's Gate, you just need a fucking Windows 98 PC or something. Go through your local dump. You're probably going to find a PC that has at least that match in specs. If anyone uses that any longer. Neverwinter Nights doesn't really ask for much either. I can tell you that much. I mean, quite literally, this game is from 2002, 2001, something like this. I don't even remember. Pretty old, that much I can tell you. You were here to kill me. That was what I thought the moment I felt your presence near my tree. I just wanted to stop you. A laptop that's like 2013. Should be enough to run Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate runs on fucking Windows 98. Get yourself a copy of Baldur's Gate. Play some Baldur's Gate. Especially the first one. You will never get such a great experience in exploring. It's amazing. That's actually the reason. Many people actually celebrate Baldur's Gate 2 as the experience. I was always very, very particular towards Baldur's Gate 1. Because the sheer awesomeness of the exploration of the wilderness, that really feels like a low-level adventure campaign and how it should feel. Really gives you a good feeling. If it runs well, then it can run these two games at the very least. I mean, come on. See, you know, you have an option to spend some money. Get yourself a nice copy of Baldur's Gate, get yourself a nice copy of Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition. Start cheating your way through life. Superior power of PC. Well, in your case, laptop. Oh well, I guess I can forgive you. You're all under a spell. Also, your bumpy butt has amused me greatly, so... Forgiveness it is. Thank you, mistress. Yes, I'm the mistress now. Now I will get out the wax. Actually, I can probably use my sword. It's already dripping. And the leather. And the whip. And then I shall show you how to dominate a creature. So then, how long have you been having trouble? Tell me more. 3 weeks ago I was down by the river, watching the fish jump. Pleasant. Then I felt the presence of danger. I looked around, then scrambled up the bank and into a grove of trees. I couldn't see anything, yet the fear kept growing. Suddenly there was a scream in my mind that felt like someone had stabbed a dagger into my brain. I was overcome by the power of it. I fell to the ground unconscious. Up, the fear was still there. I sensed that the whole forest was in pain. What could have caused that? It was the spirit of the wood. I've been sensing its pain and fear ever since that day. It's constantly screaming for help. It's all I can do to keep my sanity. I guess you have experienced just how I am losing that battle. As time passed, I began to keep myself closer to home. Until recently, I have not even been able to leave my room. So great is the fear. You have suffered greatly. I suppose anyone would have trouble retaining their sanity. Very comforting to hear, you say. I feel as though I have gave you a strength. Yeah, sure. Just zap my strength. Sure. It feels not as consuming when we speak. But yes, there's more I shall tell you. First time a person came near my tree, I took him with my power and kept him to guard my home. Next few were easy too. They started to get harder and harder. I have no power left, as you can see. I don't know what to do now. If I'm going to help you, I need to get to the spirit of the wood. You know how I could do that? I think that's possible. The spirit is a creature of both life and death, and only he can enter the portal to the other realm. What does that mean, both life and death? It lives on another realm, somewhere between the world of the living and the world of the dead. It's the only creature on this plane who can enter the portal. The portal is in a pool, below a waterfall, but finding it won't help you. It wouldn't help anyone. Are you sure that the spirit is the only creature to ever enter the pool? Well, several have tried, but no, that's not a good solution. Get it. My spirit is the only one who can do so successfully. You're going to say something else. You must tell me, please! There was a druid a long time ago who claimed he had figured out how to enter the spirit's realm. That he had been studying it for years and had finally pieced it together. He didn't tell me how he was going to enter, but I was curious, so I followed him. He went to the pool and built an altar, but then he did the strangest thing. He took out a dagger and plunged it into his own chest. But he slipped below the first surface of the water. When I went over to the pool, it was gone. Maybe he made it to the realm, but if he was dead when he got there, I'm not sure it was worth it. Others have tried it through the years, but it was just later decomposing. Well, most of the others. You mean most of the others? This is important. Ruff came here a few weeks ago. He was fierce and mean and seemed immune to my charms. He asked me about the dagger that the druid had used to kill himself. I don't know how he knew about the druid, but I kept the dagger as a keepsake of the druid. When he threatened me, I gave it to him. I never saw the dwarf again, but shortly before everything started going wrong in the forest, I found the dagger in front of the altar. Was the dwarf's body in the pool? No. Why did you mention it? His corpse wasn't there. I would kinda need the dagger. You have it? I brought it back here, but I don't remember where I put it, because the pain hit me before I made it back here. It's somewhere in my house, though. If you look around, you should be able to find it. Steal all of your shit? You shouldn't use it. I don't want another death on my hands. They're so bloody already. Anything else you can tell me that might help? Think of anything else that would help, but I will answer any questions. What do you know about the witch Setara? Oh, she's a terribly ugly old crone. I don't want to have anything to do with her. Well, that's nice. Even better look on her. So I refuse to allow her anywhere near my tree. I don't even like to talk about her. It disturbs me that much. Anything else? What I can think of now. How can I quest? Sorry for the harm I brought you, for the deaths of my slaves, for which I am wholly to blame.
I
Yes.
welcome and greet you.
Okay, nothing else you have to say. Yes, bow down to me. Know your place. Ha, the mirror of vanity. Yep, that is precisely the item we need for the witch. Because looking into the mirror is going to show you precisely what you want to see. Friends, if I were to look into that mirror, I'd probably just see... actually, I don't think much will change, actually. I'm pretty damn happy where I am. I mean, maybe now. A bit of a younger version of myself. Maybe a few less wrinkles around the eyes. Maybe a few more muscles like it was back before. Maybe. But you know, once you start like this, it's kind of never-ending story. It's like, okay, maybe I would change a bit more of this. Maybe I would change a bit more of this. And before you know it, you're a completely different person. Vanity. What a pain in the ass. Now then. Back to exploring the woods and killing all the wildlife that stands in my way, because it's stupid.
I hope you like pain.
Well, it's a deer. I don't think it likes pain. Most deers actually run away, because they're smart enough to understand that, ouch, pain. Yeah, finish exploration of this area before we go into the next one. Hello, Diaper. You would I now? Let's become curious. Also there's a cave here. Probably look into the cave first before we go deeper into the woods. As I think the witch is actually deeper in the woods, or is she in a cave? I don't completely remember, but... No, I actually think one of the werewolves is actually in this cave, isn't he? It could actually be the case. As I said, yeah, it's been a while since I played this game, so my memory is a bit spotty. As you would expect. And again, that's actually the charming thing about it. You let, you know, a good game rest for a few years, and then when you replay it, you will have forgotten enough. It actually becomes interesting to see, you know, where your memory fails you. And what it actually takes with it. See, there's a dire boar. It needs to die. It's an important mission that we kill all of the wildlife. Because, you know, I'm not a freaking druid. It's not my bloody job to make sure that all fucking wildlife is balanced. No, no. My job is to fucking take care of the situation. Nobody said that I needed to be nice about it. And so, I will not be nice about it. Get over here, creatures.
I hope you like pain.
Hey, you're almost dead. Ah, I do love my cleave though. My greater cleave, technically speaking. It's one of those abilities, you know. As long as you don't have it, you're not necessarily going to miss it, especially if you don't know about it. But once you start with cleave, you see how great that is, you're kind of like, yes, greater cleave, please. One of the better abilities. As long as we don't start counting with, you know, epic abilities. There's an attack cap there. I mean, I don't really fear attack caps. Necessarily. Attack! Fight me, bitch. And you fight me too, bitch. There was a time when I looked at such creatures and was like, okay, that's probably gonna end up reverting me. And then see how things changed. Okay, Sharwin, was that really necessary? You do know that I'm kind of bound here, yes? Do you remember that, Sharwin? Sharwin isn't really the smartest of the bunches, you know. He's like, my main fighter. The one who is supposed to be standing in front and actually blocking the enemies from reaching me. Can't move. Yeah, what an ideal opportunity to attack an enemy and draw the attention to me. Sharwin in a nutshell. At this precise moment. It's like, aha! Opportunity spotted. Opportunity for what, you might wonder? Well, I would assume suicide. Because, I mean, quite literally, what else? Sounds like speeders. All the way to grip. So, see corpse. Hello, corpse. That was Sharwin once again. No snow, fear, and no bounds. Sharwin. I mean, maybe it's the poison in her veins that makes her a bit suicidal. I will just, for story reasons, assume that is precisely her reasoning. Because otherwise this becomes really hard to explain. Stop doing that. Give me some loot. Give me some loot indeed. That was such a nice thing, isn't it? All week you're sitting here like, yes. It's Neverwinter Nights on Friday. That sounds fun, doesn't it? Then you sit there and look forward to it. And then Friday comes and you realize, oh boy, I'm fucking tired. This has been a long fucking week.
Out of our way.
You sit there and you're like, yeah, I just need to finish this and then I can play. Thanks, like I just need to finish another one and then I can play. Then you can finally play, you're like, relaxation. Don't stop attacking. I mean, to be fair, at least she managed to interrupt it. The feeding chamber. Oh no, that sounds pleasant. At some point, I'm sure I can move. It'll only be a matter of hours. Why am I not surprised that there's a bloody feeding charmer? Considering the fact that, you know, there's dead bodies everywhere. And shit.
I simply can't carry all of this.
How the fuck was that enough to bloody freaking hammer you? Such a small part of an freaking net gap. He's like, no, they're still part of it. That's too much. Boop, 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 boop. Speeders, story. I mean, it does seem to be a nastier spider close by. But there is that. Two-cone cheater. Yeah, how could I actually? Easy. I'm relatively sure that creature back there is probably not. I have a certain just passion to that degree. Probably a good idea to make that game. Let's see. You are considered impossible. That's nice. Just cast a spell on me. And she goes like cheetah, cheetah, cheetah.
We shall not.
See, at this moment, if I had some fucking spells, that would be amazing. But I don't, because I never set them up. Come on! Check me! And Joven has been knocked down and killed. Now it's my job. Stop missing, please. Yes. Let me smite your evil. I missed. I guess you weren't really evil then. Maybe I should spare you then. And now we see one of the advantages of having actually, you know, another damage kind, like acid. Because while it has physical resistance, the acid damage still gets through. So we can damage it before we can actually damage it. And now we should be able to damage it through. You will not have a long and fulfilled life, little Speedy. I can tell you that much. I just wanted to collect some more loot before we do this. But no, Spider was like, no, you can't. It's no good. Kinda wanted to avoid that particular state. It's not like I can't heal myself.
I simply can't carry all of this.
Come on, die. Your life is over. I just haven't realized it yet. Come on. Veto, this sword does. Yo, yeah. Rather amazing amount of damage. Any loot? No? Okay. Let me just quickly plunder your feeding chamber. And we teleport out and kill some things and get Darwin back into action. But going to complain about dying. Again. As well. Darwin.
Pleased to see you.
Oh, thank you for unraveling me from that cocoon. I thought I was dead for sure. Well, I'm glad I was able to find you down here. Who the fuck are you? My name's Olaine. I'm a druid who was sent by my leader Owl to find out what is wrong with the spirit of the woods. I admit, Owl. My name is Player, and I was sent to rescue you. Think the villain's Owl. He's the strong leader. So, how did you get captured? Trying to do it to find out why the creatures were attacking everyone. Yep, another one. I tried talking to a deer in one clearing, but the poor thing's mind was so confused that it attacked me. You're attacked by deer. Never heard of such a thing. Right at me, and I tried to dodge. Got me in the side with a hoof. Reared up to strike me again, but then it suddenly turned and ran off. I tried to try and follow, but then I heard a soft chittering sound behind me. Turned around. I even saw what was happening. Something soft, with long hairy legs and mandibles slapped on top of me. The spider's attacked you on the surface. Didn't even know what it was at first. Felt the thing bite me, and suddenly the entire world started to spin. Next thing I knew was in here, all propped up. Just waiting to feel another bite, and it came along and set me free. Again, thank you so much. Now I need to find my companion druids. See if we can figure out what to do about the spirit of the woods. Well, tell me what you learned about the spirit. It is obvious that something is severely wrong. You don't say. The spirit enters and exits the woods through a pool. We know that already. Tell me what the pool is some kind of entrance to another realm. Why didn't you go into it? Much about the pool, except a few legends. You know that no living creature can get through the portal and into the other realm. Need to know druid once met the portal exists between the realms. We know. So now what am I supposed to do? I don't know. If you find the other druids that were searching, they could help you. Okay. I hope you're feeling better now. Should get going. Should be fine. Again, can't give you enough resistance. Good luck! As he waddles off into the corner to cry a bit, because he was basically raped by a spider. The severe cave is the easiest, but it's just a whole chapter. Bear cave. Bound for boots for haste. Take like 5 minutes, I promise. Bear cave. Where's that again? Because this is the spider cave. So why do I need boots of haste? I have a horsey when I want to go fast. It's a much more amazing choice. Damn it, my enemies. Bavoosh. Interpretation.
Dying was
Set side and west on the map.
pleasant to see.
No Halloween. Okay, we'll look for it then. First we need to sell some shit. Also, traps will always be considered stolen. It's such a nuisance actually. Like you wouldn't believe, but it is what it is. Yes. We'll get to it. Don't you worry. Wouldn't dare, you know. Not listen to a good friend, little William, when he says something. Actually makes sense. Do know those boots are pretty damn good. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can also later on buy some of the boots faced somewhere. Actually, can you? Pretty sure you can. Off the top of my head though. Let's sell the ones and keep the better ones. And it can stay. Okay. There we go, we can level up again. It's a Spelladine. Actually, what would I need if I wanted to become a Blackguard? Let me check this again. An evil alignment. Attack bonus +6, but you have that height 5 and cleave. Good. Now we could check that again, just in case we want to change things around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw them at the store somewhere. Don't really wanna taunt, don't really wanna go for a ride. Bit late to start on that. Maybe get healed to 5 at least. If I don't use my spells that regularly, it probably doesn't hurt me. Whoosh. Teleportation. Okay. Back into the action. Enough stealing all of the things. Okay, do you wanna fight me, Spider? Really wanna fight me? So I would point out that is a very bad idea. See? I told you, creatures, it would be a bad idea. Did you listen? No, now you're dead. And there's a bit of rubble, apparently. We still need to loot. So nice. Fat mounted, will you die? Pretty much, yes, basically. I suck at mount fighting because I would actually have to take the skill for that, otherwise I get minuses. So it's not really a good option. If you know from the very get-go that you get a horse at some point, you can absolutely go for it and choose it.
I'll put you in your place.
But if not, then you have no abilities in mounted combat. Which you kind of like. Actually would have to look up the skill. Tell you that precisely. I remember seeing that, went reading through it and knowing that, but armor is not the greatest, let's just say.
I simply can't carry all of this.
God damn it, woman, you're weak. Your weakness disgusts me. Every bloody 5 fucking seconds it's like, I'm encumbered, please, myself. Well, I could put all of those things into my nice little magical pockets, but not be encumbered any longer. Not like that isn't an option, you know? That's half the reason why I have fucking bags of holding. Actually, I should probably put most of my healing items in there. And maybe sell off a few of the weaker ones if I actually have one. Somewhere. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure you're empty. Put the shield in there. Stop being encumbered. Thank you. Now the problem is with having such a nice little system of inventory in inventory is that I have a tendency to just forget that it's actually a thing. Then I carry with me all of the shit forever and ever. Oh, you are in range. Just freaking attacked. Kill it. Kill it with Koya or anything else that you have available. In better news, pretty sure we have almost cleared out all of the cave, so read them. Because this leads basically straight back to the entrance of the cave. Of course, that is not to say that there aren't not more fucking spiders in my way. Like nobody was surprised. Actually, now that I'm start losing some fucking strength, that is indeed a good reason to go back and heal myself, actually. Some mystic reason, strength is one of the, you know, rather important stats for me. I go all, you know, on melee. But you. Yo, can you heal me, please? I'm getting slow. Caves medium, low loot, and the root. Farm here, but not worth the time. I mean, sure, you can, but honestly, meh. Don't overdo it. So, that's supposed to be a fun game. But, to be fair, everybody has a very different understanding of what is fun. Some people actually doing farming is quite fun. For me, you know, in moderation. All in moderation. Well, you know, if you can't even play a fucking video game like how you wanted to, then something is seriously wrong. Kind of like when people are like, but that's not how the meta is supposed to be. You're supposed to be doing this precisely, nothing else. And I'm sitting like, but you know, they have a lot more fun playing it like this. Doesn't matter if it's the most efficient way of doing it. Just want to have fun.
I'll put you in your place.
Well, I mean, you managed to do that very easily. Now, if you could just put the other one into his place either, that kinda help. Okay. One more little corner to check out, and then we're done. Intention of talking to do it. That's a waste of time. Efficient time management. This becomes rather important when you're doing stuff like farming, because farming can take a long while, to put it mildly. Depending a bit on what the fuck you're trying to farm, and you know, that's such a thing, but yeah. Leave no loot unpillaged. Of course not. I'm not playing RPGs for so bloody long, I couldn't even leave the loot unmolested if I wanted to. I shall molest every clickable thing, and look at what it's inside. And I will see what's inside, most brutally. Did I find you already? Pretty sure I did. Okay, one more cave finished. And we can go to the next area. Hooray! Hooray! Deeper to the Neverwinter Woods. Ever deeper. Even deeper. Doop doop. And you found the heart of the forest. And more deers that would like to die a horrible death. Good to be alive. Just for this moment. Right about collecting all the companion items. I mean, that's just, you know, basic courtesy, basically. I mean, generally speaking, you find them along the way. If you just plunder everything, you will usually find them anyway, so, you know, why not give them to your companions? Be like, hello, companion. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, here, take your shit. Now give me a good item for that. What's not to like? You get a good item, and it doesn't take much. I know you have at least 2 of every unique material from chapter 1. But I'm pretty sure he has.
Fair enough.
Collect all the good things. It's always nice to find a nice little camp full of nonsense. Back up in the woods. Yeah, point. We do here now. The game does make kinda sure that you get the point that certain items are not supposed to be get rid of. Like, you know, making them unsellable and stuff, so absolutely making sure that even the most brain-dead of idiot has a fair chance of understanding this item might be important later on. Please keep that. Yes, die, bear. Sadly, you're only worth 40 experience points. Which is, all things considered, really not that much. Okay, there's another bear. Should probably heal before I try another bear. Gee, this would be a great moment to use a healing spell, if I had prepared any spells. Because I haven't prepared spells from the fucking moment I started this game, and I fucking should have. I know, I will do it. At some point. The other side of the argument, you could probably just call me a very unique sort of paladin. But yes, I know, spells, very tasty,
You in your place.
Are you planning to make use of your spells? Nah, not really. Nobody said anything about that they needed to do that at Paladin School. Damn. I mean, technically speaking, since I already have the dagger, couldn't I just go up to the altar and kill myself already? It would be kind of waste though. I mean, do I actually need to visit the witch like this? Technically speaking, I have all of the information I need. Yeah, I need to visit her for another druid, don't I? I'm relatively sure. Now then, there are two caves here. Which one leads to what? Okay, that's the witch's house. Probably not a bad idea to do this out immediately, so we have it out of the way. Check the journal. What you want to see? There's pretty much nothing new in here. Little stalker. Nasty. Going from the bounty hunt. Okay, shall we? Could you stop being so aggressive? I'm trying to read. Talk to book lady. You mean the mage lady? I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. I'm pretty sure I have access to her laboratory, quote unquote. Why does this lady have so many fucking air elementals? Yeah, right, I did talk to her. We had a nice conversation about magical books. Also that she wants some resources if I ever want to go and do some shopping with her. Which, just like the last 20 or so times I had this conversation with her, and that pissed me off. Like, that's not a good business strategy. Making it difficult for your customers to actually browse your wares. What's a place like me doing and a girl like this? Well, place, you found yourself in an interesting situation, I'd say.
Fair enough.
Yeah, see, even Sherwin is like, well, fair enough. I'm a librarian. Ooh.
Done and done.
A librarian. Shall we? At some point you would learn to open up those things a bit faster. Just a tiny bit faster, that would be amazing. Because it is right. It is indeed from the mummy. Ouch. Totally hurts me. 0 damage. Just in case. Okay. The 13th without here. Well, if you say so. I'll write it down. God fucking damn it. Might even have watched it. I'm not too great with names, which means I usually tend to forget the titles. Ah, everybody's dead. I hate traps. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, you lock too? No. It lags.
I simply can't carry all of this.
A hot chest? Which one? It was pretty damn mediocre. Well, battle axe is nice. I would have preferred a sword though. Oh, a short kind of guy, you know.
We shall not be defeated.
20 minutes is a Muslim that fights stuff. I mean, let's start. I mean, at least it doesn't sound familiar to me, so that's probably then a good opportunity. If you say it's good, I'll give it a watch.
Always get my way.
That shelf looks shiny. Another one of those, eh? I'm kind of on a mission for them. It's a wonderful D&D movie. I'll take a look. Because, well, you know, that's probably the best way of jogging my memory anyway. Beep. 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 And it's already now that leads back here, and we don't really need to go back there again. We'll continue further onwards. Glory. And witch slaying. I mean, technically speaking, you know, a paladin could probably work as an inquisitor. They already plundered the magic bookcase. There's nothing in there any longer. See? I already have the Masquerade Book of Resonance. It just keeps being shiny though. Just kind of annoying. Next, open this. Put heavy stuff in there. Thank you, there. Now I can finally move again.
I hope you like pain.
Some random water elementals.
We shall not be defeated.
How do I put this mildly? I'd kind of forgotten it's an option. That came as a bit of a surprise. Jesus fucking Christ. I did get round. Very harshly. I'd completely forgotten those cunts can actually do that. That's fucking amazing though. That's fucking amazing. So I was like, wait, what? Why do I have a dead screen? And I was like, yeah, random elementals. Awesome. Indeed, very awesome. Actually, I think my chances of actually getting drowned aren't actually that high. But now, all things considered. TDH, I have good luck. It's a rarity. Good old times. I mean, you know, my reflex saves aren't even that bad, so, you know. The rarity of it all kinda makes it a nice novelty. That amuses me greatly. It's moments like this that make games like this very great. It's like, oh yeah, that's what happened. Randomly dies to drowning. See, kids, children, and that is why you should save often, because the more often you save, the little, or the less you have to actually redo once you die inevitably to, well, whatever the fuck hits you first. Cheese. Do I even have a favorite cheese? I mean, you know, some simple Gouda or something is kind of neat. I don't really have any distinct cheese taste. Did I open that chest already? Probably not. Ouch. Yeah, no, definitively not. Why did I leave this room unplundered? That is not like me. It is indeed very, very much not like me. I need to be fair, considering that France is actually, technically speaking, our neighbor, as much as we hate to admit to that. You would assume that we would have developed a bit of a taste for cheese, but yeah. The French do strange things to the cheese. The Gouda. A simple Gouda. It's an honest little thing, doesn't do much wrong. You know. Goat is okay sometimes. I tried it. It's okay. But you know, probably eaten the most in Gouda and it's simple, it's easy, I like it. Simple man, simple wish, for simple cheese. Hmm. You know what? The soundtrack actually reminds me that I'm pretty sure I have a soundtrack somewhere on a disc of Neverwinter Nights. I'm pretty sure I have the same of Neverwinter Nights too. Did I save? I didn't save, did I? Fuck you, Water Elemental! Fuck you indeed! You will not drown me again! That's what you get for that. Let's not drown me again, shall we? Ooh, that's a perspective. Damn it, that's not what I wanted to do. Thanks for opening that anyway. Okay, let's manually leave the room, shall we? Let's see, a prison.
I'll put you in your place.
Your girlfriend has 3 goats. Hmm. Why does your girlfriend have 3 goats? That's not something you usually hear mid-conversations. Like, oh yeah, my girlfriend has a cat, my girlfriend has a dog. Well, mine has 3 goats. A rarity?
Out of our way!
And a novelty even, I'd say. Okay, there's a water elemental. Animals. I mean, you know, as I said, it's not that uncommon to keep animals, but most people have stuff like, you know, cats, dogs, guinea pigs or something. I mean, some, you know, rarer cases have stuff like snakes and stuff. Yet. Oh yeah, that's a lot actually. That's special. I haven't heard that before. God damn it. That's just an air elemental. Do I care about an air elemental? Wait, the collection of there's there though. Well, interesting actually. What does she do with all the animals? One small dragon. Now, this would be a good moment to make a very, very interesting joke about a certain company that likes to make a very specifically says dildos and go like, yes, a dragon, I understand. But no, let's not go there, shall we? Already brought the joke today.
Dying was...
Yes, and that wasn't pleasant. Well, you're not. Give me some healing. There were geese and rabbits and kids. Why would she have that many animals? And what is her plan? Does she want to reenact Noah's Ark or something? Like, when the next fucking time is around, I'm gonna be Noah. I'm gonna save everyone. I just need to build a freaking ark first. Oh wait, those are magical arrows. Armor of the wall. What are you? A gnomish magnetic armor. Which gives me spell resistance. Which is actually kind of neat. I do lose 1 AC though. How does it look? I'm not too happy with the breast part, honestly. Oh, this armor, I basically had this armor for quite a while at this point, and I really kind of just like it, honestly. It's just nothing to say about it. It's just a nice piece of armor. Light wounds. Yeah, I don't think we need to keep light wounds. Same with moderate wounds. Wait, that needs to be identified. Wait a second. Spirit poison. Spirit poison! I see. Probably keep that. Game's like, yes, let's make it so he can't just sell that off. Like the idiot is. New defense was finished by +4 best armor this chapter. That could be the case. I don't keep track of every single item, so yes, potentially, maybe. Unidentified potions. Cure light wounds. Fuck you. Same as Wood Blade +2. I'm not ever gonna use that. Legends bonus. Yeah, fuck you. I look like a mage. I mean, if I were one, I'd be probably pretty damn happy. I kinda figured you would know. I'm more Lexica for this particular game, aren't ya? Let's keep most of those, sell you, and at some point I should probably clean up my inventory a bit more. Might have a touch of autism. I mean, as long as it's only just a bit of a touch, you know. Let's not judge. To be fair, most people have at least a smaller or a higher degree of the touch of one or the other sort of autism, to be fair. And we are all a bit crazy. Yes, Sharon, you murdered that creature just where it stands. Also, there seems to be a woman. Like, have you looked in the mirror recently? You are a woman yourself. Damn, Steckbeetle. You will not be happy, Steckbeetle. In fact, you will be... It's rectum. Please slow like a road runner. As in, are you running smack dab into a painted-on wall tunnel and then feel the hard reality as in the wall crush your face? With a tish.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
She into my ear. Okay. Can't free that lady yet. Ouch. I got burned. Quite literal sense even. Not just a metaphorical one. No. Quite literal. Zitara. Why have you come to Zitara? To steal all your shit. Yeah, I saved. I'm gonna steal all her shit. Well, she's gonna watch me. Why have you come to me? Ignores the lady asking the questions, runs into the next room, starts plundering her shit. You just sense like, what the fuck is going on? I think I need to get a bit closer in order to trigger her response. Sling +3. That's amazing. God damn it, I really wish I would use a fucking sling.
Fair enough.
Fair enough indeed. Open the chest, shall we? We had this debate already. I tell you to open chest, you open chest. You don't just stand there and look at me. That makes us both feel embarrassed. Okay, let's try to ignore that chest because I'm pretty sure that's too close to her. Another flesh golem. Shouldn't really have any consequences if I kill it in here. Die, flesh golem. Your lease on life is over, if you ever had any. Three times on the spirit thing. I mean, I also have a poison to kill it, so, you know, I can probably do the horrible, or the not so horrible. Why if yeah, now she's triggered?
What in Suni's name are you doing in my house?
Oh, the usual looting, plundering. I mean, you know, I would offer raid, but considering that you're surprised, pretty nearly apparently, probably not on the table yet. Not at the moment. Although, to be fair, my character is kind of lacking the necessary equipment for the rapey part of that whole looting and plundering shit. Can't be a true Viking, eh? Kinda missing the part for it. Well then, the forest is destroying itself all around you, and I'm trying to find a way to save it. I think that gives you the right to march into my home. Come here, slaughter my servants, help yourself to my possessions. And you think that noble intentions suffice to explain your actions? Well, I'm sorry to say, but your creatures, they attacked me first. When a intruder in my home, my servants were merely trying to protect me, as good servants should. Why would you think that there would be anything in my house that could help you save the forest? I heard that you were a friend to forest creatures, and thought you might now show fit that you could assist me. If I knew anything that could really help the animals, I would certainly have done something about it. Been doing some research. Haven't gone very far. Don't do is help people. Come to stand humiliate me, just because I've fallen so far from a glamorous beauty, despised right. Certainly fit into a freak show at the circus. Well, I didn't come to gawk. What happened to you? It's none of your business, and I'd not like to talk about it. If you're interested, there's something you could do to help me though. Well, if you really want my help, you should show some trust by telling me what happened. I know why you should care, but if I convince you to help me, then I guess I can tell you. I turned 30, I found that I had my first noticeable wrinkle. The thought of my beauty fading terrified me. I decided I would try to make a potion of longevity to help me keep young. I want to tell you all the details. So I messed up the potion, and when I drank it, instead of becoming 15 years younger, I aged 100 years. Ouch. Sustained my life in ways I cannot discuss, but I found a solution to my problem. It will only help me. What can I do to help you? The toad's true value for me is my beauty. As a nymph who lives in the forest who has a mirror that can return my beauty. I heard Tudria had talked about it just before all the struggle started. The nymph lives on the northeast of here. I would get it myself, but I can't go anywhere near her. The unearthly beauty of her face physically hurts me. She shuns me because I'm ugly. Please get me the mirror. What should you think? Okay, we'll get the mirror for you. Thank you, dear woman. About the return of the dazzling beauty I once possessed. Should you be successful, I will gladly give you a precious gem. Tell you what I know about the druids. If indeed it is the kind of reward you still desire, then. Ha. Good luck. And help along, please. Okay, will you now allow me to just open your chest?
Fair enough.
Your traps are freaking weak, woman. It's like I wasn't expecting somebody in full armor just triggering the trap, standing there and just, you know, picking it. But here I am, just going there, triggering the trap and taking it. Oh no, some poison, I'm so afraid. Wabba wabba wabba. Whoosh! Now then, old lady.
You have returned.
I have the mirror.
Have found the mirror.
Indeed. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes! I will have trusted you with the task. Just give it to me, then I can be cured. You will be blessed to look upon my true, dazzling beauty. I kinda want that gem and the information, though. Boss, here's the gem. I should be able to get something heard from the elf, Elias, in Port Last. Seemed quite desperate for it. You can find the druid locked in the southwestmost room. Here's a key for the cell door. Don't worry, she has not been harmed. Look at me, it worked. I'm beautiful again. But did you never expect me to be so incredibly stunning now, did you? Let's not tell her that she's the only one who can see that. Why is that druid locked up in your house? Something best left unspoken. Besides, I'm young and beautiful now, so I promise it will never happen again. Don't you think I'm simply gorgeous now? You don't look any different. Seto, you must be blind. No, wait. Just jealous of me because I'm so much better looking than you now. Yes, that's it. You know, Shibbolton. You're very beautiful. And so for the rest of the days, this particular woman will spend all day, all night staring into the mirror and probably... Well, yeah, I mean, to put a very direct term, she will probably furiously masturbate to her own image. And that will be the end of that. I don't think she will cause any trouble, though. To be fair. We have solved the problem. As long as nobody tells her that that fucking mirror is just showing her whatever the fuck she wants to see.
Greetings to you.
Leave my face alone, you horrible... wait, you're not the ghastly hack. No, I'm not. I'm a player. To forgo you. My name is Bree. Besides being the most beautiful druid in the Neverwinter Woods, I'm also one of the druids who was investigating the problems of... Why are you such an arrogant little bitch? Why is the first thing you... Is that how you go up to people and introduce yourself? Hey, my name is Bree. I'm the most beautiful druid in the Neverwinter Woods. Yes, a statement. I mean, if you're really enamored with yourself, then yes, that kind of would work. But you really would have to love yourself for that. And honestly, I don't know about you, but I'm not too much into my own gender, so furiously masturbating to myself is probably not going to do much for me. Like, well, friend downstairs would probably start a bit of a hanging party over that idea. Going like, map? Nope. Now, on the other hand, if that mirror would actually show me whatever I desire at the moment, and I would desire some, you know, I don't know, nice views, maybe it could work. Well, she's right, but it's bold. It usually speaks very badly of you if your first response to introduction is like, yes, I'm the most beautiful person around here. I mean, you know, even if it's true, it's probably not something you should speak in the first fucking sentence. So, why don't you tell me what happened to you, bitch? Running through the forest, yada yada, dodging encounters, yada yada yada, yeah, the anger, the usual shit we have already heard. Electric rose compass, but for life goals. So, why would you take the witch? Unless I was held to witch in high esteem. Androgen clearing near her. Did she recognize you or something? She seemed to admire my looks. No surprise, really, since she certainly has none. Wants me to enter her house. We sat down to have tea. Yeah, that whole mirror, mirror on the wall thing. I mean, I think most magical mirrors are somewhat cursed in most legends because they never really do enough, or they do too much in the worst way. Like mirror, mirror on the wall, show me how much better I would look in my younger days. That would just make me depressed. It's like, oh shit. Not really though. You know, aging is kind of like, you have to make the best of it. You see it a bit like wine. You just get better with age. Apart from a few small, minor problems though. Let's not talk about those. Wow, this druid is so fucking stupid, she got spiked with her tea. Have you never heard, you know, if you are a woman and you're like, huh, I'm the most beautiful person around, have you never heard of, you know, rape drugs? Oh, that's a thing. Pretty sure that's a thing back here too. Especially with fucking sleep magic. It would be fucking easy to get, you know, date raped or something. Like, huh, what's your profession? Well, I'm a mage. You will not remember this conversation because you will fall asleep in 1, 2, 3, bam. Stealing your face, eh? I mean, your face is okay. Might probably steal that. While you free me, I will return to the grove and consult with the other druids about the spirits. Well, oh, life, DNA testing wasn't a thing. To be fair, most people have some... That's actually the cool thing about humans. We can have very dark thoughts, but we have impulse control, so we don't usually follow those. Only in rare cases do we actually follow along. So, you know, your imagination is free. Feel free to imagine whatever you want. Heck, the sick nonsense that some woman imagine. Believe you me, I've had the pleasure to listen to a few talking about that. Useless. Strange creatures. The females can be. Oh, tell me what you learned. Probably the same as before. Pool. Why did you go into it? That's the thing we already know. Questions. How do we get down there? Okay. I saw this already. Can you help or can you make it on your own? Okay, run away then, or run into the wall. How many more people would murder? If we never came up with the whole idea of, you know, DNA testing and used it as evidence, quite a few more people would probably murder. Well, to be fair, I mean, we do kind of get taught from very early on that hurting people and murdering people is not really a good thing, so I don't think you would see a drastic rise in murder if we hadn't developed it, but yes, quite a few murders would stay unsolved, at the very least. Now then, what are we gonna do with the fucking spirit of the forest? Actually, there's another cave. Oh yeah, that's the cave I wanted to go into. That's the bear cave that we were talking about. Oh. Yeah, I found another of those. Well, yes. And usually treating your slaves somewhat decent is actually a better choice, because you kinda want them to stay happily-peppily and healthy so they can actually work for a while. Because otherwise, surprise, surprise. Okay. Crusade, there's a chest in here.
I simply can't carry all of this.
Fine. At the back near the can. We need a bear. Okay. Yeah, they're just safe in front of the chest. Because there's an ancient bear. I think it has looked like it spotted me. Fight me, bear. Bam. That sounds good. Really don't want to redo this fight. It's gonna take a moment to kill it. How you broke my sword with your paw is amazing. I actually consider that very difficult. Okay, there are two objects here. Which one is it? Resting my ass. Also, is a quick save enough? Because quick saves can be reloaded for quicker. Actually, it was actually quick load. Controls. So I don't fucking remember. Is there no quick load button? For fuck's sake, game. I'd forgotten. You're old. Okay, let's make a save game. It's an armor.
I simply can't carry all of this.
Well, that were not the boots we were looking for. Or Harp of Pandemonium. Yeah, I'm on it. A man can only click so fast, you know? Another helmet. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is the one that's interesting. God damn it, I hate loot tables. I'm trying my bestest. God damn it. If I spend the next hour just staring at the same screen here, you will have to make up for very much future, my friend. I'll force you to watch a stream that you're not that interested in the near future. I just don't know what yet. But I will make a point of that. Now, on the other hand, if you are finished in like 2 or 3 minutes, you shall be regarded a hero. A small one, mind you, but hey, local hero at the very beast. Yeah. Give me what I want, corpse. Katana. Never really specialized in katanas. Because katanas are fucking rare. Not really the kind of thing you want to specialize in. Damage. Game, all you're supposed to be doing is giving me the booties. Not the ring, just the booties. Give me the booties. I need some booties. Get damn it, I agree. Staff of the Matron, yeah, but now I kind of want to just get my booties. Actually, I hope that loot tables have stayed the same since this enhanced edition came around. Well then. That's probably the one thing. Okay, We are going to get some beauties. But I think that this is as far as I will take this cheatery. Because let's be honest here, this is cheap as fuck. Method. Pretty sure I can't stuff. Besides, that would really break character. A fucking two-bladed sword. Or a gaze weapon. A two-bladed sword thing. Weapon that gives persuasion bonus. I mean, how desperate do you need? Usually, as long as persuasion is one of your class skills, it will always be high enough to convince basically anyone in any chapter anyway. How much bonus do you really need to that? God damn it, game. Just give me the booties. Problem is, the more you want the booties, the less you will get the booties. Always been something of a specialty of mine. It was a +5 shoot. Yes, I know. I don't care. I have one specific goal, and when I have one specific goal, everything else will just fall aside. But damn it, the harp again. Do I look like I use a fucking harp? Do I look like a bard to you game? Lawfully only. I mean, that I am. Yes, but we have agreed on the booties. We will get the booties. That's the last thing we do. So there will be more chests in our future where we can get good loot. So maybe, you know, next chapter, or maybe the chapter after that, when I feel like I want to go through this horrible nonsense again, I might be willing to, you know, take the risk and wait it out again. God damn it, game. Give me the fucking booties. Every bloody fucking piece of armor. Ah, we'll see, you know. It's not like I have any problems, technically speaking, beating my enemies. And that's even though I really don't play the class well, as in, you know, I don't actually use the other half of my abilities, meaning spells. If I can get through this like this, then I don't feel the need to use a min-mixer only much. Because I change members between. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they don't. There are some people who are more talkative, like the strategy member and the Chronos. And you, of course. And there's some on the quiet side. Honestly, I appreciate both sides. Although, you know, it makes it a lot easier to communicate if the people are actually talking. Your rainbow armor. Indeed. But hey, that is their choice. To be fair, usually when I watch a stream, that's usually something I do in the background, you know, when I do work and stuff, so I'm usually quite a bit amongst the silent lurking kind myself, so can't really judge them harshly for something I tend to do myself. Yeah, be kinda hypocritical. I'm not that hypocritical just yet. God damn it, even a fucking side. I do remember I did have once played something with a sky. That was kinda cute. I say it's not choice. I must just watch that way. God damn it. But that fucking rainbow armor though. I mean, it looks horrendous already like this. How much more horrendous would it look when I actually wear it? I don't even want to think about it. Sexual armorous joke. I mean, you know, no one's safe. No one is safe ever. God fucking damn it, game. You really give me everything. Basically everything in this loot table that you could get, I will get multiple times. Probably like 10 or 20 times before I see my booties. Just wanted a nice pair of booties. Because, you know, as my character is a female, I have become a female, and I now desire boots. Smexy boots. To look good in. Yes, I've embraced my own femininity, or something. Well, my beard kinda disproves that point, but let's not go into details there, shall we? No, that's not a problem. Not at all. Not at all. Fuck's sake, give me something. If I get too much into the rhythm of actually clicking escape and reloading all the time, I might actually get into a situation where I auto go outside of the menu again, even when the boots drop. I'm afraid of that. Happened to me once, because you see in Baldur's Gate you still roll with an actual dice for your stats in order to get them, and I once, while rolling, did I got like a 105 or something in passing, and I couldn't stop myself from clicking again, and so I had a 92 after that. Means a coke bump on your feet. Game, come on. Give Papa what he wanted. Booties, some booties. Yes, some booties. Not fucking armor game. I mean, I'm pretty sure we passed at least, you know, a few very useful items along the way, but and you have a set goal. Damn it, game. You taunt me now with shields. Are there many small forms? Not that many small forms any longer. Most of those have become pretty damn big at this point. The only ones who are actually small, relatively small, are the ones that are doing the whole EO thing, going like, yes, we want a seal that we have to pay like a fuck ton of money for, and then we still can produce numbers even close to what everybody else can. For fuck's sake. Don't want any light armor, don't want any heavy armor, don't want any shields, nor do I want any weapons game. Oh, it's the ring again. Pretty sure we've seen this ring like 5-6 times at this point. God damn it, game. You really don't want to cooperate with me. I fear World War soon, you see. I mean, honestly, the world has been pretty close to another world war quite a few times in the past, and usually people at least at, you know, 11th hour and 50 minutes, or well, 11th hour and 59 minutes and 59 seconds, realize that, shit, it is actually not a good idea. Honestly, if it's not the left, it's probably the right. Gonna fuck something up. Take the left and the right and put them into their extreme forms, and you will see both have a tendency to fuck things up royally. That is why we need a very much strong and somewhat centered politic in our democracy. God fucking damn it, a rainbow fucking armor. But then again, I do think that, you know, a very, very, very left is probably going to fuck up every country. I mean, yes, Vietnam was kind of a, how to put mildly, not the most glorious of hours for, you know, the Amerikanskis. Still, you're kind of still the world police, you know, do your duties. Be all American about it. The rest of the world likes to say, let the cowboys be the cowboys. Because, you know, at least people like the whole yeehaw stick. They're like, yeehaw. Has worked pretty well for the rest of the world to rely on that. And then, when shit actually starts hitting the fan, somewhat close, the rest of you realizes, oh shit, we may have been a bit too reliant on the Amerikanskis for too long, haven't we? Makes you sweaty if your neighbors suddenly start doing horrible nonsense. Nobody was surprised. Like when Germany suddenly realizes, okay, well, how long have people told us to not militarize? At least fucking 50, 60 years. And now, when shit actually starts going down, next to us, everybody's like, Germany, where's your military? Oh, I don't know. I really don't know, rest of fucking Europe. Where do you think the military went? On the fucking shitter. Right, literally. Ah, well, well, well. Well, 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 indeed. Now everybody was a bit wiser. And funnily enough, as soon as we start actually being like, okay, good, we're gonna spend some money now, we're gonna rebuild things, and well, hopefully have an actually sending army at some point. Yep. The next problem is that there are already some voices going like, huh, Germany, you are remilitarizing quite a bit, aren't you? Say, you wouldn't have any plans for invading Poland in the next future or something. I wouldn't actually be surprised if that would be to happen, you know. Third World War breaks loose, everybody starts fighting, Germany invades Poland because, well, tradition. The Treaty of Versailles, you mean? The one after the First World War? What do you mean the more recent alliance? Which didn't fuck us up nearly as badly, although, yeah, somewhat. For some reason after the Second World War, nobody wanted Germany to be a military powerhouse again. Strange, isn't it? Very strange. Hardly can believe it. At least it gives me the opportunity to smoke my pipe a bit. And tobacco is still fucking lit. I mean, you know, you should probably never underestimate Germany's will to get up there again fucking fast if we want to. We could, probably. I mean, we managed after the fucking First World War and with basically nothing to get one of the best armies again. Relatively quickly, even. Not impossible to do that. Just requires a good bit of good German workmanship. And the will to, you know, fucking sacrifice yourself for a decade or so. But hey, it's not impossible. Then the rest of the world's gonna bitch at us. Which means I would be very, very much pleased if the fucking rest of the world would fucking calm down, because I don't like the way this is going. It's not a good direction, let's just say. Come on, game. Why do you need to make this difficult for me? Oh, for fuck's sake, a great hex. That's great. That's a fucking great game. Stop doing that. Ah, yeah, German engineering. Then you realize that German engineering is very precise and is not meant to be used in any other way than the intended purpose. And then you get a call from Ukraine going like, hey, Germans, we kind of got your Panzerhaubitze 2000 here, and kind of hard to say this, but they show error messages. Like, yeah, they will. And I could make it. That's good. In my case, I'm in the middle of fucking Europe, and Germany is basically the buffer zone for the Amerikanskis and the Ruskies, so well, I'll be fucked anyway. Don't think I'll be around. I mean, maybe, if I'm very lucky. And, you know, some of those missile shields actually work the intended way and give me some time to run away. Maybe. But probably not in Germany, which would kind of piss me off, because I do, you know, all things considered, I do like my little home country. Germany's not a bad place to live in, mind you. At least as far as I'm concerned. We'd rather not abandon it. God damn it, game. But well. And it reminds me just how fucking big the Amerikanskis actually are. What a big country it is. I mean, in round about 3.5 hours I could be at the coast. I have lived at the coast, so it's not like I don't know some people with boats and stuff, so maybe if I get early enough warning I could escape somewhat. Really depends, but then again, you know, if anyone should ever drop the nukes, Europe is basically fucked. Everybody knows it, but nobody really wants to think about it. Also, let's not forget, France actually, if memory serves, has some nukes of their very own, if memory serves. They're one of the two that are... Thank you, Metric. What do you have against metrics? Metrics are amazing. You need to understand. As long as you grow up with that. 3,000 miles. Yes, whatever. As you say, I do remember somebody pointing out very nicely that Germany would fit multiple times into America. And I was like, okay, that's more than enough to have an actual comparison. Because, you know, people can only compare what they know. And I do know the length and breadth of Germany rather well. Been pretty much everywhere. South, north, east, west. Hey, buy my drugs in that trick. Feel free to do so. This network system is amazing. For what? Well, buying drugs. Okay. I mean, why not? Ah, I'm getting a cramp in my fucking hand at this point. The game mercilessly does not give me what I want. Yes, but there aren't really that many students, young students especially, that care much about school and what it's trying to teach you. Which usually doesn't really bite you in the ass that much, because most of the stuff you will get the basics of, and the rest you can learn later on when you specialize into some job field. Ah, fucking sake, game. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. Ah. Yeah. Well, you should know some shit, but you know. Usually during your school time also comes the time of that whole, oh look, puberty's hitting me. Oh, my little friend is standing up now. What's that? It usually, you know, brings people a lot more interest in other things. I'm a level 11 paladin. God fucking damn it, game. Just one pair of booties. That's all I'm asking of you. Wouldn't let a poor man suffer and die, would you now, game? Rainbow armor. Rainbow armor bites me in the ass every single time I see it. I could. Jokes are one. Excuse-moi. It came out of nowhere. I don't even want to know how fucking often I've seen that bloody stuff at this point, but if I had to make an educated guess, too often is the fucking answer. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Bloody corpse. I hate you, corpse. You really don't want to give me what I want. My hatred is deep, seething. And all we need to do after this is actually meet the spirit and decide what to fucking do there. I think I can kill it. Or save it. I don't know if I can actually save it, but I can kill it, that much I know. Because I remember doing this the last playthrough. I remember killing it, I think. Pretty sure at this point. I don't actually remember. I mean, it should technically speaking work. Technically speaking. I mean, we can always opt for another item, like one of the shields that we saw like a million times passing by. Something else useful. It's not like we necessarily need to wait until when we do drop, but I kind of would like to get them now. Pandemonium again. Oh, I need more tobacco in order to stand this. Ha 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 ha! I have some booties. Will you look at that? Whoosh. Boots of speed. Maybe a son of a bitch, but I'm a lucky son of a bitch if I have a new one. There's a 40. What do you have? 40. 40. Okay, a nice collection of 40 ones. I did it indeed. I got all I ever wanted. Create a cloak of protection against evil. Why jolt? Here, we're all getting late. Are you sure about it?
I simply can't carry all
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Stop bitching and moaning, woman. Just carry all of my shit. Ah. And just as I light my pipe, I get the item I have been so desperately trying to get my hands on. A good moment in time, I will say. I'll celebrate it with more smoke into my mouth. Just tasty smoke. Yeah, let's not sell that. That's actually a quest item. You already said if you could talk to the elf and give him his item. Is there anything else? Okay, that was not about I wanted to rest. Pretty sure I haven't found any of the other items for my companions. I can give another book of Demaska or something to the mage lady, and I can give the fucking jewel to the other guy. Who's at the inn? The elf guy. Yes, the elf guy. Pretty sure I declined his request because he was like, this is a thief's work. And I was like, okay, I'm not a thief. Fuck you. Yeah, questions. Self. Doing here. Meet. Press that. Please continue. Yeah, we've been through the story already. Perhaps I put it up. Yeah.
How do you do?
What if the gym's right here? Position of 1F, local visitors. Back to gym secretly. When its tower, which can be found in the grasslands between Port Last and Charwood. Tower gates are magically locked and no, they can be opened. Another gym is held by a fierce warrior woman named Samitra, who passed through several days ago. Found for Luskin. Then just hit by Star. Okay. Two more! Now, is there anything else we need to do in this bloody fucking town? I don't think so. Oh, yes, the mage lady. I almost forgot about her. Da -da -da -da. Look at me, I'm fast now. Look at me, I'm fast now. Dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip. I'm hasted.
Well, hello.
One of the tombs. Tomb of Resonance. Boy. Okay. Now we go back and, well, deal with the fucking spirit. Because then next time we only have the Charwood area left. I actually think this the Charwood thing was kind of interesting if memory serves. There's something to look forward to. Whoosh. Teleportation. Hey, it's me again. I will try to drop traps all over the floor. I'm just happy I got my boots. That took a bit longer than 5 minutes though, to be fair. Let's never talk about this again, shall we? Wait a second, I need to go down here. I'm an idiot. Now then, save game, so I never have to do this again. Ancient altar covered in grotesque carvings, bloodstains, so very recent and surrounded by bones, looms ominously beneath the waterfall. Sacrifice a small woodland creature, the altar. Draw forth the dagger and plunge it into your chest. Have your henchmen do the same. How am I going to sell this to my henchmen? It's like, okay, listen. What we need to do here is I'm going to plunge this dagger into my own chest. Then you rip it out of my chest and plunge it into your own chest. The dagger scratch your initials into the altar. Sure. Suicide myself! I've managed to suicide myself into the realm of death. I'm now feeling better about myself. I hear people say suicide is not the answer. They lied to me. I always murder little creatures. Yes, murder. Yes, but that's the problem, you know. I'm still role-playing as a good character, and a good character wouldn't just randomly kill a fucking squirrel. See, you need to stay in character. Very important. XP is not everything. Not when roleplay is matured. Okay, pretty sure I got all of them. A will-o-wisp trying to attack me. Sniff the air. Do you smell the pain? We think we roasted friends again. That sounded like a blaster. Star Wars blaster. Oh really, what's this woman who shares my frying pan? Yeah, I play. Who are you? Why? Who be me? That's not the thing I told the tree. I tell you once and then no more. Me name be locked behind the door. The door can open if you try. If you lose, then say goodbye. I'm going to try to ask questions. Do you think you could answer some? Apply through the hour on live in the show. Take your time and figure it through. What is driving me crazy? Must be hazy. My thoughts are lazy. It's not my plane. I say with disdain. That almost made sense. You mean you're crazy because you're on the spirit's plane? Too long, could not hold on. Got me made, now in a bite. You can understand. Now I want to try to ask you some other questions. Oh, what are you doing here? Been out of luck and get me stuck. They did say hi, no goodbye. Means somebody left you here and you can't get out. Like mice through holes, out they go, but close the holes to me, said no. The job me did, so not know why. Was to the tree to say goodbye. The spirit's sick, but no die. So I did me best to try. You chopped it good, the poisoned well, but now maybe stuck here in hell. So you're the one who heard the fucking spirit of the wood. Do you know how to cure it? Vile of the cure does be, but you won't find it out from me. I won't tell anybody your secret, you can trust me. To the northeast, across the river Locks, is where you can find the pile of rocks. When the pile does lie the vial. So why would someone want to hurt the spirit? Stone to get with magic rune, that's spirited like a sacred tomb. We did not see what rune be like. It goes to mage, that's quite a hike. What thing it does, me do not know. Me did it because Morgrim tells me so. Who's Morgrim? No squeaks, the lion pounces, and swallows down those little lounges. I'm scared of Morgrim. Don't worry, I'm a much tougher lion than he is. Morgrim be a mage, who hides in tower, fury of his awful power. Soars up high as it can, an evil city of Luskan. A queen bee in her hive, others he sends to keep his works alive. You mean there are other birds causing trouble? Other curses me know three, but me not know who they be. One does walk in caves like Fort, north of the city of Last Port. To the side, Nessie ran within the city of Luskan. Last would be number 3, lost in Sharwood, mad like me. Now it is time to go. Just get me ahead, but wait, oh no. Me head be gone, who would know? You hit it on me, now it's time to go. You dare to attack me, crazy man? Would I know? You wanted my attack. Ah, welcome. Do not forget, I am hasted, bitch boy. I am super powerful now. Ah, there. Now, if I find a second boot, I'm gonna get really mad at some point and go like, shit, I really would like to get my companions, but I can't get into their fucking inventory. Now then, give me all of your loot. Get a magical rod. Wow, magical rod. Wow. Oh my god. There's a bunch of little spirits. You die too. And then they all will die. Apart from these two fucking little assholes. Area not dispelled. Area of effect dispelled. He's trying her bestest. I have some antidote now. I can heal the spirits. I can make it all healthy and cool again. And maybe, you know, less fucking mad. Another little wisp. And a bunch of assholes.
I'll put you in your place. I'll put you in your place.
Come on, hit it. Hit it. Like, how hard can it be to hit that? The answer, very hard. And another little round of cleaves later, and everyone is dead. And nobody was surprised. I'm stuck, aren't I? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Thank game. Game's like, no, no, no. You be stuck here. You do not move.
I simply can't carry all of this.
Okay. I think the spirit is somewhere in the middle, so if I go outside first, I can get some shit done. Get it over with. Actually, I don't completely remember. Now that I think about it. Unable to reach target. Don't lie to me, you're not unable to reach the target. The target is right smack dab in front of you. Yeah, don't lie to me, little one. Maybe not a bad idea to actually run away from that. Come back later, because that sucks. Oh then, little wheeler wisp. At least you will not bind me. You still sound like a freaking blaster shot in Star Wars when you die though. Or the exit. Great exit. You shall not pass. Indeed. And then I was like, but I have a sword. And they were like, okay, maybe you will pass. Go back to the shadows. And now we're quoting Lord of the Rings, eh? Hey. Why not, I suppose? Why not? Okay, I'm encumbered. I don't like that feeling. Oh, I still had that in my inventory. That explains why I'm suddenly encumbered. Should have sold that, shouldn't I?
I simply can't
Sold his
get
boss for
enough of
XP.
this.
Yeah, Gareth was a bit of a XP hawk, honestly. Not much of a party player. Like, well, bitches. It's my boss now. It's my XP now. I do wonder why the hobbits never got strong. You know, wonder if they don't have any opportunity to train themselves up on the bosses. Left up, I'm a close quarter combat wizard now, and everyone's like, what? Then he even class changes. It's amazing. He's like, look at me now, I have new fancy robes, and then I have a new class. I'm now a even greater mage. But for fuck's sake, game, don't give me more of these guns. I hate those little guns. They're annoying. I just want to murder all of them at this point. For good fucking purpose, I might point out. Show me your ugly little faces so I can kill you. Where's the other cunt? There's the other cunt. Be aware, little Grig, I shall collect your corpse when I'm done here. Sense of rage and helplessness emanates from the spirit of the watch. Who doesn't do anything? Can I just put the thing in there? Actually, where's my thingy? That help you? Yeah, how do I use the fucking antidote again? I feel like I'm making a mistake here.
To battle! I always get my way.
There's a shift between raging anger and sad depression. The top was near a large tree. Careful not to kill, but yes, fight. Okay.
I always get my way.
Seeing how fast I am at this point, though, it is gonna be a lot more difficult to not outright kill. Look, 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 look. Shanded as well. Face me! Finish Mortal Kombat! Feelings of fear and hopelessness impressed himself on your mind. Spirit of the Witch looks at you in confusion. Can you speak? Very images race through your mind, very little is recognizable. Next, show me images of small animals and other woodland creatures. Then the images become clearer. A stream of pictures flicks through your mind, woodland creatures of all shapes and sizes. Trees and bushes, insects and rocks. Images are jumbled together, include everything imaginable that could be found in a forest. You just slow down, and you see one creature. Details are blurry, it is obviously a dwarf. An image of the spirit appears. The dwarf does something to a tree, but you can't quite understand what he does. The dwarf is gone, and the image of the spirit begins to fade. Woodland creatures appear again, but this time you see them as if through a red glass. They begin to attack each other, and also shapes that might be humanoid. You sense the fear and frustration of the spirit, as the images jumble together into incomprehensible darkness. The spirit stands staring off into nothing, weaker than ever. Okay, so how do I treat you then? I found a cure for you. See a blurry image of yourself touching the spirit, followed by the spirit getting larger. Yes, I will cure you. Go forward and give the antidote to the spirit. Shut us. The spirit seems to swell and shines. Emotions of joy and love threaten to overwhelm your senses. Self-love explodes. You speak all over yourself because you're so happy. Images in mind gain clarity and focus as the spirit recovers from the poison. Image of a fox curled around a sleeping rabbit fills your mind, along with an intensely protective feeling. Now, can you show me what happened here? See a group of men come into the forest. A familiar evil-eyed dwarf is with the group. They go to the pool, and the dwarf steps into it. The man walks over and thrusts the dagger through the back of the dwarf's throat. Go on. Which resolves, and suddenly you can see that the dwarf is in the spirit's realm. A few minutes later, he's joined by several of the other men. The other man mouths a word. The name Relma forms in your mind. He walks towards the spirit's tree, spreading out until they form a circle. One of the men rush at the spirit, while Relma seeks up from the tree. But now, not the tree. Takes his axe and roots the edge with a green liquid. Axe at the tree a couple of times. That's how they managed to poison you. Why did they want to? And returns with the two men who were not in the fight running over to the tree. Let a dig between its roots until they uncover a smooth, flat stone. One of the men in the image laughs and they cast a spell. 2 steps through a portal that appears. They're gone. Elmer goes to run through the portal, but it disappears. The last of the men fighting the weakened spirit are slain. Elmer flees away from the tree to disappear. What was on that stone? Images disappear from your mind, to be replaced by glowing sigil. You lift pulses with power. You get a sense of incredible strong magic. As you look at the rune, the feeling changes from power to time. You feel ages slipping away from your present to the past, long before your time. For the demi-human races, even before the humans had power. And a sense of time disappears, and you're left with an image of the spirit placing the stone the roots of the tree, which will recede entirely from your mind, and your body feels distorted for a short moment. He smiles at you. Last thing you sense is a pleasant emotion of farewell. And then it just kicks me out. Which is actually good because, well, you know, those animals were rather busy attacking. Good little Shawin. Actually, no, it was a ghost thing, wasn't it? Like Shawin the whole time. That's the most pleasant conversation I ever had. With a companion guy speaking black and blue. But hey, all well that ends well. Now then, instead of wasting all of our time, let's go back to the druid and be like, hey, we solved your problems, because we actually are partly better druids than you. Just like to point it out. Really rub it in. I guess then we can go back and talk to Aribeth. And go like, hey Aribeth, we found more clues. We'll also talk to a ghost. She's gonna be like, are you on drugs? And the answer is yes. Very much so.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
Well, kinda think I found one of your druids. Steadfast Lane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. I found her to welcome back dear Bree. Well, mostly because she's the village bicycle, isn't she? My dear friend Terra's return was welcomed. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Thank you for rescuing all the druids. Great hope for the spirit of Ruach.
I see you are back.
I've done this. And very well, lass. With the root cured, we can return to a union with nature, take creatures without fear of destruction. Here's the favored good promised. I'm happy to have been of service. Thank you for your generosity. Bless you, my child. May the blessings of Sylvanus go with you. I'm not too sure Sylvanus really likes me, but I guess we'll take it. Sleepy man still sleepy. Well then, let's still go back and talk to Aribeth and go like, hey Aribeth, I have some clues. First, I should probably sell some nonsense in my inventory. First things first. Saving throws universal. Not bad, but I like my amulet of armor more. Oh, there's so much shit here to sell. Not the good stuff though. Too much fairy dust. Yeah, I'm kinda getting a bit high on that stuff. Maybe a bit too much. Okay, start selling shit, because this is just too much. I mean, technically, a lot of this stuff is just too much at this point. Let's create some room, shall we? Yeah, the potions. Potions always such a thing. I kind of want to keep them. Just in case I'll need them. Cause you never know, never knew. Never knew. Deep, 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 deep. Good poison. Can't even sell it. God damn it, do I have many fucking fairy dusts in my inventory. Okay. Now that I have space in my inventory again, let's talk to Alibeth and we're like, hey, problem solved. Can we go home now, please? Shit, there's the entrance. Looks like they passed it, or tried to at the very least.
I am pleased to see that you remain safe, my friend.
Indeed, I'm safe. Sound. I thought it didn't turn to evil. Just don't look at my sword and ask me. Yes, I should be rewarded a lot more, but alas.
Have you yet discovered any new information on the cult?
Indeed.
This is good news. What have you discovered?
I have discovered Realm's journal.
One can only wonder what this cult might have done had their plans in the Neverwinter Wood been successful. Well done.
Well done indeed.
This information suggests that this Mogrim and his cult are to be found within Luskan. I do wonder, however, if this is not some attempt on their part to deceive us. Perhaps they meant for you to find this?
Yeah, but if we start like this, then no proof can ever be absolute now.
I would like you to continue your investigation, just in case. I need a second piece of information that supports the first to be absolutely certain it is the truth. We can afford no mistake.
Well, I have another thing. A letter to Vordok. Listen.
So, the cult sought to strike at you again. And this time they have given themselves away in the process. Well done.
Ah, they're a bit foolish.
This information confirms it then. The cult is located within Luskan. Excellent work. You have justified Lord Nash's faith in you and more.
I'm just that good.
You will need to get into Luskan and enter the host tower itself. Speak to Eren. Hopefully he will have some ideas on how you can go about this.
It sounds like a dangerous task.
Without a doubt. You have faced tasks.
Do you have a ring?
Danger, however, and excelled.
I wonder actually, do I have a ring yet?
Much worse before this threat
Don't
is
think I
ended.
have a ring.
You did agree to aid Lord Nasher, did you not? Whatever your reasons, I find it hard to believe that you expected this to be very simple.
Let's try, did start talking about it. I expect Silent will come with me.
Both Eren and I will join you in Luskan, of course. Eren will be there to help you enter the tower. As for me, I have other plans.
What do you mean? What plans?
I am sorry, but I cannot tell you. Please do not ask me to. Do not be alarmed in any case. I have my orders just as you do. I will see you in Luskan. Very well. We need to gain admittance.
God damn it.
We need to gain admittance into Luskan to follow your
And I
lead
don't
on the
think I
host
have
tower.
Alibeth's ring,
Speak
do
to him
I?
and he has a plan to get you into the city.
Solomon's ring, ring of the rogue. Yeah, doesn't look like I have that fucking ring. When did I save last? That's old, that's old. Ah, god fucking damn it. Yes, you should have nagged me more about that. Okay, before the fucking bricks, things spawn again, I'm gonna fight the fucking spirit again. We're gonna skip through this and do this quickly. Bam. Fight me, bitch. I'm all powerful and prepared for war. Many an attack opportunity were had on this fine day. Die! I mean, don't die, but get injured. Get injured to hell. Your magic is weak. Creature. It's a shovel. Where the fuck are you trying to hit it? Come on. Come on, fucking talk to me, you bitch boy. Oh wait, before you talk to me, actually let me steal your shit. Can speak. Found a cure. Guess I will cure you. You want to... But what does he want? Can you continue in dialogue? Whoosh, teleport it out. Now, let's do that. Not in there.
I simply can't carry all of this.
Listen, lady, you will have to carry all of this. Can we put somewhere in here? We probably can. Okay, that's still not enough. How much weight do you actually have? 0.5. I could just teleport out, I guess. But what wears are after? The fucking stone tablet with the siglet on it. Sell. Jesus Christ, I have so much fucking pixie dust. It's so... It's amazing. Come on, sell it faster. Probably don't need cat's grace. Probably don't need law because I get that skill of myself. Speed can be useful. Really, I'm hasted already, but you get the point. Oh, it's actually a spirit poison. That, so we have enough of it. Beep beep. There it is. Oogie. Now we can talk to the druids again. Well, I said the druids as in multiple ones, but it's not really, it's just one. I don't remember that checking you can go back and talk to the nymph, but she doesn't really have anything useful to say. Not the fact that we just shaved to the lash. I'll save as soon as I'm in the city. Just want to get to the point where we were before, basically. And then I'll talk to Erebeth and be like, hey Erebeth, you having any more of those evil dreams of evilness, totally evil. May God avenge you because, well, Tyr has a fucking non-describable humor. Like, I'm justice, but I'm not going to be nice to my disciple.
I see you are back.
Found one of you do it. Bam, bam, bam.
I see you.
I saved the words. Bam, bam, bam. Thanks for your money. I think at this point we just teleported over. Then we talked to Eribeth. Oh, I'm wrong. Let me see. Seppel's gem, 5 tomes, which we did already. South Road, whatever. Okay. Yeah, whatever, Beth.
I am pleased. Have you yet discovered any new information on the cult? Of course. Ask what you will of me.
Why don't you have anything else to say about to me?
I wish there were better leads. We could. All I can suggest. Not everything that.
The gods smile on us that you remain yet unharmed for your efforts. With luck, success shall soon. Many it we honor it is. I do.
Am I just stupid?
The kid this have you a question, Nathan?
I am pleased to see. Have you yet discovered any? I wish.
Maybe if I just give her one piece.
I am pleased. Have you yet discovered any? This is good news. So, I would like you to continue. Then I wish. I am pleased. Have you yet discovered any new information on the cult? Of course.
I'm confused.
Ask what you will of me. Said, of course. Certainly. Go.
Is it just me? Am I just stupid? Do I really need to look this up, the whole things?
I am pleased. Have you yet discovered any new information on the cult?
My confusion is great.
Of course. Ask what you will of. I
have been through this.
If we are fortunate, and I am admit regardless, we will do the. It is. I am admit regardless.
I'm basically
the
got
task
through
ahead
this.
Of us will no doubt. It is his feeling, however. Erin, the task ahead of us will no any. I am here. Admit regardless. We will do any. I am here. Admit it regardless. We certainly.
See?
I wish there were better lead. All like not every.
There's nothing to say.
I am pleased. Have you yet discovered it? Go.
Eris just doesn't like to talk to me. Try to pickpocket. Yeah, how the fuck do I even... I can taunt her. Okay. Do
I am
I
pleased.
do I
Have
want
you
to
yet
taunt Erebeth? A Spanish attack. Run away. Now then, Erebeth, have you calmed down?
I am pleased. Have you yet discovered any new information? Go with.
I'm confused. There's more for you to locate the call quickly and deal to them when the vengeance they deserve. You know, they worst things. I'm going to cheat that ring because fuck this shit. Maybe they just rearranged things, but she's actually gonna have the conversation. I don't want to. I mean, I still have to save there. I guess I did save here right now. I'm not going to redo that whole fucking book though. I tell you that much. Yeah, that's the save game in the fucking thing here. And diamond combat. Just drop that fucking thing. Hey, Arabeth.
I am pleased. Have you yet discovered
Nope,
any new
doesn't
information on the
work.
cult?
See. The only reasonable explanation is that they've actually put the trigger a bit farther behind. I've already given her one and she's not going to
I
talk
wish
to me.
all not ev- I am. Have you yet? This is good news. What have you discovered?
Hey, we already did this.
So the cult sought to strike at you again, and this time they have given themselves away in the process. I would. I am pleased. Have you yet discovered any? Of course. Ask what you. Desperate. The task ahead of us will certainly. I wish all had not.
See. I'm relatively sure they've changed something with the trigger for the next part. Because officially the story is finished, which means since the quest is finished and I haven't gotten any ring, I'm assuming I will get the ring later. It's really the only reasonable explanation. But it doesn't make much sense. I am level 11 indeed. Let me see. Where are you, my little early beef? I mean, difficult, honestly. Give answers to the dialogue, talk to her, as you know, usual. You know, we talked. This, you know, they were officially finished, and rightfully so, finished the quest. Technically speaking, there shouldn't be anything in the way. Well, sure, why not? As long as you get your little ish up to level around 20, so that we can explore the next two planets. Oh, I'm up for that. Not sure, hello there, search remember. I'm confused. Even if I had that ring, I would definitely put it in here somewhere. The only rings I have are those two. Those are not Erebus ring. I mean, technically speaking, we are not at the end of the chapter yet, so the only thing I can really imagine is for the enhanced editions to actually put the next trigger farther ahead.
Have you yet discovered any new information on the cult?
You do that. I think I will actually end it at this point because I need to look up what the fuck is going on with that ring thing.
Of course, ask what you... Certainly. Go with tears.
Because that is rather confusing. We're indeed getting rather late.
The gods smile on us that you remain yet unharmed. Aye. What would you... I shall continue to seek word on the... Let me see what you have. Yes, excellent.
Yeah, that's the same.
Aye. What would you have? Grim, the worst is perhaps over. Let me see. The gods many of it fall. It is... I do know of one. If I suggest the... This lead... Have you a question for me then, my friend? Aye. What would you have of me? Grim, the worst is perhaps over. What do you wish to... May the luck of the...
I am pleased to see... Have you yet discovered any new information on the cult? I wish all... Not ever... I am pleased to... Have you yet... Of course. Ask what you will of me.
Well, I mean, maybe before we finish up with we're actually going to go
Certainly.
to the
Go with tears
Charwood and get that one done too. Maybe that triggers it. If I just tell her now, she's just going to want to walk off to fucking Luskin anyway. Because we have enough proof now, but instead what we're going to do is, next time that is, we're going to finish off the Charwood 2, the Charwood area, and well, if we're lucky that's going to give us another level up anyway, so maybe we can, if there's any level barrier in the way, get over that one. That would be a good start. Then, if we have done it all, and she's still not willing to talk to me, give me her fucking ring, then I will actually, well, by that point have looked up how to fucking cheat that ring. Not that I really want to do that, because that's kind of annoying, but you know what they say. When you don't have an option, complaining is not really a thing. And well, it was rather successful. We have done quite a bit, but alas, that fucking ring thing will probably hunt me now for quite a while, and I will now have to once again look up how to actually do the cheaty thing. What was it? Sure, it was something like that. I just don't remember. Something like this. I need to look this up again. I don't want to know. Do I need to make a sign before that? Something, yes. I've took a bill in Germany. Not as far as I'm aware, at least. Yes, make a save game, and I mean, you know, worst case, you know, we're just going to take it. Well, we do have some Mexican restaurants. Also some, you know, Yugoslavian restaurants and stuff like that. Czechoslovakian ones, Polish ones. Yeah, that's the right one. Right. Yes. Okay. Okay. So, we did it. We saved the druids. We saved, oh, we kinda doomed the little witch lady to, well, probably spent the rest of the days, furiously masturbating to her own vision in the mirror. We helped the nymph. We, saved the spirit of the fucking woods in general. So yeah, all well that ends well, and now Elbereth is just being a little bitch about things. Ah, such a pain in the ass. But oh well, I'm sure I'm gonna find a solution for that one too. Also, not forgetting, yes, I see you're already immediately jumping in there. Yes, we acquired a pair of boots of speed. It was a trying time. Trying, I don't even know, 10 minutes or so? 10-15 minutes of just randomly clicking on that fucking corpse. Fridays are the best. Fridays are indeed very good because it's the day when the weekend starts. Which is also why I have such a nice little thing planned, so I can actually have a good start into the weekend. And tomorrow I'll have some Grandia. You know, change over from the Western RPGs to the Eastern RPGs, because I'm just that blatantly schizophrenic about it. Why not, I say. Why not indeed? But still, all in all, I shall call this a success. A small success here, small success there, and maybe a bit of a bitch called Arabev. But alas. I wonder though. I wonder if I actually would have an opportunity to talk with Arabev in Luskan. I don't think I should have, which is a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'll just look this up on my own. Noise it quietly. First, I'll probably eat myself a good night's rest, and then we'll see what Saturday brings. Still have a work day, technically. Last chance for what? My little William. Speak freely. Because I'm getting rather tired, as it is fucking 12:30, and yeah, I had a long work week. Rather a long one. Just last chance, I risk a throw. Ah, shit. I was pretty damn sure that would happen. God damn it, Arabev. I mean, I do know there are codes for resetting things and resetting quests and progress. I just don't really want to go through the trouble. I'll try a bit on my own, and we'll see if that works, basically. I do think, I mean, I have finished the quest, so basically, as long as I can get the item itself, so as long as I can actually cheat myself the ring, I shouldn't really have any problem, because as long as I have that in my inventory, I can, in, what is it, the 4th or the 5th chapter, deal with that. Yeah, woman in the background. That's surprising. I don't remember having any women over. Did we check? No woman there, just a kitty. Maybe you've heard the kitty. A kitty has been making sounds in the background sometimes. My neighbors? I mean, I haven't heard anything. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'm wearing a headset though, so be completely fair. So maybe that kinda makes me a bit unhearing, huh? Suddenly, now that I'm thinking about how to actually fucking get all of the cheating done, I'm kinda getting tired. Arabev, ring, cheat. That could be. The kitty Josh liked to do that. But well. Maybe give the kitty some food and snacks. I will give the kitty some food. It's a bit past his time, which is also the reason why it's getting annoying. Sure cat. Well. Yeah, relatively short. If the kitty is willing and pleasing enough, I shall try to make a photo of him. Where I can put that on the Discord thingy so you get a new photo of the kitty. Looking smugly. But yes, we shall do that. For the moment, I shall bid you adieu. Have a good one in all of that. Let me just quickly go through my list, because, well, before I fall asleep, I want to make myself some notes so that I actually remember what I need to do. Yes, kitty, I know. Food time is coming. Where's my window? Why have I hidden my window from myself? It is. Good night, will you get a better cat? If you donate enough money that I can afford another cat, I will get another cat. I like cats, and Kitty would probably like some companionship, while I'm, you know, basically gone for 3/4 of the day, so yes. I mean, you know, But probably have to donate once a month at least, so, you know, we can continue this, but yes, technically speaking, you can even choose a cat if you want to, as long as it gets along with the kitty, mind you. If the kitty is not favor, there's nothing we can do. On the right side, the YouTube site, we have none. Which is always like kind of interesting, because, you know, I can actually see the statistics. I can see that some people drop by the YouTube site and they don't say anything. Isn't that a rude thing to do? I mean, not really, you know. It's fair game, as far as I'm aware. And on the left side, we will have very little in way of surprises. As for the easily nameable ones, we have the William. You know, obviously, because if the William doesn't drop by for Neverwinter, I will assume that he's probably dead. Probably. Because, you know, it's Neverwinter. We have two cats, but they don't get along. Yeah, I mean, normally if I would still be living in a bit of a bigger house, I would really not have a problem with that, because as long as the kitties can go their separate ways and have their own little territories, there will not be murder. But since I live in a small apartment these days, just taken by the FBI. Well, okay, it's also an option, to be fair. I don't think they allow you free internet access. And I think the excuse, sorry, I need to drop by a live stream for the moment, it's Friday, is probably not going to sail well with those people. But yes. Let's show to the second member. It is dropped by the third member. And he's thinking about playing some Star Wars. Isn't it great? Which also means that, well, I'll probably be playing some more Star Wars as well. Continuing on the planet of Badara, wherever the fuck I ended, and see what happens there. It's good to be level 20 character. Also, I think there's actually a lot more content now than when I played it the last time. I think there's stuff like, what was it called? The Endless Empire nonsense? There's whole fucking questlines and stuff now. Who did? Fucking commies. Well, what can you do? But sure, they equally hate on everyone. Now then. Since we have everybody that is easily nameable, we have the others, the ones that drop by, and stay silent. Blessed be their little hearts, because they too will pat themselves on the shoulder for a job well done indeed. And, well, tomorrow, actually today, because it's already after 12, will be Grandia, as I'm pretty sure I've mentioned already, so there's that. I think with that in mind, I will now end it and look up cheat codes to get the game to give me ring, because I will not do this now. And I will just go to bed. Free markets and Neverwinter Nights for life. To be fair, Neverwinter Nights for life, I can get behind the idea, and a free market is quite a necessity, otherwise there would not even be Neverwinter, so I kinda go hand in hand. And for ice cream and tacos. Since it's still pretty damn hot, I do think I remember something. I remember some ice in my fucking freezer. I might actually give myself some. And in the very last moment, shortly before the hour end creeps to the end, little snow drops by. Hello there, little Snowy. You have impeccable timing. I was just about to end it, sadly, because I'm kinda tired. But hey, thanks for dropping by. It's very nice of you. How are you? Before I, rudely cut you off there. Definitely gotta get myself some ice cream now. I feel I deserve that. I'm still kind of confused. I mean, I'm pretty reasonably sure that you can't sell Larry's ring, can you? Just in case, let's teleport up there and check out. You got Corona. Ah, that sucks. That's a pain in the ass and a half. Yeah, sorry to hear though, that's not nice. I was about to say, we haven't seen you in a while. What is it? Why is there Great Axe? Is that the Great Axe I need for the fucking companion quest? Just asking for friend. You know, no, I did kind of think that... Now, I do remember that much at least. In the past, there was actually a bug where when you entered Lasken, you could actually lose your ring. Yeah, for sure, in front of me. Look for a while. The axe is not blade. Is this the one you saw in your vision? Yes, it's the blood-soaked blade. It has haunted my dreams. No one reveals as his dead. Yes, he was a dwarf named Gurkin. But it was a sinister dwarf among the bandits. One of many who escaped the battle. And it is over. Amos is avenged. Spirit can finally rest. Thank you. Once again, you have proven yourself to be the greatest of friends. Words cannot probably explain the gratitude I feel. I regret that I have nothing as a reward, but my thanks, my friendship, and my courage in battle. You was greater than you know, Dylan. Thank you. Yeah, let us murder some things. Let nobody say that I'm not, thinking things through. I'm sitting around here. There are some options here. Well, there is one option. That is the obvious one. I'm not high level enough, basically. Because the conversations are somewhat more on 2 levels, so... If that is the case, then just going through Charwood would be enough. Put it mildly. But there's also the option that basically the thing is just bugged, because why is the quest already finished in my quest book if I haven't gotten the ring yet? Thirdly, there's an option that I somehow managed to trigger the very old bug, where the ring just fucking disappears from my inventory. Which is a thing, mind you, but this happened in the past. It was supposedly patched quite a long while ago, so it shouldn't actually happen, but... Not saying it's not possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be smart about this. Save again, because now that I have done this, quick save, this one. I will do the duel thing. First, when we start next Friday, we're going to go to the Charwood area, finish up some things here, and see if this is enough. Yeah, but the question is how high does that level need to be? Because if I need to be level 12, I kind of want a level below that. Not very far away from the next level though. But yes. Alternatively, if we can't get it through, going through the Charwood and leveling up once more, then I will have also prepared, 9 I believe, in that case we're going to go for the second route, namely, just spawning the ring in the world and picking up, because actually I think the only trigger you really need is to have finished the quest. The game will assume that you have the ring, and as long as you have it in inventory you can use it, so there's that. So yeah, that shall be how it goes. I shall now excuse myself, because, well, I need to eat some fucking ice cream and, no, fuck it actually, I'm gonna eat some ice cream, then I'm gonna get myself a nice cold beer, because fuck it, I think I deserve one. Then I'm going to sleep a bit, then I'm going to do some more work, and then, well, then I'm going to play more games. Because wicked nice. Wicked nice to me. Well, as for everybody else, well, I shall thank you once again for dropping by. Thanks for staying with me, little William. Your advice has been greatly appreciated. The torture you put me through for those boots, though, I'll remember that. Remember that indeed. Dane's Tale, finished. See, yeah, there it is, Arrow's Tale. It is finished. And... we only released Tommy's Tale, which is the jewel, and I think I find that in Shoma and Charwood, if memory serves. Oh. And we both have been made happy. Great things and stuff. My notes are awesome. I would like to point out. Notes. Great things. And stuff. That sounds like me, yep. Written by yours truly. Literally. I will probably amuse myself with that whenever the fuck I actually go over that. Go like, huh, yeah, that's that thing. But yes, before I start rambling for another half an hour, but my brain tries to figure out how to do this precisely. If I actually find the right codes for this, I will just spawn the ring right where I stand here and basically pick it up, so I have it in my inventory. Then we'll finish the charwood, and should we then get more from Erebeth, good. If not, well, fuck Erebeth then, and I'm just gonna keep my cheaty ring. Screw Erebeth. The grammar. I don't give a shit about my grammar. It's not even my first language. I can murder your language however much I please. You try writing German right now. Come on, let me see that. Let me see that. Let me see the German. You try. Also, I'm pretty sure I wrote this note on like 2, 3 in the morning. Because I think that stream where that was written was a bit later. German is awesome. Panzerkampfwagen 4, Ausführung E. Because we can. Through you. Ah. Now then. I'd like to say good for trying, but still. What's scat is supposed to be? Well, I mean, you know, I wasn't so expecting some barbarians to speak the highest of languages available to the humankind, but, you know, we tried. That is admirable. I do like the look, though. Looks very paladin-y, you know, with the white armor and stuff. It's also the reason why I don't really want to wear any of the other armors, I find. It looks fitting. Hell, though. I tried precisely once to speak that devil of a language, and ever since then I have decided to keep away. Because, you know, that breaks my tongue in many ways. Well then. Okay. If I wait any longer, I'll probably really fall asleep, which is not really a good solution to the question of what we're gonna do from here on out. So, yes. Let me end it here on a peaceful note of, you know, looking at my little Paladina and her very pointy little titties. I'm sure she could murder somebody with it. How is that abomination of a language supposed to be easy? Fuck's sake, I'd rather learn fucking Norwegian or something. That's a pain in the ass. You know, it sometimes sounds a bit familiar, but then again, it's a pain in the ass, especially the written system. Blah, pain. Pointy. Very pointy, even to the point where, you know, you can actually see that there's a nice little triangle there. I have to give it to old games. They do have some of the most funny moments. That nymph, though, was rather special with her little bumpy butt. I shall remember that scene. Oh, well. Actually, let's take a look at Skybox. Skybox is still there. Skybox still looks good. I think that is the sort of picture that you can make a save game to again. Just in case. Raban. Okay. Okay, I could probably save the character, export it into the toolset maybe, and edit it there, but actually, no, I'm pretty sure there's actually somewhere probably a save game editor for this anyway, so meh, gonna take a look at that option too. As I said, I'll be gone now for the moment. I'll be back somewhere tomorrow. If I actually manage it, I will actually try to hang out a bit on the Discord before I start doing things, and we'll see from there. So, you know, if you have anything to add, also, you know, little strategy member, do keep me posted on that Star Wars thingy. Just write me a message or something with what you have character-wise, where you are, and what needs to be done. Basically. Because if you have a fucking max level character, probably not gonna have much in the way of quests left to do and stuff like that, so communication is probably going to be good there. As for the little William, well, I'll at the very latest see you on next Friday, obviously, because it's Neverwinter Nights, and it will be for quite a while. But you know, do feel free to come along for some of the other streams too. Yeah, highly appreciate it. Shouldn't do that. And I mean, from the tutorial to where I am, it takes dedicated playtime like 2 to 3 hours maybe. Yep, you do that. Just pop in, take a look, and you know, if it's to your liking, that's good. If not, no, I'm not trying to force you into anything. Not my style. English rules. I will admit one point. English, as this, the language most businesses and most people can to at least some degree communicate in, because it's basically taught in schools all over the fucking place, is useful. And it's not actually, at least for basic communication, too difficult language, which makes it rather pleasant. It also has a lot of easy things. For example, the English don't really gender their things. And hate on the non-Neverwinter games. You can do that actually, feel free. I mean, if you see a game, if you have an opinion on it, feel free to let me know. I will rip you a new one if you do that when Baldur's Gate is coming along, because don't insult Baldur's Gate when I'm in the room. I'll ban you. That's a bad offense, I would like to point out. It is the most spoken as far as businesses are concerned, mind you, where Spanish has no hold. Well, even the fucking Chinese I had to work with, and I have done secretarial nonsense for a big company at one point. Speak fucking English, because everybody speaks fucking English when it comes to that. And that means I can communicate pretty much with every sort of fucking business in the world. Even your fucking employees in most international companies will have to speak English in internal meetings and have to have basic knowledge to talk with customers. Which means no matter where the fuck I find myself, as long as it's not a backwater place somewhere in the world, I can probably get by with English. I mean, you know, Japan is in the east and even they fucking speak fucking English language. But basically, to be fair, you know, Japan is, to be fair, a bit of a little bitch boy for the Americans. After the Second World War, the Americans were kinda like, well, I'm your daddy now. Here's my belt. If you don't want to feel my belt, stop being a bitch. I think Japan has never really overcome that particular part of the relationship. Well, I'm not saying that every Japanese that you meet in the street will speak perfect, fluent English. That much, well, not. But they do have English lessons in school. So, you know, the children do get an opportunity to learn the basics, which should be enough to at least advise a fucking tourist to, you know, where's the post office? There's the post office. Where's the train station? There's the train station. And as far as businesses go, same as usual, you know. Since they want to be internationally viable as a partner, yeah, they speak pretty well. They have a bit of a funny lisp sometimes because, you know, comes with their original language, I suppose. Meh, doesn't really matter, you know. It was just a very mundane statement about the ability to communicate and why English is a pretty good word. Also because English is, after all, a pretty, comparatively speaking, English is a very easy language compared to other languages that you could potentially learn. I mean, heck, fucking French is more complex because they fucking gender their things, and if you want to speak some nice fucking French, you will have to learn that the moon, yes, the moon, is female. Then you look over to German and it's like, well, no, the moon is actually male. Fuck you. Ah. Well, you know, let's not bash too hardly on another fucking state's school system, especially, you know, if it's one you haven't been part of, because, well, you know, I do know that their system is a bit, it's not the most favored, let's just say. Cracking down on crypto? No, not crypto. Actually, I don't have crypto, so I don't care. Okay, that's out of interest. Yeah. Wait, yeah, there's what isn't there. Hmm. Right. There's Leto. Well. To be fair, I don't really give much of a shit about crypto. You can play with that if you want to, it's your own fucking choice. I'm gonna stop you, but I'm also not going to, prevent you if it goes down horribly. Like, well, surprise. Renshard Rage. I can see my character. I can edit. My character is of age, because my character is 18. Let's not change that, shall we? Not change from that. Classes, skills, feats. Can I change my inventory though? Not like this at least. Well, I could change my gold, but I don't really want to. Classes, skills, that doesn't help me. Feats doesn't help me. Okay, so not like this. I need another, better one, basically. But probably not. So better cheat it is. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Ah, I think I have sit here in silence and trying to read things for long enough. I will now actually push that fucking end button because it gets getting rather ridiculous, to be fair, while you're just staring at a fucking screen when nothing's happening. I will give you like another 5 minutes when I try my luck at this. So, get your discussion to a nice point where you can pause it, or, well, take it to the Discord. There's not much happening, so you have a whole arena for yourself. Wouldn't this actually work? How the fuck did I open the console the last time? It shouldn't just work like this, should it? No, of course not. What was the button for the fucking console? Uh, hmm. Questions. Da, 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 da. Where would you be hiding? Where did I fucking have you? There, you. Where would that be? Not there, apparently. Maybe here? Would you be here? Would you be hiding here? Probably not. Yeah, make it as difficult for me, why don't you? Hmm. Yes, kitty, I know. I'm confused. Well, I'll have to figure this one out on my own at some point. Okay, would that actually work if I just use the ones this? Like, I can't actually see that, can I? God fucking damn it. That's problem. The problem is to actually open the fucking console again. There's a button for that, but question is which one? One of those questions for the ages, indeed. Well, this will require some more fucking googling. So I shall that on my own. Well then, aha. That was it, wasn't it? Console cannot hide from me. Modify all of that nonsense. Modify all of that nonsense. Cheep, cheep, cheep. Nights. Yeah. Now, where is it? The fifth ring. Okay, the question is how to actually write this. One item. Ali, the flash ring. Ah, I'm a genius. I have done it. Well, you look at that. Well, look what lies on the ground there. There it is. Lady Rebirth, Paladin of Neverwinter, gave this ring to one of the city's heroes, as a token of their friendship. Ah, the thick band of gold, inlaid with elven figures, has a look that is both striking and graceful. Ba-dam, 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 ba-dam. I cheated the shit. Now. Not you? Was it you? Was it you? Yes, it was you. You belong in there, and you go in there. Ah, fucking finally. Okay, now I can sleep with peace and quiet, because actually I managed to get myself my fucking ring. And now we go like... And we're back in action. Now, worst case scenario, after we finish this, we end up with 2 fucking rings, but I don't give a shit, actually. Actually, that picture looked nice. Let's recapture that. Safe, 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 safe. Okay, I have done this. Shift to main menu. Now then. I have my ring. I will now get myself... Actually, I think I will first have a beer. So, you know what? Since you're in the middle of a discussion there. Fair point, fair point. Just continue. I'll let you on your course. Basically, for the moment, useful Peter content. I will try to get myself a beer. Also, you know, I will feed the kitty before he starts chewing on me, which I would rather like to avoid. Actually, don't forget, peoples. We may have further discussion, you may have different opinions, that's a fair point. I do try to keep it civil now. But you know, it's kinda how it's supposed to go between civilized people. Ah. Always nice when a problem solves itself, isn't it? Where is that? The crews are playing some Hearts of Iron, that's cool. Damn it, I went so fucking tired, I actually joined them. And that's a statement that doesn't make much sense, though, little stretch. Remember, either he did or he didn't. You can't just halfway do things. That's not really how evoking things work. To be fair. I want to be very pedantic about it, that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Okay. That is that. Actually, I wonder if I just let this run to let you two talk it out. Will this at some point actually cut itself off? I wonder. Yes, Kitty, now it's a good question. That's interesting. I say divergence, the number of viewers. That's interesting. Strange. Very interestingly enough, I never really watched the fucking Twitch side. There's a difference between what the Twitch side says and what the other side says. Strange. Strange indeed. Well, Kitty, I've left you waiting so long. I understand that you are almost starving, of course. Let's not talk about your wobbly stomach, shall we? I shall feed you now. Yes, yes. What a nice song Neverwinter Nights is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, William, I can tell you, he's a Dutch. The worst kind of person. Sorry, strategy. I couldn't help myself. Ah. And when it comes to populism, let the German rather stay quiet. Shall we say it's probably a wiser choice. This debate is taking an interesting turn, doesn't it? See, this stream has changed now from a little gaming stream to a political discussion. The good thing is, me, the host, is not even involved. That's a new format for streaming. I think I'm on the cup of discovering something very new here. I would kindly point out that quite a few countries and quite a few of the younger generations have a political literacy that is beyond amazing, to the point where they don't even understand their own fucking voting system, let alone somebody else's. To just put it very, very, very mildly. But hey. Ooh. Would kinda like to get someone to shout in the background like, round 1, fight. Round 2, fight. Ooh. Or maybe, you know, if both systems would actually try to fail so bloody often and so closely to each other, people would have an easier time differentiating. And so he sits in his little corner, smokes his pipe, listens to Neverwinter Nights music, and reads the very, very different points. Oh, now different, that is not a question. But they're both utopia style things, which is, you know. Communism usually ends up very badly, if tried to imply it. Socialism, if taken to its very extreme, tends to do the same. Blows up. Which is why we normal people usually try to just stay away from such extremes. Things that can only be achieved in utopian views, like if everyone would be a good person, yes. Surely, that would be great for us all. If everybody would be a good person, then, you know, even democracy would be an ideal system to live in. I mean, technically speaking, there are some governments that will claim officially to be socialist, indeed. Most other people would look at them and go like, dictatorships, autocrats, probably, mostly dictatorships. A tinge of fucking autocracy, but well, alas. Yes, and the interesting thing is, whenever somebody claims and then it doesn't work out, suddenly it's not real socialism. I have heard that argument too. If that is the point, then there never will be real socialism, because it seems impossible to do it right. Which means, since it's never going to be done right anyway, that kind of excuses than trying it all over and all over again and failing and failing. Burning millions of people's hard-earned money, life standards and other things along the way. No, it too is a rather old argument, my friend. If you just do it right, but the problem with that right is that that right actually means that everybody needs to play nicely, and that's never ever going to work. That's the whole problem, Joe. At least, you know, the fucking democracy, the people in power, usually will spread out, at least, quite a bit. Then again, you know, you can also do it like America, have a two-party system, which is, by its very nature, a bit flawed. The reason why nobody else actually does it, but that's another debate for another day. Also, just as a service announcement from, well, your guide, streamer, political talk point maker. I'm losing my ability to use language, but that doesn't matter. This stream is not a gaming stream any longer. This gaming stream is ended. I should actually start a new stream just so that this debate go on. Damn it, I don't have a nice background picture though. I would need a nice background picture with two people actually, you know, debating. God damn it, now I want to commission some art for the fucking first time in a long while. At some point I will do that. Just need to find a fucking good artist for that. Hello Kronos, you came at an interesting time. Welcome to my little political debate. I see the left side has gotten some help now with the Kronos. Now we actually need another one on the other side to get this a bit more going. But hey, just to, you know, put you up to speed, the gaming stream is officially over. I'm not even in the game any longer, basically. I just use it as background so we have some nice music to this debate. The debate seems once again to be somewhere between the free market and its value, comparatively speaking to Strategy's opinion that, well, socialism also should be given another chance. It is rather interesting to see this bit, but I will once again remind everyone to, you know, do stay civil. Also, if I see you, little strategy mamba, trying to use the Kronos to gang up on the little William, that also would not be nice. That's not how you debate. Debate needs to be fair, after all. Very important point. I mean, I don't need to remind the Kronos of that because I have absolute faith of him being a decent human being. And so I trust the strategy member to be, don't get too heated, my friend. I know it's easy to get heated in a debate. It's fair. He can. He's his own person, after all. I'm just saying, you know, try to keep it civil, because I do know that people get heated in debates. You do that. I'm actually off, basically. It's like half an hour ago. I just, I wanted to cut it, but then the debate got a bit of speed, and I was like, okay, you can debate this out a bit. I mean, I'm just gonna sit here and drink my beer, because I kinda, you know, just do this, probably going to go to bed once this is finished, because I'm tired as fuck. It's a fucking long week. Actually, since you three are sitting around, you could all go into the VC. Actually, you could hang out there. Could join in for a bit. Then I could go to sleep because I'm fucking tired. I mean, you know, if this is the sort of stream you enjoy, I'm not going to stop. What? I'm not going to stop you. This is a whole new format. I think I'm going to. I don't even know what to dub this. I'm basically giving the platform to have the debate in chat. That's new. That's very new and mind-blowing. No way. What have I created? In my madness, what have I created? Ah. Phew. Seems like everybody has to start on the point where, okay, let's first determine our terms. You know, the more you listen to that, the more it sounds like you're kind of trying to splitting hairs, because, well, the end result would be the same. The power would go to the people, in theory, technically speaking. In theory. Kind of reminds me of the idea of syndicalism, you know? Sounds like such an easy idea. In a legislative sense, it's good. Let's see. That's a Gronor. Oh, hello, Gronor.
How are you going to have these kind of streams when I'm not here?
I don't even know how this started. I just wanted to end my Neverwinter Nights stream, but I cheated an item and I wanted to look this up, and suddenly this is going on. We just started, and then I'm just sitting here and I'm just letting it roll and play out because that's fair. I don't want to, you know, stop them in the middle of the conversation.
William, you're getting vague answers though. Collective welfare distributed equally by a democratically elected government. So you mean taxes? You mean social safety nets such as food stamps, WIC, housing assistance? You mean social security?
Would like to point out, you know, that it would be a lot easier. Everybody would just go into fucking VC and talk. You'd have to type it all out. The time delay is horrible for us. What was the question originally? The real legislative sense are we calling socialism? The legislative sense, you mean in a law sense? Legislative. Yeah. In a law sense.
Yeah, all are fucking terrible programs. Why do you say that? What makes them terrible? We'll stay away for now from the moral point of you saying that it's a terrible idea to feed people who can't otherwise afford food. And also getting away from the fact that the Social Security program is literally one of the most popular programs in the United States history of laws. What makes them terrible programs in your humble opinion?
I do think the debate kind of got derailed into very much from one major conflict into very much minor conflicts along the way. If I read through this again. Oh, interesting.
They tend to.
Yeah. Interesting thing is, I mean, there are aspects of both sides that are actually very important. You do need a certain amount of freedom to the market, otherwise the market will die, which is going to do horrible things to everybody. On the other side, you do need a certain amount of social care for your people, otherwise your people will starve and die, which is not good. But each one taken to its extreme will not work out in the long run. That's the problem. But hey, I'm just here sitting in the middle and going like, okay, I'm for the middle ground. It's kind of Germany's position since, well, I don't know, good 80 years or so.
Sustainable due to life expectancy. That doesn't make any sense. So, how would Social Security be unsustainable considering as to how it's funded by the people paying into it?
It is kind of problem. It's actually a problem that our own pension system suffers from, because the longer people live, the longer they get their pensions, which they paid for, of course, but since there are always more people older and longer living, the system is actually going to the end. It's difficult. It's actually a weak point, because not enough people actually grow after that, produce enough tax money for that particular spot.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. In order to address that issue, well, really, I'm willing to bet I'll be able to address every issue he brings up. And I'm gonna put the disclaimer out there right now that a lot of those issues cannot be addressed by a single solution, as they are the direct cause of other issues that need to be addressed. For example, you talking about people collect 20 years longer than they should, and inflation. Inflation, that's just a problem for anything involving money, period. So anything whatsoever that involves money, inflation is like, that's a universal problem. So anything that you like, inflation's still a bad thing. So that's a moot point. If people and corporations especially were required to pay what they were supposed to pay, and on top of that, our tax system got revamped so that it would work more for us, and we redistributed that tax oppression. I mean, it's single-handedly one of the most well-known accomplishments in the world, and that's not hyperbole.
Don't worry, it's back. It just started itself.
I'm not wrong about that, right? NTS, you're not American. Even you must have learned about FDR's New Deal in your basic history class, right?
Well, yes, but you have to understand. Basically, America is a subject you talk about precisely 3 45-hour units. That's a lot to talk about. So basically, yes, I know the name, but I know the basics. Basically what's written, and that's it.
Right, which is still kind of a substantial amount to know in terms of a set of policies. Like the New Deal, in terms of held up on high kind of policies, it's up there with the Equal Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, and Civil Rights Act. In terms of this was just a good thing, and the only bad thing about it is it didn't go far enough. The New Deal got a lot of roads built, but it made the Depression. But that is 100% not true. FDR getting America out of the Depression and on the road to recovery was what got him elected to his second term. Him continuing to boon America's economy and also doing well overall in World War II is what got him elected to his third term. And need I remind you, this is the only president in American history that has ever served 3 terms, and there's a reason for that. And it wasn't because people felt bad he had polio.
Actually, that reminds me, is there actually a maximum amount of times you can?
2. 2 terms, and it's because of FDR.
I kind of figured, because normally most political systems
and also, how are you going to say he mortgaged America's future when he laid the roadwork and the framework that allowed a generation of Americans to come home from war and cause the greatest economic boom the world has almost certainly ever known? No superpower after World War II had an economy that did as well as ours.
Yes, but most of these superpowers were also very heavily damaged in said war. So, America got basically a better start, to be fair. You kind of have to take that into consideration. The starting positions were very different.
But at the same time, take into consideration before your infrastructure and everything was destroyed by the war.
Yeah, but also our political systems.
You and everybody else took into consideration the sheer productive capability of the United States on a production level, and that's why nobody wanted to fucking bring us in.
Yeah, everybody was actually happy that you were isolated.
So William, I would like some talking points from you on this, You know what? Let's just move on from the New Deal. Actually,
let's try to go back to the same point.
As a whole, we'll address programs because you're just wrong on about Social Security. Is it perfect? No, I do agree there needs to be issues that are addressed. For example, Congress shouldn't be allowed to ever touch those funds. That's a big fucking problem that we've had. There should be a lot more money in Social Security than there is, because when you talk about but people live longer now, and so they're drawing Social Security 20 years after. Okay, there's also, for every one of those, there's 3 that died before they ever got to fucking draw Social Security.
But the problem is indeed, and that's actually
how many working men and women die of because as long as you are on the books as an employee, if we had had the gold standard, it might be viable. No, you're just wrong. Why would gold? Because gold holds no inherent value other than the fact that we say it has inherent value.
Yeah, but that's true for paper money as well.
Well, yeah, that's what we.
It's a
That's
piece of
why we
paper.
decided to just.
We say,
We
okay,
literally decided to cut out the middleman, and that's what a fiat currency is. You do it too. You're no better than us.
I'm not saying that we're better.
The majority of the industrialized world uses fiat currency because we all looked at gold and went, no, there's literally no reason it's valuable, and there's only a finite amount of it.
I mean, to be fair, you know, Europe, we kind of did it on the idea of that we wanted one currency for all
you
of the
think you have
countries.
the right to reach? Do you think you have the right to retire? What does that have to do with anything? And absolutely, you have the right to retire. Gold is an incredible conductor. It absolutely is, and we do still use it for that. You shouldn't base your economy on electrical conductor capability.
I mean, it's a good question,
Otherwise,
Gene.
I mean, why isn't copper based off my economy? I absolutely believe you have a right to retire.
The question is, though, when and after what amount of years of work and paying taxes you would be allowed to retire. Without
Now that's
cuts.
where I believe in the right of collective bargaining, because it should be determined between the worker and the employer, in my opinion, because honestly, not all jobs are created equal.
And normally you have a bit of a system that's like, okay, you have to pay like 40 years in, so you get
Copper
a
wire is
certain
quite
amount out.
valuable. Yeah, copper wire is
cuts.
super valuable, but you're not going to base your fucking economy around it.
The idea is, of course, that, you know, if you do it in a certain systematic way, that there will always be a certain amount of money available to pay out later on, so that's how the system can run. But as I said, you know, the problem is when people actually do get older, and with more science in the medical sector, people actually survive a lot more, get older. Then you need a lot more people actually growing after and starting working and paying into it. Otherwise, the system will collapse at some point. The same with
So if you
healthcare.
worked hard and saved, why can't you retire anyways? Okay, so you seem to be missing a fundamental point of retirement. Retirement is also about rewarding you for potential sacrifices you might have made to generate profits or do a duty. It's to entice you to stay with them and to make whatever you might have had to go through for that job, you know, kind of a thank you.
I think the debate is getting a bit too complicated for
being
one-liners.
a slave for the state. No, that's not what I mean that is partially what it is, yes, but
I mean, you know, by paying taxes, you make yourself a bit of a wage slave to the state because, well, you're paying it. Quite literally. You are
okay, so wage slave, let's determine out. A wage slave isn't just you work for your paycheck and you earn a paycheck. That's not what a wage slave is. A wage slave is you're paid, like you are paid, and generally speaking, you're not going to generally get more than just enough to survive, thus not able to potentially take the time needed to properly find a better paying job or improve your situation. Might as well give me a pat for my breast. I got that too, bro. I'm a veteran. So, do soldiers not have a right to retirement?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the
Example,
state would say yes.
More important, actually, you know what? I will actually make this a little bit more personal, I think. So someone that I can definitely unequivocally say, in my opinion, there's not an argument for the answer no. Do you think postal workers are have a right and are entitled to retirement? Postal workers. And we'll throw garbage truck workers in there. So the two jobs that without them, your society doesn't fucking function.
Fucking sewer cleaners. Just
Your
put them
society,
all
your society does not function without the mail or the trash being ran.
No, mail, trash, sewer system, water systems, electricity systems actually nowadays. If you cut those, the system is going to go fucked. Quickly. Still, do these people get paid?
So you don't think you have a
equivalently?
right to retirement? You don't believe that should be a reward for continuing to do your part to literally keep society running for 20, 25, 30 years, the bulk and majority of your adult life dedicated to helping do a part to keep society running, a part that which few can claim they play. You don't believe that after dedicating the bulk of your life on this earth to doing that cause, you shouldn't be allowed to, receive, a partial paycheck at least,
Well, yeah.
your partial salary, if nothing else, for a thank you for all these years of devotion and dedication.
Yes, you should get at least 70% of your last paycheck as pension for, well, the upcoming future. But even then, that's still not going to be much, considering that you're not going to earn very much high wages. We have a very strange system where the higher your degree is, the higher your payment is, the higher your after that pension is, which is, to be fair, I can understand it because you have invested more time in your credentials and stuff.
Yes and no. Now,
but
now
no,
we'll get. Now
I really don't. I really don't understand
I'm
though.
gonna stop you right now. I'm gonna stop you right now because you're on the verge of bringing us into a whole separate topic. Because again, remember what I said at the beginning of this. Remember the disclaimer. Many of the issues that you're going to bring up, William, and that we're going to discuss are not going to have a simple solution. And in fact, in order to solve those issues, whole other separate issues would have to be solved. So I'm going to nix you right now, Incius, before you get us into one of those whole other separate issues.
You actually kind of took, because I kind of wanted to make a nice little cut to bring the
Don't take
point
my money
down.
in the first place, because if I'm smart, I can use it better than the government. Okay, so let me ask you this, William. How do you feel about the United States Constitution? And this is a serious question. Do you believe that everything within the Constitution is law as written?
As if anything is law as written, to be fair.
Well, no, because there's a difference between written, that's how you get around laws, isn't it?
Do you know what a lawyer does? He interprets law. Yeah, that's the point. You have the written law, then you interpret it as you make your argument.
Germans are notoriously good at this.
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of how it is supposed. The legislative makes the law, then your judicative act is reading the law.
If you don't have laws, you don't have a society.
Yeah, but that's kind of why we have the whole. We actually separate the powers from each other. We have the one part that actually makes the law, then we have the other part that interprets the law, then we have the other part that executes the law. There's a reason why we try to actually keep those, separated. For good reason.
The Constitution is a pretty good document. Cool. Well then. I hate to tell you this, but taxes are constitutional authority. It is written in the Constitution that Congress shall have the power to levy and collect taxes. So, sorry,
how
taxes are defected. And funny you should ask that, because we tried to do it with an honor system. It was called the Articles of Confederation, and it turns out we would have never had a standing military because we didn't even have enough money to start paying our debts, much less start paying our army.
Yes, obviously.
Turns out if you give people the option, they just won't pay you.
It's like, wow, surprise. People are not good by nature. If they can get away without paying, they will. Yes. If I leave my store unattended, what do you think will happen? You don't need to be,
I'm just saying. Like, it's that simple.
That's basically
now, if you think that part of the Constitution should be changed, now you're getting into a whole other issue. Cool, then let's start debating what amendments to make and what changes to make to the Constitution. Because I'm game if you are, and I bet you I can come up with a lot more popular ones than you.
And honestly, I have the feeling I will be sitting here for like the next 3 hours drinking beer.
Oh man, Incius, it's funny because you picked the best week, man. It's been a very long week. I've got a lot of pent up aggression, and while I'm not going to be rude or degrading or anything, it's just nice to have a place to direct the energy.
That's all I'm asking for, is that people stay somewhat civil, because
I will.
In a debate, I know, in your case, I have no doubt that you will, and I do trust the other two to be
I'll say my brand of civil, which admittedly varies on person to person.
Yes, but
dueling is going back in if I'm in charge. No, I'm good.
No personal attacks, please, and all of the usual nonsense. Come on, we all had debates in our time, and as long as we all stay somewhat civil, there's no problem.
I went in for the discussion for the same reason. I get it, Strat. Sometimes we got it. Sometimes we go looking for a fight.
well, don't see it as just a fight. See it as a bit of a,
Well-
friendly sparring match, basically.
My personal usage of the word and definition of fight in this place is a little unique to me, admittedly. I'm good on the dueling. Actually great people have been killed because they couldn't turn and shoot fast enough. I'm good. That's just a dumb thing. If you are so sensitive that you can't handle being insulted and you want to kill the person insulting you, in fact, you're a reason we should maybe start looking at changing some things in the Constitution.
Maybe, who was it? I think it was it Machiavelli that was like, well, you basically have two options of humans. A slight insult will lead to grave revenge from them, or you make sure they will never take revenge on you again. So there's some precedence for the idea, that either absolute violence or shut the fuck up. Human beings. They can be
I would
somewhat
offer you an
petty.
alternative to dueling. Either what? Soon? Yeah. Soon, yes. Okay. But
I wonder.
it's more
actually.
civilized. It's more civilized, if you ask me. If you think it's more civilized to fight someone to the death than to battle them in the marketplace of ideas,
Okay, where's the first thing
you
that
just
pops
shouldn't
up?
be
Yeah,
allowed to be
that's
in
right.
charge of anything. I would say non-lethal fights, definitely not to the death. That's not a duel.
I mean, technically speaking, a duel is just a
Join
match
a fencing
between
league, then, bro.
just a
Join
match
a
between two
fencing
people.
league.
It's,
Oh wait, that was strategy that said that. I thought that was William. My bad.
yeah, you have to keep your people straight. Can I find a nice little thing to? No, that doesn't seem fitting.
What makes you think food stamps are bad, William?
Let me see.
Why is feeding the poor bad?
I don't think really anybody is really
I'll let you
disagreeing.
choose swords. I'll let you choose swords or pistols. I want to. You realize you wouldn't be. I'm an 11 Bravo. I'm a U.S. Army. I'm a U.S. Army infantryman. Difference
Swords
between
or
me and you
pistols?
is I've been shot. Is that I've been shot at, and I'm not impressed. So that's something I want to go do again.
I mean, it kind of
I
depends
also
on what
take great.
shoots
I
you.
also
but,
take great. I also take great pride in verbally embarrassing and humiliating people. So I prefer to do that anyways. Because it turns out if you can just make somebody realize they're wrong, or just show everybody else that they're wrong, it's kind of satisfying. So swords then? Like dicks? Do you mean like...
I'm pretty sure he means actually steel swords,
'Cause if we're
which I
fighting
wouldn't
with- if we're
advise
fighting
actually.
Because if we're fighting with dicks, I want to joust. I'll joust you. If you don't know what that is, it's you both get hard-ons, and you just run at each other, and the first one to get poked has the smaller dick. I bet you get poked first. Who am I kidding? I'll probably get poked. I'm sure you do.
I would probably avoid all of the poking. Yes.
I have a pike, not on my hand. Is that it? Wait, so it's like really long and thin? Is that what that means? Because like that's
The
no
pike
shame.
has usually compared.
he's
A lance
saying?
has a very thin tip, but the pike
I thought the
actually has
lance was
something.
thick.
The lance is thick at the beginning, but it's basically the one you use for jousting, for actual jousting, on horseback.
Yeah. Short spear Wakanda forever. You know who I've learned to have a lot of respect for? Guys with the tuna can dicks. It's real short but like really wide. They've learned that like they got something there. They got something they can work with there. I had a buddy in the army that was his dick. It was like a tuna can.
Where can I find what I'm looking for?
Anyway, so back to the topic. Now that the mood's been a little lightened, why is feeding the poor bad? Why are food stamps bad? Why is WIC bad? Actually, I'll tell you. Let's ask that. I'm somebody who's on WIC right now. Thanks to government assistance, I am not going to go fucking bankrupt because of the amount of milk this baby drinks.
Still haven't heard.
While we have this debate in CS, we could also you want to casually fight World War One?
Usually would do, but I'm actually so tired. I'm so much drifting away. I'm making a thumbnail in the background. Hear that?
Promote single motherhood? No, it doesn't.
It doesn't really go well.
That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't promote single motherhood because I promise you, Wick isn't worth it. Also, neither me nor my wife are single mothers.
That would be kind of difficult in your case to be a single mother.
That's just factually incorrect, and I would challenge you to show me how it has any. I would challenge you to show me any basis in the foundation of fact that statement is in. Welfare. That's what that is welfare. WIC is welfare. Food stamps is welfare.
Well, I mean, how is it bad to have a father that get damaged? That is bad. That's not a question. You answered your own question, little strategy there. If you wanted to point out, generally speaking, how is
Oh
it?
no! I think I see what strategy's saying. He's, a lot of single mother. He's arguing like be a single mother or, stick around with an abusive deadbeat.
Yes, but not every
Whereas
mother
I
in
was
the world
more
is
I was more interpreting William to be like, women are just going out to get pregnant so they can just get food stamps, which you won't get. That's not how you get. Like you might qualify for WIC.
I mean, generally speaking, though, the amount of
But again,
single parent
WIC
households have increased.
Yeah,
Actually,
women can have
that is
children and
true.
get a check from the government instead of marrying. Really? Because my wife never got a check. And again, you're being completely overgeneral about one specific aspect of what falls under the umbrella of welfare. Again, food stamps are welfare.
Well, yes.
WIC is welfare. Disability is welfare.
Yes, but a certain amount of welfare is kind of needed. I mean, if you have a disability and you actually not fault, you have an accident, then yes, the state should actually. I mean, you will not get riches, of course, but you will get enough to fucking live. That much should be expected in a normal society, of course.
Yeah. And again, William, you're not unemployment either. No, you're just wrong there. Unemployment is.
I mean,
lives.
there will always be bad cases. Yes, I'm pretty sure there will be someone who misuses the system.
Absolutely, there's always going to be. No matter what the system is, someone will learn how to abuse
that is going to be the case. The question is then that you have to ask as a government, or as any state, is how many actually are there?
William, that's how unemployment fucking works. Companies have unemployment insurance that they pay into.
They should,
which is. No, yeah, like a lot of most companies are required by law. Like if you have employees, you have to have unemployment. If you have I don't remember if it's just I think it depends on the state, but at minimum, if it's a certain number, like once you have a certain number of employees, you're required by law to pay to get unemployment insurance.
Where is my little picture? There it is. Now I need to edit you.
So
you need to look different.
Your problem with unemployment is that it exists unless it works exactly the way it actually currently works. State disability for Down syndrome. Well, you're pro-choice. And why shouldn't people get disability for Down syndrome? It prevents those people from going into the workforce. But also that disability keeps them alive and also keeps money into the economy, which still stimulates the economy. So I'm not seeing a downside.
Have actually capitalized.
I'm actually getting a little bit bored with this, NCS. You're gonna get to go to bed soon because he's just spouting off what makes him feel upset without giving any kind of reasons or facts as to why these things could potentially actually be bad. And when he does say something, it's just misogynistic, like, oh, well, it just lets women go out and get pregnant and get a check because that's what women want to fucking do. They just want to, have have to deal with the child for the next 18 years for a check that will actually amount to less than if they got a job.
I mean, you know, I will say this: there will always be cases like this. Yes.
You're not giving any actual fact
Need a fucking picture.
at
Shit.
all. I'm saying if the government didn't take people's money, they would take care of people around them. If they could afford to give mercy, no, they wouldn't, because there's greedy people like you that say that, well, it's my money and it's mine, and I have no obligations to contribute to the society that I live and benefit.
First and foremost, everybody will feed themselves, and then we might be thinking about
Because then rich people own the public roads.
they will,
And they decide who drives on it, and then you pay to drive on it more than you do now.
taxation.
He's politically illiterate. Yeah, he's just not like my brother because he has another chromosome.
There's a where is it?
Imagine those women they can do it all. That's just not
It just
true.
looks nice
Like,
enough.
have you ever questioned anything that Alex Jones or Ben Shapiro tell you? Or did you just listen to them and Paul Joseph Watson and just were like, all of this makes perfect sense?
Well, you do know that such assumptions are also not considered polite normally.
Absolutely. But I mean, that's what I've heard all of this. That's what I've heard that's what all of this is. It's the exact same talking points of just completely unfounded, feelings-based, regressive policies. They're not based on any science. They're not based on any facts. It's I don't like with the wham and having equal everything. Doesn't matter that women weren't allowed to get a credit card in their name without our husband's permission until the 70s or 80s in America.
I think that's pretty much as long as they couldn't get a job around here without their husband's permission. This shame.
No. It's not like they make up 50% of the population. Why should they get 100% of the equal say?
There are so many difficult points. As I assume this is... Yeah, that's going to splinter into many little things, isn't it?
No, actually, this is going to degrade quite rapidly because, again, now that I realize there's not going to be an actual point to be made here.
I have made a new thumbnail.
Any debate to be had with this person, I could just save my time and energy and quickly post a lot of the links that would just disprove everything that he's saying rather quickly. And I believe he would read those and believe them as much as I believe he would listen to anything I have to say. You're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Exactly. Well, war on poverty. Well, strategy in America, you see, back after the Great Depression, they declared a war on poverty, which is suddenly when we got a lot of fucking, social safety nets and economic programs. It did a lot of good. And they didn't keep it going because instead they decided to shift gears a few decades later and declare the war on drugs. There's now more single mothers than in the last 50 years. Citation needed.
I'm pretty sure that is actually true for
And
most
also
parts of the world, actually.
because I actually believe that, but I want a citation because I bet you right there in there I bet you in whatever source he sends, it's either going to be super duper biased or it's going to have right in front of his face the context to the reasoning.
The households.
And the voice rate is high.
In the US.
Sounds like a men problem. Why are men shitty?
20. Hey, come on, not all men are shitty.
You're right. But I get as much right to say that it's the man's fault as he does just blanketly without fact or citation say it's the
I
women's
can
fault.
tell you that around, according to most statistics, 15.3.1 million children living in single mother households in the United States. And about 3.27 million children living with a single father. That is actually fucking massive. It did grow over the last years, to be fair, since the 1970s when statistics were upheld to... Not the highest, actually. It kind of goes lower again, but the highest point was in 2012, apparently. Which, to be fair, has a lot to do with the fact that you actually do have some social security, so you can actually consider raising a child on your own, be that as a father or as a mother. And that's actually something we should be proud of, actually. It means you don't have to stay with a shitty partner that is going to be horrible for your child, but you can actually do that, but... Well,
yeah, I agree.
Of course, it also has... It has its
And
advantages.
90%, and it's 90% of the women are college educated. That doesn't make... So 80% are by women, but 90% are by women. Like, learn how to speak.
I mean, you know, this is actually the main problem. If you have one
sounds
person
like a poverty
talking
problem.
and you have another person writing, you will you will
Well,
always have a
no,
certain
I understand
room.
that, but like,
You need to give the some, you know, some slip for that at
oh
least.
no, I'm on at this point. I'm only being civil because out of respect for you. Normally, I would have already long degraded into very satirical points.
And I do appreciate it. I do like to keep things on a civil level. It's just me. I like my peacefulness. That's me in a nutshell. Actually, that's an interesting question. Do actually divorces by gender? That's actually something I'm interested in. It's an interesting point.
You'll find the southern U.S. is probably has a lot of divorces too.
So it actually does seem that women are more often the ones who actually
And
go.
also, like, I don't know, like, I'm not here to fucking defend
Interesting.
how many. Like, I don't care the percentage
Interesting.
of overall women.
I know. I just was interested if they actually are statistics on
like,
that.
he keeps framing this as a bad thing, and I do not care. It's not a bad thing. I don't fucking care. All right? Nobody should be forced to stay in a marriage ever. I don't care.
By state. Interesting. I mean, you know, it is interesting to look at such statistics.
No, if you want to look it up, it's because you're interested. That's fine. But it is not a point. It is not a point to be made because there is no point. Like, who the fuck? Do you think they should be forced to stay in the marriage? Is that what you're hinting at, William? So you think they should be treated as, because if that's what you're saying that they should be treated as second-class citizens. Do I believe in child support? Yeah. Yup.
I mean, it does take two people to make children, so two people should be responsible for children. That much makes sense.
Why do they have a child they can't afford? That's not how everything works all the time, and you know it.
I mean,
shit happens,
yes.
shit changes. Maybe when you get pregnant, you can't afford it.
I mean, you know, it does happen in the spur of the moment. You have a bit of a fun time. You might be a bit tipsy, and you know, before you know it, you're in there doing your thing, and you're kind of like, oh shit, there's no rubber. Happens quite often. I know quite a few people.
Maybe you have a child. Maybe you plan to have a child, and everything's going good, and you have a child, and then bam, a worldwide pandemic hits.
Can happen, yes. I mean, yeah. But, you know, there's so many... The problem is we have social, we have ecological, we have worldwide reasons. We have so many reasons that actually play into all of this.
Child is one, and the amount of child may avoid to be born.
Honestly, I don't think we can make this down to just one thing.
And I'm not... I don't... No, we're not even... I'm not even making a case for abortion, and we're going to stay away from that topic on NCS's channel.
I mean, it's a hot button topic, and I kind of would like to stay away from that for good reason.
And there's a lot of hot button words that get thrown around.
Yes, mostly because I have not seen even one single debate about this particular topic that has not devolved into a shouting match, basically.
I am talking the child can be abandoned. See, so you're just a bad person.
Come on. What was it called? I have forgotten the term. Shit. Too giant. Can't we debate at a time that's
I would
not in
also,
German?
and I would also like to point out that I am a mod wave. So if you start trying to push lines, I'll just time you out, or I'll just ban you. And NCS doesn't know how to do it quickly, how to undo it quickly. So
That is
it'd
true.
probably beat you three. It'd probably be tomorrow before he figures it out.
It might be the cash, but then I would be angry at you, little Kronos, and you don't want that now, do you?
So people shouldn't be allowed to be bad. Not in this chat.
No, I'm not saying people are not allowed to be bad. I'm saying too is...
No. I'm making a point.
Okay.
Think of it as a warning from your one and only mod.
Last time I checked...
And I'm sure you are, I suppose you are, in the philosophical sense, allowed to be a bad person. I'm allowed to ridicule you, and society is allowed to
if you weren't
treat you
allowed to
harshly
be
as a result of
a
it.
bad person in a debate sense, you would never actually get many of the more difficult points actually talked about. Let's not forget that. And
So, if you're allowed to be a bad person in the debate sense, I'm allowed to.
yes, but that should still help you above
Support minimum
what's the
wage.
term?
Yes.
Ad hominem?
I feel like this is just going to be you asking me, "Hey, do you support basic shit needed?"
Well, to be fair, you do that too. You also be like, do you want this? Do you want this? I mean,
Yeah,
from my point of view,
I
you both
feel
seem
like
to be having a lot of fun.
This dab is way too small. I need a much fatter, dabbier dab. I'm gonna kill myself with this dab. It's time to hit that sewer slide in the sky.
Don't kill yourself, please.
Strategy. Do you support human rights?
Well, that depends on the human rights. If they're against Germans, then no.
Oh wait, we're Germans.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was some supposedly human rights debated at some point that would quite literally go against Germans. And our tendencies to do horrible things to other people, to be fair. But yes, a philosophical sense.
Like winning a box around poverty. No, well, here's the thing: the minimum wage should be enough to, raise a family on, like it was when it was instigated. Working very hard to build France's air force.
But then again,
at least get the technology.
Also kind of was a time when you could basically
You don't think
on a
it weakens
single
the economy? Absolutely not. Here's the thing: when normal people get money, they spend it. So it doesn't weaken the economy. It stimulates the economy. The minimum wage stimulates. Should it be though? It absolutely should be. Yes.
You do need to have a certain balance.
We are the wealthiest nation on earth. You shouldn't be able to work 40 hours a week and not support your family.
Yeah. Honestly, I think most nations actually have a problem of the changing times because, when many of these laws actually came into practice, you could basically, with a single income, support a whole family. That's how different the times are.
Right.
Fucking crazy.
And again, now you get into other issues that need to be addressed.
Yeah. This debate could literally take decades if you let it run, because we could roll up the whole fucking history, start at the very beginning, go to the modern days, and we will still have questions open.
Remember Henry Ford making them work hours shorter and up the economy. Yeah, he wanted to pay them enough so that way they could afford to buy one of his cars.
Which does make sense from a, company's viewpoint.
And a lot of them did. Eventually, first they went out and, bought a house.
Not a bad investment, generally speaking.
Because turns out it was the minimum. Turns out they paid them enough that they could qualify for loans and shit, and so the quality of their life improved, and so they wanted to keep working for Henry Ford, and they worked for him happily for a long time.
Actually, now that I think about it, let me just check something. Yeah, actually, I do think I can say this quite literally. This has been my most popular stream. Viewer-wise.
I believe in a week's work for an honest life. A minimum wage can't keep up with the times. Okay, so your issue isn't with minimum wage. Your issue is that minimum wage need to keep up with the times, and I agree. Cool. Yeah. We agree on something. Next point.
I mean, why wouldn't you? It's not like you're completely...
You and man, I know, because he actually just doesn't believe that the minimum wage should be a thing. He believes it should be abolished, is what he's hinting at.
But he hasn't said that yet, now has he?
That's why I'm willing to gamble.
See, if you imply what the other person is trying to say, that will lead to misunderstandings.
No, it's with there being a minimum wage.
Okay, now he said it. Now we can actually take this point and go like, okay.
I run these circles so much.
See, I don't, which is why I give everybody a fair chance.
I know, but I'm at a certain point, I've got shit to do. Like I can fast forward the conversation a little bit.
Yes, I do love it. The guy who just randomly drops by and is like, "Hey, I'm going to join this conversation." It's like, I have shit to do.
And then button mash through the dialogue to get to the point.
You play a visual novel quite digitally, and you start the game, and you're like, "Okay, where's the skip button? Where's the skip button? Where's the skip button?"
Do you want companies illegally and do slave labor because they can't get a different job and be desperate? Yeah, pretty much he was. If you don't like it, get a better job, right? If you're homeless, just build a house.
Yeah, but it would be that easy, everybody would do it. I would like
that.
Well, I mean, yes, if the land is free and not owned by anyone, then you might actually be able to build a hut on it. If you want to build a house, like, by German standards, you probably need a bit more.
Well, I guess you just didn't want to not be homeless that bad.
Well, I mean, yes, even I could get a bit of a shack going, but everything above that, I'm not too sure. I could reasonably do that. At least not to a decent standard.
Exactly, there it is. It's still the same. How much to anything different? Again, so the minimum wage should keep up with the times.
I mean, technically speaking, nobody should work at a job that only pays minimum wage for long term. You should actually be somewhere else.
No, that's not true. Some people have to.
I mean, it does happen, yes, but it shouldn't be the end all. Technically speaking, we should try to improve.
And again, I will state this point anytime you guys want to get into blah 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 blah. No, this is the wealthiest nation on earth. Yes, if you want to stay at that minimum wage, and first of all, nobody would stay at minimum wage forever because after a certain amount of time they would get raises.
Difficult context of how much is a company supposed to pay you and how much is it willing and able to pay you according to their own numbers. Now, of course, a company will always lie when it comes to that because they're not stupid and greedy, to be fair. I mean, what's a company at the end of the day? It's a construct to make money off, first and foremost. Do not have any doubt there. It's not a social construct. It's not there to provide you with social services.
No, but money is a social construct.
Well, to a certain degree, yes, because we have agreed that this is the currency we use. If we have used other currencies, we have used, shells and stuff. It's the same concept. It doesn't have any initial value to it. We just assign it value.
It is, but it isn't. It is, but it isn't. It is the same concept. It is not the same. But what you are talking about is a far more fair system, and that is bartering. But it's also a far more unfair system.
Yes,
because it's bartering.
It's bartering. That system, I mean, at least in this society, we can actually give people money, we can help people out, technically speaking. In a bartering system, there's a lot less motivation to do that even. Because, well, if I have all the stuff, why the fuck should I?
It's true, most Americans move through different income brackets in their life. And that's another thing, William, that I don't think, and I'm willing to bet the people you listen to don't ever talk about and haven't thought about. The income brackets are not up to date and do not reflect reality.
Then the first thing you should do is actually get fucking actual numbers now, shouldn't it be? That should be rather important. Now that I think about it.
Because then that wouldn't require, but to do that would require you to get a bunch of other extra numbers about what it is and what it costs financially to survive and live in America, because once you change those brackets, you have to adjust what the number is for the bare minimum to qualify as living in poverty.
I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to define that by a reasonable standard.
Because there's a lot of, poverty is a spectrum.
What about the Engel coefficient? We have that in Germany. It's not that fucking hard to do.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Look up the number for what it is to be what America considers living in poverty by the numbers right now. Okay. I think it's something like 19,000 a year.
America,
which is ridiculous.
Line, I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, I guess.
Poverty guidelines do we have the new ones for 2020 already? I don't think so.
France is going to lose this war.
Well, that's good for me. I hate France.
I'm France. Fuck you. German, actually, you would be quite
States
proud.
except Alaska and Hawaii. Yeah.
Can I derail this for just a second?
Sure.
To tell you about this, because you really would be quite proud of what happened to me.
Tell me.
So I spent. I finally got around today. Hold on, William. I'm stopping this for a moment. If I have to, I will time you out, because I'm not gonna have my ADHD sidetracked because of you. But so I've actually been waiting all day to tell you about this since I finally got around to booting up the Great War mod.
Oh.
All right, for Hoy.
Mm-hmm.
And this wasn't for any given point. This was just something to be busy while I was sitting around thinking about some shit and trying to get the baby to nap and just generally planning out some future shit, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I was like, fuck it, yeah, I'll just be France and just like, nah, I'm not gonna. I don't necessarily probably don't plan on doing any. I'm just gonna prepare for the war.
Mm-hmm.
And I did. War kicked off on schedule. Fucking well, amongst the frontline fighting, as I'm trying to get like some 5. Wait, how many armies do I have on the field right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 armies mobilized, and like, you know, get them with some momentum under them.
Mm-hmm.
I guess since I hadn't been paying attention to the Navy stuff, I hadn't realized that my Navy that I had sent to patrol the English Channel had been beaten back. And so the Germans landed an army right behind me. They landed at what the fuck is that? Dunkirk?
Dunkirk. Dunkirk.
Okay. D-U-A. That's just the foreign spelling, I guess, or the proper spelling.
Probably yes.
Yeah.
That's
French. So y'all just instead of the British retreating through Dunkirk, the Germans invaded through Dunkirk. And now control the majority of France. Paris is long since fallen.
I'd imagine so.
The bulk of my armies are fucking dying.
A truly nasty defensive war then to fight. Oh boy.
No, fuck that. Germany decided that they were just gonna jump straight into shock trooper tactics.
Yep. Sounds like something
they were
Germany
like,
would
fuck
do.
all this land war bullshit. And I was starting to get a little bit of momentum. Like their front line was starting to show some cracks. They hadn't gotten entrenched yet. I already started like getting some advantages in the field. No, they were like, fuck it.
Sounds like Germany. Sounds like Germany, all right.
And I've just launched an entire all-out assault towards Paris, hoping that at least maybe this way my front line will advance. I've lost almost an entire army. Well, an entire like army group is not doing great.
I imagine. It's a pain in the ass. But hey, the most interesting war support like this, from the brink of destruction, basically. That can be kind of fun.
Well, my downfall was that like France needed a lot of industrial work before the war began.
Yeah, France was somewhat unprepared for that to happen.
fucking roads weren't the issue. I needed those supply lines upgraded.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the usual idea is roads, railroads, and everything else basically after that, because as long as you start with a decent amount of war factories, military factories, yes, military factories, you wouldn't not have that many problems, honestly, but if you can't get your supplies to your troops, and if you don't have the necessary manpower to actually supply, that's actually a problem I have with Bulgaria. Basically, in all aspects, I should have beaten Bulgaria in our little last session easily. But I can't supply my men. I'm losing units left, right, and center, because I can't supply them. So, you know, with each and every single month, I'm losing a unit here, a unit there, until there's no one left. Because, you know, I just can't fucking supply them. That's the whole fucking point. So, you know, supplies, men, and as long as those two things actually run, you can hold for a fucking long time. Pretty much any front line. I mean, imagine how fucking long I held out against the Russians with just sheer manpower and a decent amount of streets and railroads. Those do get bombed though, which is a pain, and when they get bombed you have to repair them, and then they get bombed again, and you have to set your fighter planes because it's a pain in the ass.
So before I hop out of this voice call, just if nothing reason else, to give you the mercy of being able to go to sleep.
Mercy on my soul.
What did you find for the poverty level?
Well, the 2021 poverty guideline for the 48 contiguous states and the District of Columbia is for one person $12,880. For two persons, $7,014,420. And, well, it basically raises a little bit until you are at 8, which is, for 8 persons, it's $44,660. After that, it just adds 4,500 basically per person, which is not much, mind you.
Right. And not doable.
Now, if we take those 12,800, we could just divide that by 12 and
No, just real quick. Hey, real quick. So take the number for one person, right? Write it down real quick.
Mm-hmm. I have.
Okay. Now then, Google average, just I guess average cost of living USA.
Average cost of living in the good old-fashioned US of A. The average monthly living expenses
gives us a total number, so we don't have to look up this stuff individually.
In the USA are 3,100, which is 38,266 per year, if you add just the average cost per month. For a single person.
What was that first number?
You need
12,000.
You get 12,888 for the
before you hit poverty.
Yep, and you need.
But you need how much? What's the bare minimum you need to even survive?
Per year, the average living cost in the United States is 38,266. To be fair, average living expenses is not necessarily a good guideline, as according to what is written here.
Okay. So let's. How would we look this up to even favor it a little bit on the lower end?
That's what I'm trying to look up right now. Yeah, the average living expense.
Average though. No, yeah, it's higher in some areas, lower in
others.
Cost
of living. What's expenses for housing,
but 12,000
utilities,
is federal,
transportation,
so
food away from home.
It's supposed to cover the average. That's the thing.
Let me take these numbers and edit it a little bit, because I'm pretty sure you
literally need
can.
to up the poverty line. No, exactly. But we're getting their strategy. We're gonna back that up. We're gonna back up your claim with numbers, facts, and logic. Because facts don't care about the feelings.
Let's do it the German way and actually reduce this by what we would consider to be a bit of wasteful spending.
How about this? How about this? Average cost of a one-bedroom apartment in the United States.
Yeah, but it would just take rent, and you kind of have to take a bit more into that.
Well, no. That's we're gonna start with that. We're gonna start with rent.
The problem is it's always going to be averages, and averages are already.
Well, I mean, but a one-bedroom is about as cheap as you're gonna get, and we're not looking for the cheapest you can get, because that's not the point. That's not how you get. That's not how you decide on a federal level what poverty guidelines should be, is it? You have to go by the average, don't you?
Yeah, you have to always go by the average. It's the problem, actually. You only really get those in Germany. Well, nobody cares
We're gonna
about
have
Germany.
things
in this
like
case.
gas, water, light costs. No, yeah, that's the thing. No, but and we have to cover. We have to add in food. We have to add in, transportation to and from work.
Well, yeah, I think
At
actually
the end of the.
that's what they take into the whole living
How about this? How about
expenses.
this? Just look up what is the average cost of living for one person in the United States. That's as close as you're going to get.
Average one person.
That's why there shouldn't be a federal average.
Living
No, it definitely should be. Big gum too big.
cost
You're wrong.
USA.
If it was up to the state, there might not even be a poverty line, and that it's just going to lead to American citizens dying in squalor, and you shouldn't be okay with that.
But there's this one. Now let's cut this
You
down.
shouldn't be
to
okay with
size.
big corporations profiteering off of the deaths of the poor.
We can probably reduce that a bit. We can take that away because that is unnecessary spending. Lead to Germany at least. Healthcare is important. Health insurance is relatively important. I would very much say so. We can cut this by half.
But you have to take that off. Like no. If you're living in the poverty line, you cannot afford healthcare.
And I'm just going with the averages. I'm trying to make a bit of a line here. So basically, what
You
would
can
you
just-
play as an average?
You can just eliminate the healthcare cost entirely in your equation.
Okay, if I take the
Because as somebody who's been
healthcare-
who couldn't afford healthcare, I'm telling
Okay.
you, all we do is pray.
And you also don't have insurance to pay. Because that will make sense. The health insurance. Then gas is probably something undebatable. You need gas, but obviously.
Yes.
Household supply, clothing, obviously, education, pretty much all of the costs that would usually be there. Now let's make this times 12.
No, when you're poor, your healthcare is hopes and prayers. Yeah, and a lot of home remedies. And if you have a medical emergency, you're on the hook for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, if I cut this down, you would end up around per month what's that number? 3,900 and a few. If I take this times 12, you have, well, for a year you would have to pay 47,832, but that's an average for the average. Just kinda a problem, honestly. Which example did you take? You take New York and Indianapolis.
Because I mean, you're
Interesting.
quite good with you're quite good with numbers, right? Like that's kind of something that you've done before, I guess.
I mean, yes,
Sure,
to some degree.
So, I know you're really tired, so don't do it tonight. But if you just get bored and decide, you know what, I want to run some numbers for funsies. I challenge you to try to find a way in which the average any one person can actually survive within that means of 12,000. Because remember, and the reason why this poverty line number is so important is because like the poverty line kind of dictates, and your relevant level to the poverty line is what dictates your qualification for that social safety net.
I mean, it kind of really comes down there.
Which is why that number is so important. He doesn't believe there should be a federal line because he doesn't believe there should be social safety nets at all.
I mean, I'm just
So
looking
we're
at
not
some
even-
numbers.
I'm not even debating. I'm not even entertaining or debating him anymore. I'm more just intrigued in prodding your interest in the numbers of the matter, so you can see for yourself. At least until you decide you're sick of this shit and you decide you want to go to bed.
I mean, I'm just sitting and I'm looking at different sites. The problem is, it's really hard to find trustworthy sources for good average numbers.
And honestly, that's the one you're gonna have to go to off of are the federal sites.
You know what? I will do the following. I'm
But
actually.
they also source their numbers. But I mean, like, and if you're like, oh well, their numbers are gonna be biased, I'm not gonna trust them.
What I'm going to do is
Look all you want, but at the end of the day,
I'm going to do the German
just not
thing.
gonna-
First things first, I'm going to get myself a second beer because fuck this shit. I can't look at these numbers without a second beer.
Ah shit, I done got you interested, man.
Yeah, that's actually
Now you're
interesting.
intrigued.
Give me a second.
So safety nets eliminate residual. I'm strategy. If you want to keep entertaining them, like I'll entertain your strategy, but I'm just done with them. I was hoping for some actual good points to be made. Actually, when I came in, I heard Intia say something about having heard some good points. So if Intia's actually heard some good fucking points, I'm willing to entertain what he thought. I'm improved if there was no debt system, and they were being forced to be paid off by debt collectors who would take away people.
I still want to point out, you know, I'm sitting here running numbers like it's my fucking job, and it's still my most popular stream. Yes.
Isn't running numbers actually your fucking job?
Now then, let's start with the obvious. We're gonna do the reverse thing and actually take our poverty and divide it. Okay.
So yeah, my wife came in here about 30 minutes ago and asked me to take the trash out. I'm gonna take that trash out really quick. I'll be right back.
You take that trash out, and I'm just going to put my things in order because they scared you. Let's see, what did I miss? So safety nets eliminate the easy purpose. I think it's actually really interesting for somebody like me who sits in the middle between both points and goes like, yes, both sides actually do have arguments, although system can't exist without some of both. And some security does need to be there, otherwise people will not have peace of mind, but too much of that and people will somewhat fall back. It's never a good idea to let the wife become a angry wife. Now let me see, if we take that poverty line, actually let me once again double check that poverty line and see if we can get more accurate data on that. Shall we? Because
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so that's that. Let me see the statistics for the poverty line in the right. Let's see here.
You should just change your title to run into the numbers.
I probably
I'm
should.
playing. I mean, to be fair, you should, and probably change category to just chatting. Otherwise, people are gonna come in here like, "Oh, Neverwinter Nights, great."
Let's look at just the basic bitch screen there. Like, interesting.
As we run account and figures. Oh my god! All right, while you get your stream fucking situated, you scrub. I'm going to go get a baby out of the bathtub.
Calls me a
I
scrub.
think I called my shit.
Half the reason why I'm in this situation in the first place. Okay, but then let me also change the background.
Don't let the wife become an angry wife. Why do you think I called my ships the mother-in-laws? Because that is every man's worst fear. No, oh man, it's more of you know, I'll get to it in a bit.
Okay, let's do it. But he's right, I should probably change that, because that is kind of misleading, and I don't really like to be misleading, to be fair. Will I change the title? You know what, I'm not even going to change the title, I'm just going to change the category. I'm too tired for this. What can I say? Just chatting. That sounds about right, we are basically doing this. Now then. We're gonna do numbers, because numbers are actually nice. He retrieved his tacos. Round of applause. I have retrieved my beer and my pipe, and now I'm running numbers. Okay, we will, as I said, first we will actually make sure that the numbers we are dealing with as the poverty line are actually the numbers. In order to do that, you just have to look back the last 5-6 years and take a look there. Pretty damn easy actually to start off, I'd say. Because that's how you kind of start. Which means you need a few different sources, first and foremost. Otherwise, your information will be too biased. Now, let me see. Census Barrier, that sounds about right. For 2021, let's take it. I got it's an Excel sheet. Now then, little Excel sheet. Size of family. Just remember, size of family. Under 18 years. Okay, under age 16, 12. Okay, that's good. 2 people, I don't give a shit. Related children, none. We assume a single person household. Okay, so that number is actually higher. That's 40,000. So let's change our numbers then to make this reflect the actual numbers. Let's take the average from 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. That's 5 years. Let's take the average then. Ah, you'd be surprised. I'm doing this usually for work. Usually I get paid for this, surprisingly enough. That's 31. That we need the average. Okay, there's 19. That's, yep, the numbers go precisely as I predicted they would. Which the average for the last 5 years would be around 13,563. There's writing is difficult. So 13,566 would be the average over the last 5 years. Now we cut this by 12, then we would have a living cost of $1,130.5 per month. Okay, now the question is, can we live off of that? And in order to do that, we need more data. Government data is always good, but honestly, never trust a statistic that you haven't falsified yourself. That's a good old saying. Ah, okay, damn it, I need a picture for this. Normally I would just make a nice little thumbnail with this, but alas.
I'm so tired.
You are tired.
No, it's not that. I'm so tired of this baby pooping in the tub.
I'm tired. I had him at average around 12 hours this
I'm
fucking
not
week.
tired. I'm quite energized. I had to cut off some.
No, no, I've already actualized the numbers a bit.
You know what? I'm just going to deny that one just because. No, and then. Oh, Iron Man remasters now. And why are they making remastered versions of games not that old?
Are you surprised that they tried to make more money?
I'm not surprised, just disappointed. Well, no, and I'm down to give you more money for remasters. Give me older remasters.
Yes, do it. Give me a lot more. Yeah, it's always about the money, to be fair. I mean, you know, it's a company.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. No. That's
Companies want big money.
That's fine.
I know.
You know what I'm willing to give you money for? Remasters of games that I used to own as a kid that I don't own now.
I mean, I would absolutely pay money for that.
That is infinitely more appetizing
Oh, let's...
to me, and I would
Done.
argue the majority
God
of
damn it.
consumers my age.
You go away. I need...
I'm not against.
something.
I'm not against remasters. I'm against what's being remastered.
I need something.
I'm against. Like, this is bullshit.
Nobody would deny that. I would see some older shit as well. Very much like
That's why I don't buy
some,
AAA. That's why I don't buy AAA games. That's why I don't do it.
Not
I
really.
bought it the first time. Quite happy.
Come on,
Still
is there
own it.
anything good?
Okay. You're looking for a scene
I'm looking for anything that seems pleasant while I'm
or a
running
graphic.
numbers. For the moment, I have actually
Can you find a
accurately...
GIF of somebody running numbers that was the no? I mean, I don't know how to do computer, so I'd go for welfare floor. If there was
I'm
basic
looking for
income
it.
for every. I'd go for a welfare floor if there was basic. If it was.
Mm.
If there was basic income for everybody. So wait, like, are you for a universal basic income? Because I actually am too. I think that a universal basic income would would genuinely kind of force corporations, a lot of businesses and corporations' hands. It would force them to raise their wages because they make so much. Like I'm not talking about like small businesses either. Like a small business isn't going to have to necessarily raise its wages to compete with the fast food industry, right? That's kind of not how small businesses work. While small businesses are competing with fast food, especially in this day and age, by mere virtue of being a small business, that alone gives you an edge in market against fast food. Went to school for business for a little bit, business and marketing, a little bit. And then more to make a mess for OG. Make a mess.
That's better.
As much as I hate to say it, I would actually be kind of down. Nah, I don't know if I would actually be down for a remaster of like the OG Spider-Man 2, the old famous one. Wouldn't it just kind of be this, but with Tobey Maguire? I never really cared for Tobey Maguire. Hot take. If you're going to have social services anyways, it should be equal. We all, it's the same road. We should all
do I really need to
get the same food money. No. Hey, actually, William, you're hold on. Strategy. Don't let it baby steps. Baby steps. Learn how to ease in. Listen, no, William, I kind of get what you're getting at, and at the same time, I'll take it one step further. With universal basic, and it sounds nice in theory. What I'm not, no, in strategy, what he's not saying is communism. What I'm not saying is communism. Hear me out, William. Let me describe something to you. Now, let me see if I'm getting kind of your point. What you're saying is like a universal basic income. So we'll have a federal standard for it, right? We'll call it, we'll call it just $2,000, straight up $2,000. Now this is universal. This is always you're going to get this check every month up until, we'll say, once you start making, do we want to say $50,000 a year, or do we want to be generous and say $75,000 a year? It cuts off.
Suddenly, you're very much above the poverty line, my friend. Very much above the poverty line.
Hold on. So, like, once you're like, we'll say $50,000 a year. Once you make $50,000 a year, you no longer get your universal basic income. All right, and it's just, that's just money for you to spend freely. It is reported on your taxes, but you get to spend it how you see as you need it, because who knows how to. I agree with you, William. Who knows how to spend my money? Who knows what I need better, the government or me going to the supermarket and looking at my checkbook each month? Do you freeze market prices? What do you mean by freeze market prices? Because the universal basic income is supposed to be on top of whatever you're making. It's supposed to be that. It's just supposed to be. It's a thing. Think of it in a capitalist sense. Think of it as the government investing financially into its citizens, and thus by extension investing into the economy, including the future of the economy. Well, why not? If everybody has more pocket money, exactly, right? And once you hit a certain point, it's cut off. All right, because now you're making enough that you're doing well, and prices would rise on essentials. All right, now we need to talk about regulation. So what have your numbers come up with, by the way, Lucius?
I'm running them. I'm just averaging things from the averages, because I hate it when they give me an average for 1 year instead of just taking 5 years and making it nice and equal.
Can you not find any data off
I actually got your
census data?
I got your government data.
Okay, I was about to say, because if you go off of like census data, now
was
you're going
kinda-
off of every 10 years.
I was kind of assuming that your
Just
government
because
would do the
companies
same
don't
thing
even
as
afford to pay more.
what
Okay,
our government does.
there would have to
Basically,
be regulation on
open.
that, William. That's where you need a little bit more federal government to make sure that can't happen. There has to be regulation. It's fine if and I'm fine with certain aspects of the free market, such as
Well, what? Let's make it like this.
due to a scarcity on something, depending on the product. If it's an essential, that's a different conversation. But if it's a non-essential item, if there's a scarcity of it and people want a lot of it, and you want to charge more for it, okay. But just because more people can afford your product.
Deep, 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 deep.
No, that child labor doesn't make it. That analogy, that conclusion. I don't know where you got that line. But no, okay, so you're already on what? So why is universal basic income? Now, I would argue it's not better or worse. I would say it's different in its own ways. Why is that good and food stamps bad? Child labor laws are government. Yeah, that's good. You shouldn't. Yeah, child labor laws should exist. I'm not going to entertain a conversation that says they shouldn't. I think NCS can agree that won't be productive to anyone's time.
Yeah, true enough, but you know,
I just
I
picture you over
divided
there-
my
I'm
attention.
just picturing you over there with like an old school fucking abacus.
I mean, you know, I have some
Not even,
quite
not even that. One of the old like pull lever ones. So you just.
Now, let me get this.
CBI is bad too. It's just better than selective welfare.
Take this here.
I mean, okay, so then let's apply the same standard to the food stamps. Everybody gets food stamps.
And let's go here, go
We'll
like
check,
here, go
alright.
like that, because I fucking can.
Why not? Fuck it.
Jesus Christ, I'm working overtime today.
Don't worry, NCS. One day you'll be in a position that you'll be able to take revenge on me.
The time will come. The time will come indeed. But probably not today. Today I'm running numbers like a good boy. Okay, let's not take that. Instead, let's take that. That does not work.
Should be all or nothing, right? Huh? Alright. No, yeah. Because on a serious note, I don't see a downside to providing for more of the poorest of our society and making sure that they get more. Because like whenever we say like equal access to equal opportunities, part of that is on a nutritional level too. Because I mean, like, and that's a scientific fact, right? A healthy diet promotes healthy brain growth, right?
Bam. Bam. There. Have that while I run numbers.
Oh shit. Okay, everybody, let's hold on and let's. Do I think minimum wage directly causes the child labor in Asia? I love it.
Precisely what I'm
I
doing.
love it. Oh my god, Insius.
Yes, yes, yes.
I have a thing to show you, and it's a good thing you've got a screen. I'm only going to show it to you on Discord. I'm gonna bring it up and share the scene. So my buddy came and hung out the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's telling me about how he started getting into doing like some animation and some stuff, right? And he showed me a thing, and I asked him to change it around a little bit. And look what he made me.
Oh, that's cute. I love it.
I'm trying to get him to bring his ass over today, so that way I can. Because like he doesn't know, but I'm gonna pay him $30.
Okay.
Put some work into that. Yeah, and I'm gonna debut that on the next. Actually, it was the last time I talked to you that he came over.
Oh right, I remember. Yeah. I've played it, like, yep, well, he's here now.
You think minimum wage directly causes the child labor in Africa? Yep, makes you the smarts. I don't know what that. I have a very bad memory when I'm high. What do you mean? What makes me the smarts? Better adults in America, children in Bangladesh. So wait, are you saying that we shouldn't have minimum wage because other? But wait, I don't understand your point, because like no matter what. Like, without allowing companies here, I saw your waifu asked. Yeah.
Do you think I give a shit? I'm busy doing the numbers. What do you want from me?
I know. I understand. A little bit of fucking dignity would be nice.
Dignity? Please. If I had any left, I played
became more charitable. Yeah, well, I refuse to go. I refuse to hope. I refuse to let the financial future and everything rely on hope. Whenever we can take direct action, and if you are directly profiting off of our word, we should also make enough that we can, like, you know, move up in the world. And I'm not asking to be like a millionaire or be able to afford like a super nice place. I'm asking that since that me and my wife we both work, one of us works full-time, one of us works part-time. All I'm asking is that we be able to get a loan for a mortgage on like a 4-bedroom house, because we have 3 children, and like make enough to have a nice Christmas, and once a year maybe like go on a vacation somewhere.
Okay, if I correct those.
Not like Europe, or go to Europe or anything, but like, you know, maybe go to Disneyland or something once a year. That's the kind of standard I want. And with how much money these corporations make, why is that greedy to ask? Why is that unreasonable to ask? Is that an unreasonable standard to ask for? Am I coming off as entitled to say that, like, with how much of my life I'm dedicated to generating you profits, this is the quality of life I would like, and that I feel my labor would earn?
Well, that does look good.
Minimum wage robs the individual the opportunity to negotiate with their employer. No, that's not true. Minimum wage robs the employer of the opportunity to fucking underpay its employee, and on top of that, no. Like, what are you talking about? Why wouldn't they? Okay, so let's entertain that. How does the individual no longer have the opportunity to negotiate with the employer? All there is a bottom starting line now, right? No opportunity. Like, so unless your option was, unless you wanted to negotiate for less than minimum wage, in which case I kind of don't care what you want. You shouldn't be allowed to negotiate your wage if you want less than minimum. Minimum wage prices, but perhaps companies would still seek out labor in cheaper markets. But that's what tariffs are for. Again, like you're asking that our people suffer in hopes that other governments won't still underpay and use child labor. They're still going to use child labor no matter what we do.
Okay.
And why should the poorest of us be punished for the actions of greedy corporations that want nothing more than to increase profits?
Now then,
more so than have already increased, because let's not fuck it up. These corporations that are using overseas labor are raking in tens of millions, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars a year.
Jesus Christ. Those numbers do not look good. Thank you. I mean, I'm a man willing to go far, but
oh my god, I'm loving this. In real time, I'm getting to hear you come to the realization of all the things I've been screaming at you for all these months.
Still not completely finished, and I still don't like my...
God, he was right.
I don't really like the
Hey, can I throw a monkey wrench into your numbers for a sec?
Yeah, you can, sure. You couldn't make them any more
so-
chaotic.
Average cost of an ambulance ride.
Yes, I'm assuming you
Remember,
stay healthy
We
just
don't
forever.
remember we don't have health insurance. We can't afford health care.
I'm-
But we need let's factor in that over the course of an individual's lifespan, chaos. So one ambulance ride.
You're not allowed to fall sick. Not in my numbers. You need to be healthy. What?
So look up that number. People say, well, we work below minimum wage. No.
For fuck's sake, why is every bloody state so fucking
I'm not gonna
pricey?
entertain that. Nah.
Jesus fucking Christ, is there no cheap state? I need to buy a house. In rural America, basically, because otherwise I'm never going to get these numbers to
Hey,
fit.
you know what? Do you want me to give you some more concrete number? You want me to really throw a monkey wrench into your numbers?
Your head couldn't make it any worse.
I can actually.
Feel
Alright.
free, try it.
Now your current set of numbers, I'm hoping, are going to reflect more of on a national level this experience of a general populace, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, so I live in one of the cheaper states when it comes to stuff. My state has one of the lower, if not that, I think the lowest cost of living, which is Arkansas. So there's some numbers for you. And we're like right there, Midwest America. Rural South. Arkansas.
Arkansas. Cost of living in Arkansas. Let me see where you stand. A bit below the average by 21 points. Not bad for overall. My bedroom size. Let me see. Arkansas.
There's also not much there's not a lot of opportunity here. You can also find, if you wanted to get into the numbers of a different topic, that, for example, red states like Arkansas are the biggest recipients of government assistance. Because red states are on average the poorer states.
Well, I mean, it did find a way how you can, technically speaking, get away with an average. Just the threshold of living. One opportunity, that is. That requires prior investment, though, to be fair.
So it requires having money beforehand.
Indeed. Or inheriting things.
In other words, it likely requires generational wealth, which is a big thing in America.
Well, I mean, if
It's a big factor in a lot of people's financial outcome in this current day and age.
well, if you want the concrete
And William,
numbers,
for the record, William, the numbers he's putting together is just for one person to survive in America. Not like they've got a kid. No, it's just like one person, one thing. This is Incius moved to America. And he's running the numbers for what he's got to make just to make it.
Technically speaking, what I would need to survive if I run the same kind of job, I would actually be able to get by. If I start with a bit of capital, I would even get by better. In some areas, the housing prices are actually still somewhat affordable, to be fair. I could probably get my bank to pay me that amount of money, so I could buy a small property.
Your bank.
Yes, my bank.
That's right. That's where you have advantages.
So my bank would give me that.
A foreign bank.
In which case, I could actually get by just off
You
the
would not get that loan.
because-
So then you want to factor that. Now let me. No, I'm a cheat. You have to get a loan from an American bank at American interest rates.
Okay, let me see here.
That's not some of my
American
family's estate now, here.
Bank credit score.
Even if somebody I'm related to dies and leaves me a home, it's not gonna be
Kreditwürdigkeit in den
anyone to fucking
USA.
live.
Ja, gut, das ist Geschichte, Vergangenheit einer Person, persönliche Informationen, unsere Kreditwürdigkeit anhand des Credit Score, Angaben zu aktuellen Krediten. Wie bewertet sich
You
das Ganze?
accidentally have 3 kids. I didn't accidentally have 3 kids. What are you talking about? I just said I have a wife and 3 kids. Admittedly, one was an accident. The newest one was an accident. That doesn't mean I don't love her and didn't want her. We did plan on having a kid if we just, whoops. Moment of passion. I wouldn't have, but this was back before.
Okay, but how do you
This
actually
was
get
back,
this?
no. Actually, strategy. No, we use contraception. She's on birth control. That's at the time she was in between.
I
And like I
see.
said, it was genuinely a moment of.
Oh, you
passion between us.
motherfuckers. You have such an
And,
asshole system. That's not even nice.
I'll get to you in a second. I'm
Yeah.
explaining how I conceived my daughter.
Jeez, are we talking about sex now? Jesus Christ, this changed rapidly.
He's using rhetoric on people, and it just happened. Like, now this was before the overturn of Roe v. Wade, and we never considered ever termination because we wanted the baby. Like, this was our choice. But did it make life financially harder? Yes, but there's also a lot more to be added to that discussion. Should diapers, milk, and formula be as expensive as they are? Like, is there a reason other than the fact that they are essential to child rearing, and thus they can charge as much as they want? And yeah, Naked Tuesdays did kind of get us. In fact, it was kind of a running joke the whole pregnancy. She was like, "Hey, you're the one that didn't pull out." I was like, "You said not to." She was like, "You listened." I was like, "All right, got it. I ain't never doing what you tell me again."
And ever since then, he has never listened.
Essential, yeah. Diapers and baby formula and milk are essential to raise a child. Yes. Ever seen a naked diaper? Don't need no diaper. No, that doesn't. Yeah, I was that naked kid. No, you still need diapers. Diapers are still essential.
Now let me change that around again. Play around with my settings a bit more because I can. Why not?
I'm not gonna get into it because I'm a bit high. Sure, if you want shit on, even with diapers, you're still gonna at some point end up with shit all over the floor and carpet. Your title, by the way, is still Neverwinter Nights, Great Mother Nature.
Yeah, I was about to say we will never change it. Oh, should be talking about Neverwinter. Screw
Cloth
this.
diapers are sure, but they are cheap. We also use cloth diapers too, but they don't really work for at night. So we have to get some additional. And also, traveling with cloth diapers is a fucking nightmare. Who the fuck wants to travel with what the fuck? And then whenever I gotta change diapers, now I just gotta carry this shit covered cloth with me everywhere. No, fuck that. Give me some disposable diapers, just because I have a baby doesn't mean I shouldn't be allowed to go out in fucking public and enjoy a nice evening with my family. It shouldn't be fucking expensive. And also, now I'm raising bills in another way because now I've got to increase, depending on the baby you got, which my baby, I would say is an average shitter. All right. But like, there's some babies out there that shit a lot. Does it what? Like, no, having a baby doesn't disqualify me from participating in society. No, it doesn't. It just doesn't.
Well, no, it shouldn't. But it definitely shouldn't keep you from doing it. Oh, nice. I can eat this in this.
And like, and here's how I feel about the pricing of everything. You can show me the numbers and justify it. Okay. So you're gonna have to justify a whole lot of numbers for adult. like I hope you got time.
Numbers are fun, in a way. I'll have to admit.
This is good. I get to get all this aggression out before I have date night tomorrow. Yeah, me and the wife are going on date night tomorrow. We're kid-free tomorrow, motherfucker.
Oh.
Of course, you can do anything you want, but why would having kids be the same as not having them? What do you mean? It's not the same as not having them. Who said it was? I'm still allowed to do a lot of the same activities. I'm allowed to go to dinner.
What? You consider yourself to be allowed to go to dinner? Since when? Why am I not invited?
I feel a type of way about going to a movie with the baby. That's just kind of me.
Ah,
I don't
well,
like it.
well.
I don't like being that guy.
But this has been a fun exercise, to be fair.
And I can change it up for you in a variety of ways.
Don't make this any more difficult than it already
No,
is.
no, I don't. It wouldn't be, no, it wouldn't make this one. These would be different spins and different kinds of exercises. Anytime you want like a brief run, numbers exercise, I can send you down a small, micro little rabbit hole down the American financial system.
It's rather interesting. The system seems a bit biased against people trying to move to the US, though.
Yes, it does seem strange too, doesn't it? That the system seems
Why
biased.
do I start with a
to
0 credit score when I have a perfect credit score, something that would be highly pointed from your score system around here?
Do you know what
fucking
I
assholes.
was told my entire young adult life?
What was that? Enlighten me.
That having a neutral credit score of 0 is, and like I still don't know if this is true or if they were just being predatory, but they were like, yeah, having a neutral credit score is kind of worse than having even a bad or a good one. Blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
it's actually the same around here, because if you have 0 credit score, that would translate in our terms to have nothing. So basically there would be no entry about
The
you.
kid fills a high
That
chair
is
with
not
food.
acceptable.
I do, and also like, yeah, I have children. I shouldn't make anyone else like what you just strange individual. Strange, I'll let you just handle it. Like I'm not even entertaining that. It's not you from dinner is what I'm saying. I mean, if I don't have disposable diapers, I'm not going out to dinner. Well, actually, I say that. That's not true. That's more the need for disposable diapers is more of a gone the whole day thing. What makes people entitled to childcare though? Like, I don't think the government should subsidize my cat's food. Is your cat your child? Like, you're right, the government shouldn't subsidize your cat's food. My child's not a cat. None of my children are.
I like it, paint. That's good. Experimentation!
No kids like pets, they like livestock. No?
Look, Dad, can do paint.
No, I really don't see human beings.
Technically speaking, if I can do that, can I then just go ahead and be blatant about it? Probably can, actually.
So I'm just going to time you out for a second here, William, because that's your warning. We don't entertain any sort of anything that might slightly toe the line of transphobia in any space that I'm in.
Why doesn't this work? Fucking... Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
I'm gonna put a hard stop on it right now. And if Insidious wants to stop me, he can take my fucking power away.
What the fuck is going on? I'm still trying too busy to find something to...
No, you're good. I
feel like I'm missing something.
I'm just abusing my power and ruling your kingdom.
Don't abuse your power and ruin my kingdom. Ruin your own kingdom.
I'm not ruining, I'm just ruling.
Stop ruling my kingdom. My kingdom.
You're busy. You're busy. I'm holding your place in your stead. I'll abdicate when you're ready. Strategy, I didn't see it at first, but when you said it... Okay, so strategy can back my decision.
That's good.
And I'm sure you...
What the fuck is going on? Explain it in simple terminology.
Oh, we were talking about childcare, and then he compared it to having like a cat. And then he said like, well, what if his child? And I was like, well, children aren't pets. They're not the same. And then he was like, well, what if my child identified as a cat? So I timed him out. Immediately timed him out because we don't tolerate anything that even approaches what might resemble transphobia in my spaces.
Was that transphobic?
It's one of it's literally the oldest. It's the identify as an attack helicopter joke.
Identify as an attack helicopter?
Have you not heard that? It's the one trend. It's a whole. I don't even know
Why?
if I have the
What the
energy
fuck
to
is-
explain.
what the fuck is
Strategy. Can you explain it, please?
What the fuck is going on?
I've had a fucking week, and I don't have the energy, and I will if I have to. But fucking, it's an American thing, I guess.
Why
I
the fuck
can
are you
explain
Americans
it.
so strange? Ah, for
I
fuck's
can
sake.
explain it. It's just you gotta bear with me. And yes, I've had a very long week. I'll
I
tell
know
you
that
all
feeling.
about my week. I'll tell you all about it on Sunday. But
Okay.
I'll
Just
tell you all about my
what the
week on
fuck is
Sunday,
going on
Abby.
with you people?
Nothing. Don't worry.
Can't you just be nice and peaceful for 1 second while father is away
So-
doing things?
There is this transphobic joke. It is the transphobic joke, the only one that there is. Okay, but it's to mock people, to mock trans people, because it's like, oh, I can identify as whatever I want. I identify as an attack helicopter. Pew 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 pew.
I mean, okay, I get that it's a bit
Okay,
of a
well,
joke, but I
okay,
mean,
well, that-
isn't the whole
that
idea
is-
that yes, you
you're right,
can
it's not-
technically, speaking, be allowed to do that?
It's just meant to mock trans people and all they've done over the past 15 plus years, because that's how old the joke is just reuse it, but they've just swapped out whatever's identifying as whatever.
Strange things happening while I wasn't watching. The world has moved on, and not in a good way, I suppose.
It's just a shit post that refuses to die.
Why can't
And it's
people
usually the first shot of bigotry, and so I use my power bestowed upon me by you to immediately shut it down and time him out for 600 seconds and issue him a warning.
600 seconds, that's...
And in my defense,
10
I
minutes?
have so far the rest of chat, i.e. strategy, who witnessed the whole thing also. He's just sitting here, eyewitness.
I mean, I would probably go still by case basis and go like, yeah, maybe he just meant it as a, a joke, quite literally. Are we sure about this? Have we made sure that there was bad intent there?
That's why it was just a timeout and a warning.
Good. A timeout is it?
It's 600 seconds. That's 10 minutes.
That
That's
is
long
indeed 10
enough.
minutes.
That's long enough to be possibly angry and then cool off and then formulate, hopefully, if possible, a well put together response. That if it wasn't an ill intent, then they get to come in and back in and be all like, "Hey, no, that blah 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 blah." To which case, strategy's right. The joke's always in bad intent. It's one of those things where it's like, no, even if you're not trying to be in bad taste in it, it is always in bad taste. Yeah, it's just one of those jokes, like it is always in bad taste.
Yes, but I mean, many jokes are in bad taste, to be fair, But if I would be
And it's
judging
also-
every last one of that, I would
No,
never
that's
stop
fine.
doing anything.
But the difference between this and a lot of other bad taste
Damn it.
jokes, as is the difference in all comedy, as is the golden standard of all comedy, is it's also not funny. It checks all the wrong boxes and ends with it's not funny.
You do know that one of the main problems with the whole funny affair is that many people find many different things funny.
You even said it didn't make sense.
There.
She's going to bed.
I have numbers. I've run many a
We brought hers
number.
in, right?
Okay, do fair.
That's a sippy cup. She
Actually,
could do
step
that.
it.
It goes too fast. Or
Do we have a bottle?
Does this work though?
Right.
Probably not.
While you put together graphics real quick, I'm going to get the baby a bottle.
You do
We got
that.
back.
God damn it! I hated that my nth key is also that key. So yeah, it's good. People, don't make this difficult. It's fucking late. Why does this need to be so difficult? Can I change this manually? No, of course not. I hate paint. Why don't I use clip art? Fuck's sake, I should have used clip art. Yeah, she's went bad into me. I mean, I've had quite a few jokes going, yeah, the point was that the Nazis aren't bad, but that is why it's hard to judge humor. I'm not too sure if that is a good idea if we start doing that. To this degree. Difficulties. Now in this one particular case, since I was actually for once doing something else and was not following along, I can't actually judge this and I need to trust on my trusty advisors to actually tell me what is happening. But I will actually do listen to the Williams argumentation too, because that pairs fair. Everything else would be a bit of a misuse. Since I have apparently turned this into a fucking official debate. Now, everything else as a, well, somewhat neutral party, and the party holds the power, would be wrong after all. Honestly, it might be something that many people have heard to the point where they get fucking sick and tired of it. I get that point, but for me personally, it's a pretty damn new thing. I haven't heard much of this nonsense, and honestly, maybe because I'm a bit more fresh to this whole debate, I don't see that easily that bad intent, basically. A bit difficult for me. This age is strange. Very strange. Didn't I... Wait a second, didn't I put this somewhere? Where the fuck did I put this? Have it. I still have it. This is going to be better. It's too small. Fuck's sake. This was supposed to be a lot bigger. Can I actually just make it bigger? Yeah, but it would look sucky. God damn it. Such a nice picture though.
Be right back again, just a second. I gotta fucking walk with the dog, so I'll be quick.
You do that.
Where the fuck is my phone? There it is.
Ah, look at it. So much nonsense going on. You know, the Nazis never really disappeared. Actually, a lot of the people who were allied with Nazism in bureaucracy and stuff, actually, they tried to get rid of them by the droves. And guess what? The bureaucracy doesn't run without the fucking bureaucrats, so they had to pull them all back in again. Well, most of them were really not, you know, interested in following that idea again. Which means that, you know, a policy of forgiveness is the most important part, after all, which also then implies that we should not judge too harshly and not in fast mode, is basically the idea. Look at that, he's back. Hello, little William. I've heard that you have been naughty, but I'm not convinced completely yet. And I'll walk. Where do you walk? To the left, to the right, to the center? Personally missed that conversation and the party conversation. Can I read all of the conversations? Can I? Where? How? Also, that picture definitely needs a bit more work. At some point. Looking for a good fucking picture. It's so hard to find a good picture that describes the situation. So the fact that I have to use pen for that is annoying. You have strange dreams, my friend. Not many people have such strange things. But hey, I guess it should happen. Isn't anything interesting here? So many problematic things. Why do people all... Why is this time so complicated? That is actually a very good question I would like to ask. Why has this time become so complicated? What have we done wrong that things have become so fucking complicated? I mean, you know, I'm not much a fan of the saying it was always better in the old age, but you know, sometimes I do kind of look back and go like, yeah, it's kind of more relaxing, honestly. Because back then at least I didn't, well, I wasn't that much out, I suppose. Nowadays, look how out I am. That doesn't look like good beer. It's even hard to find a fucking good pitcher with fucking good beer. That's kinda okay. I'll probably get into trouble with the copyright again, but meh. Copyright, screw you. Wouldn't even have changing themselves if they could. I mean, most people to some degree do think about that. You know, changing themselves for the better. They do. Like, you know, if I had the time and the energy, I would run around and get myself finally that fucking training that I'm supposed to be having so that my lung capacity doesn't murder me. Stuff like that. But I guess there are many wound points nowadays.
We're already going to be on that rest and move on to this cabin.
I think it would be a wise decision to let this particular discussion rest, because honestly I'm not informed nearly enough about this particular thematic to make a fair judgment. And when I can't make a fair judgment, I don't really want to be judged. And look, new picture, more beer, and anime world. Waifu. Enjoy the waifu. Actually, that reminds me, there's one thing, or one character I wanted to look up at some point. Never got around to it. Nope, nobody managed to do it yet. Well, yes, I do try. Now, politics, in a sense, well, quite poisonous actually. That's why it's better to stay a bit away, honestly.
Well, I'll leave it
Honestly,
open.
I still read the newspaper every single day. It's not like I'm out of the news, you know. Good old days.
I have to return. Were you just making thumbnails and backgrounds and stuff?
Kinda.
Nice.
I mean, you know, not in paint. Paint sucks.
I mean, I thought you were running numbers.
I finished. Which is why I'm doing something else.
What did... Oh, William, you're back.
Yes.
The place is starting to maybe...
And we should now stop the fucking debate about this particular theme, because I'm far too uninformed about it and I do not wish to judge unfairly. Besides, we shall focus on something else. But yes, I have my numbers, and I have some ideas how this could actually work if you want to be above poverty. Potentially. But yeah. America is difficult.
I'm catching up with chat and seeing if you learned his lesson or if I'm going to be having an instant ban.
I'm pretty sure he understood that it was not good. Could be please not to, you know, the swinging of the penises just to see who is, you know, bigger. That seems kind of pointless.
Oh, yeah, Strat. I see what you mean. I know. You can check his chat history later, and if you have any questions about it, then CSI will happily have the discussion, but...
Why do you people always make this so difficult?
It's not. Well, at least it's not difficult for me.
Now I need to work myself through this nonsense to get an understanding of where people are coming from.
You can go through the nonsense later. Trust me on that.
Yes.
Or at least after you explain to me where your numbers have come from, because you've put so much work into them, and it'll go, and then it'll be my turn to put equal work into bringing you up to speed. And I'm sure Strategy's already in the workings of explaining things in his own way too, which is good because again, I'm high and brain work is work right now.
I want a precise report of what has happened, why it has happened, and why it is bad, and then I want the context of that, and I want that in at least 3 different sources.
Gotcha. I've given an after-action report before.
Well, you haven't done it with the German military yet. I can tell you, we're precise.
No, I did it with the American military, and we're better than you, and we proved it.
Bitches. Seriously.
You wanna get catty with me? No, look, basically, but wait, yeah, you can just, yeah, you have to bring up the message history in order on your own, because I can't do that for you. You have to bring up message history on your own and bring your own self up to speed on that, and then ask what's confusing, because as soon as the ban's issued, all the messages are deleted, and even though I'm in mod mode, can I bring it up myself? Oh, I can
Before we start banning people, we should talk about this. Yeah.
It's true, but I issued a warning to be fair ahead of time, and I know you didn't. You probably weren't. You were busy doing math, so you might not have. It might not have came over with you.
Yeah, I was kind of busy, you know.
I even was like, ouch, those words were a death sentence.
It's hard to do.
Because, like, look, I wouldn't ban somebody necessarily in your chat just because they didn't understand transgender people, or even if they wanted to kind of troll that to an extent, but I guess there's a how you do it, and as somebody again who goes looking for fights in these kinds of circles, you learn to recognize the signs, and they'll church it up all day long as, oh, I just have a difference of opinion, and that's not what it is. When you deny all of science and reality and a general scientific consensus and a general human being, when you deny a general human being basic respect and dignity, that's not a difference of opinion, if that makes sense.
I mean, yes, there's a very simple way you can translate that. The Nazis did that. The Jews kind of worked for a while. Horrible ways. That is denying somebody's dignity by making sure that they have no chance whatsoever to
He was
exist.
outright insulting it. I do not understand gender, but I will not insult someone who feels something on myself. Yes, look, there's a lot of things.
We're still at the level of just,
there's a lot of things about trans people that I don't understand, but you know what? It's easy to understand certain things. Like, it's just not hard, and it's not a burden on me to use whatever pronouns you want to use. And I've been friends with trans people, and but we weren't like super duper close friends. So
usually I don't really care about their thingies.
Well, for me, I'm interested in all aspects. Like, I have some there's been times where I've had a lot of conversations about homosexuality with gay people from a cis het standard and a pan het standard.
Don't know the terminology, but I've been out there. Actually, I had quite a few nice after bar.
But like here's the thing. Before you there's like one of those things where it's like got like time, place, setting, or like relationship with the person kind of dictates whether or not you're kind of just an insensitive douchebag for asking these questions of this person. Like, you're asking them to explain their existence to you. The least you can do is be like a close friend, right? Or like you said, in a bar setting and everything kind of, it's one of those things where time, place, setting align, and with the right person, it's cool. But on a general rule of thumb, like, you shouldn't be questioning trans people about like, well, what made you do blah, blah, blah. Like, at least not generally. Unless, again, you're really good friends with them, if you want, and then you guys have that kind of relationship, because like it's one thing to be curious, but they get those questions a lot.
I mean, I'm not
from
even
strangers all the time.
Usually, I'm not even curious. It's just like, it's just other people. Let them do their thing. I don't care. Right. It's not my my cup of tea usually. It's, everybody their own, I guess, as long as they don't directly trample on my feet.
And strategy, to be fair, I did listen to William for a good long while, but the moment you start taking, and like the trans community already gets bullied too much.
I mean, I'm assuming he was kinda trying to rile you up, and I guess he was successful with that.
I mean, like, if you can call it that. If you call a ban, like, I don't call catching a ban getting me riled up, because, like, to me, it's nothing. It's the same as swatting a mosquito.
That may be true, but still,
it's not it's not getting me riled up. It's purging a good friend's chat of vileness, and it's my pleasure.
Yes, but the question is, was it really that violent? That's my problem, because I'm actually not, I haven't really followed it, and that means I'm feeling in the dark, and that's not a good feeling. I'm far too used to be in control of the things that happen around me. Kind of comes with the business.
I can definitely understand that, and I would, to be, look, I honestly, I didn't understand. There was a long time where I would have probably caught a ban in my own chat for my views on trans people because I didn't understand the situation whatsoever. And then I straight up, like, I met some trans people. I communicated, talked with some, made friends with some, and like learned more. And learned what, like, and got I didn't learn what it's like to be them, but I got a small glimpse into kind of how shitty it was to be them growing up, and before they got to be who they really are.
That might be so indeed.
And once you get to actually hear the direct impact stories kind of thing, and you start kind of down the rabbit hole of learning about these types of things, and you start frequenting these communities, then you start reacting to the situations a little bit differently. And I am a bit more, and just, we both know I'm an aggressive man.
I mean, that's nothing new, to be fair.
Maybe not aggressive is the right word.
Still, to be fair, my point stands.
Aggressively passionate.
Everything needs to be made in moderation.
Is it taking out the toxicity before becoming? It is strategy kind of brings up a point, and that's kind of that's kind of how.
Let me see
taking
here.
out the toxicity before it becomes a problem, where no one is coming in.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm an old man, Do you know how much toxicity is normally just around? Especially in a fucking.
I'm 30.
Fucking in a business sense alone. Do you know how much toxicity is there between, companies, rivalries, especially in the small sector? A certain amount of that is pretty damn normal. Taking that out stifles things too.
And maybe to help us both understand a little bit better, you ask me, was it an offense that should have been deemed immediately bannable? And I also noticed that you haven't undone it yet, which I'm not going to give you a hard time on your channel, or like suddenly cease being friends if you do. This is your channel. You have a right to.
The problem is, honestly, now we have the sort of situation that I hate the most, because basically we're talking about somebody without the person itself actually being able to tell us about it.
They can 100. So that's where you're kind of wrong. They can 100% view the stream.
I mean, they can view it, but they can't communicate. They can't actually bring the point.
And they can submit an unban request, which means they're going to get to hear everything that's going to be said.
Okay, so now I need to actually learn how to deal with this.
I can show you tomorrow, or Sunday. I can show you Sunday.
Yeah, let's do it.
Before we go live.
I think it is a high time that I actually learn to deal a bit more about that. I actually learn how to use all of these moderating tools that are there, because honestly, until now I kind of was like, meh, it's just going to sort itself out.
But you did manage to get into his message history, right?
Yeah, I can not really see
you know how.
Not really, though.
Okay, let me see. So you click on their name.
Okay, where the fuck is he? Strategy, you're talking so much. I have a hard time finding him. Where is he? What about him?
It's an unexplained. Yeah, so he'll get. If you click on his name, it'll bring up a little tab and it'll show how many messages that he's had, and you can click on that, which brings up all his messages.
Okay.
You can just scroll all the way down to the end and start going all the way up.
Jesus Christ, William, you have written
the message that got him banned would have been at 20:02 hours.
You do know that doesn't help me, because that's not the actually timeline for me.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough.
Well,
Just start at the bottom and work your way up, and it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth one from the bottom.
Yeah, at the end he's like, just come at me. Okay, so he was very much provoking. I was not really...
Oh yeah, also I love that. Come at me bigger as a band.
Why would you say that to a mod? Jesus, that's not good. I mean, then there was that they wouldn't change of dreaming themselves. Actually, I talked about that one because I was like, yeah, who wouldn't dream of changing themselves? I mean, you know, having a nice dream of yourself doing finally the all fitness that you needed to do, actually, to get in shape. That's good. No, touch us up against this body. That one I didn't understand because what the fuck? Don't understand. Spectrum, dysphoria, no idea. Fun of trends. I'm making fun of people who think humans aren't animals.
I think what he was implying with the spectrum touches up against dysphoria is that people with gender dysphoria are he's trying to imply that people with gender dysphoria are autistic and that they're not actually they don't actually, that's an old talking point where the long-term implication, if you will, is that you don't actually have gender dysphoria, you're just autistic. Which in and of itself is insulting to trans people and autistic people.
If I'm not mistaken, though, gender dysphoria was actually considered an illness under the MD.
Yeah,
it's a sickness, isn't it? It's actually in the book, isn't it? Well, yes, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, I know a medical student. Yes, it is in the fucking book. I read that. I read that precise name. Yes.
I actually, I didn't think that was the message you were referring to, Strategy. I just now caught that one. And
making fun of trends and making fun of people who humans on animals. I mean, that too is a rather fair statement. Humans are, by their nature, we are animals. Well, yes, we are also animals.
Yeah, you didn't get banned for that statement, so...
Yeah, as a child, I knew that I would lead to death. I mean, he made a bit of a rash example there above. I can see that. He wasn't well-minded, but I mean, you know.
You may see a rash example. I see as someone again who frequently runs the trenches of these circles. I saw what it is.
I don't know. It isn't probably
call it a volley of fire.
It might be in part due to the fact that I'm, of course, I'm not into this new internet age nonsense, well, most of the parts, so I'm kind of missing out probably on many things, but I have a really hard time getting to these same conclusions.
If you ever want to make that a topic of conversation of one of our co-op stream, bro, I do this stuff. I used to have talks about this stuff on my stream all the time. That's why, like, if you go into some of the Discord servers I'm in where they have, like, they're trying to be super professional, and so they have, like, ads for some of us, every single one of them all bring up, like, no, hey, if you're coming in here, be ready. Who knows what it's gonna be?
Yes, but be ready for what? It's not any question, isn't it?
Basically conversations like this, like, used to happen in my chat all the time, because I always tell people all the time, I'm the easiest chat and the hardest chat in the world to get a ban in. It's easy to get a ban in if you're going to be, like, blatantly, like, start being just blatantly bigoted, including ableism, which like Strategy had an issue with him comparing gender dysphoria to being on the spectrum, but at the same time, like, I'm happy to have discussions like about hot button topics like this with somebody who disagrees.
I mean, you see, this is mainly one of the main reasons why I try to avoid hot button topics, because they will always end up with troublesome situations like this.
And this is why I think they shouldn't be avoided too, because...
Yeah, but the problem is, now, you say they should be avoided, but in order to not avoid them, you would have to actually have the people all talk, and that is a problem, isn't it? As long as somebody is in a position of power where they can ban the other person, the other person is more than willing to risk that, there's no discussion any longer. To
be fair, you are absolutely right. But, and also, for being fair here, I mean, I already, no matter, even be it on keyboard or on the microphone, I'm getting a position of privilege that he will not get. I have a position of trust with you.
Indeed.
And that is not And I am not saying that because I'm a mod in your chat. I am saying that because of the countless fucking hours we have burned away
Indeed.
lives talking to each other. I have, just as you have earned a position of trust within me, I will always have power that they will never have, be it on mic or on keyboard.
Very obviously, because first and foremost, people are pretty damn easy. I'm going to trust your word first, and everybody else's word second, because, well, there's connection there, of course. But still, I find it very important, especially in such situations like this, when I'm not in the clear, that I ask questions and I make my own judgment.
While again, and as I will say once more, where yes, I get the advantage of a microphone. That comes with my position of trust and privilege. Besides, you wouldn't have wanted all of us in a voice chat just yelling over each other.
No, I would have moderated it too, but then I would have made it a bit more active of a moderation.
But well, I forgot what I was going to say. God damn it, I missed. Yeah, I got sidetracked with the thought of us all in one voice chat, and that would have been just a nightmare.
I would have had a lot of work to do.
Oh, right, now I remember. Look, we both know that I will sit here and I'll defend and stand by my decision, but
which is fair.
Going to sit here and stand by and support your final decision. Because again, I am merely a mod in this space who is helping, I hope, to cultivate a safe but engaging environment. We can have difficult conversations. We can be insulting without being dehumanizing.
This seems to be a very difficult topic, and there seems to be a lot of aspects to it. And I'm not the kind of person who makes rash decisions. That's not my nature. That kind of lost its appeal around 10 decades.
I would debate the decision as rash myself. He did get his warning. He had 10 minutes to think about why that wouldn't necessarily be taken well. That's kind of the crux of my decision there. That's why to me it wasn't rash, because you had 10 minutes and told that like nothing even resembling transphobic insults and jokes would be tolerated, and then you immediately came in with all this. So to me, the decision isn't rash. The decision, you were warned of the consequences of potential actions. You were told what actions would not be tolerated. And then you had time to consider what could be perceived as those actions.
No, little strategy member.
Still chose your course.
Little strategy member. I will tell you this though.
I'll let you catch up with him.
If you, little strategy member, had then started to be insulting, I would have brandished my sword against you too, because, I told you very much at the beginning to stay civil. I know it's easy to get heated, especially when things are talked about that are getting people emotional, riled up. I get it. Happens to me too.
To be fair, I also am not very emotional. Like, to me, it's not even an emotional decision either. Now, its strategy might be. Strategy saying he was getting emotional. Yeah. And that's the other thing is like that's the other reason I did it is because like I'm not even angry. I don't even get angry at it anymore. It's more I get disappointed. Just like it's because if you're gonna troll, like respect the craft. Put some effort into it. If you're going to be insulting and dehumanizing, at least fucking, have the common courtesy to do it better and dog whistle, I guess. I don't know. Just don't dehumanize. But really there's also going to be
magic. This is putting me quite a bit the pickle, because now I would need to think about this in depth, and I really need to read all the sentences, and then I would need to actually create connections with the actual situation as it is, which is a pain, to be fair. A pain I would like to avoid.
To be fair, you are your own admission. It's about the whole thing is over a social situation that you're not familiar with.
Well,
for you to become For you to become, I can offer you two. So I can offer you two good resolutions of courses of action for yourself. You can either A, trust that your mod made the right decision and we move on, or B, you start doing some research on like what it is, what trans people have to go through, or what their experience is and their lived, because that's kind of the crux of all this. When it comes to determining, like, when it comes to dehumanizing someone or not, it comes from like just completely ignoring and neglecting their lived experiences, right?
I mean, yes, but I'm in no way in a position as
All right, but there's tons of like
who judge that. If it's actually is as they say or not, I can't even judge that because I'm not, I can only take their words and assume that they mean well by me, which I have no proof of.
Well,
that is true of everybody.
I mean, like you have to do that with.
Yes, I give people the benefit of the doubt more often than not, because that's after many years I've come to the conclusion that most often than not, things actually go away on their very own. Give some time. Of course, not all the things, because well, that's
also, I will actually now. I will also say this, since if this puts your mind a little bit at ease, you will almost certainly 1000% never see that ban as justified. At the bare minimum, you will never see it as I do in terms of as justified as I do.
At least
you might not ever see it as, but well, no, even if you started roaming like you. I've been fighting these people for so long, and after a while, you get a little jaded, and you see it start blooming, and you just shut it down immediately. You get used to shutting it down immediately, especially.
Yeah, but doesn't that also blind you somewhat to the individualism that is required? You say you fight this all the time. You have this all the time. Doesn't that mean that you just judge them all by the same standard?
I also have to do this a lot in a lot of spaces where I have no power to ban or silence them. So I have to. So it's either let them spout it or engage, which is why I catch so many Facebook bans.
Yeah,
which is also why I initially made a Twitter. Now that being said, I'll address that point then. You say to let them why should I allow them the opportunity to escalate further,
because
or even potentially cause further harm? Because as strategy was already saying.
Okay, so we already you first at the point as he caused harm, then yet. I mean, yes, his comment was most of it most on the edge, but what harm has he caused then? There's a question that doesn't really.
The strategy was incredibly insulted because he has autism. So to say that, oh well, yeah, gender dysphoria is on the spectrum. So
okay, but again, to be fair here, could the other party know that beforehand? He couldn't. He made a very improper joke. Okay, somebody was insulted. He didn't apologize for it, but. As far as I can see, the chat
I would challenge you to produce evidence of how the context of the message could produce it as a joke.
I'm pretty sure he meant to set up as of an over-the-top statement. I'm assuming, at least. I mean, I don't know his intention. I can't read his mind. I interpreted it as such because that seemed logical. I don't know. See, that's my whole problem is I don't know.
Because all the statements, all that specific message says is the spectrum touches up against dysphoria.
Yeah, I mean, I read it in the context of his other messages.
I'm not making fun of trans. I'm making fun of people who think humans aren't animals. That's the message before that. Message after that is who wouldn't dream of changing themselves if they could.
Yeah.
I don't understand how the context there makes it seem like he's saying anything besides.
No, he basically tried, to rile up, to get a reaction. Okay, I mean, yeah. It's part and parcel.
What's a swear word?
Swear word, sure.
I'll see a swear word.
I don't see a swear word.
Do you not hear all the fucks that I say? What?
Are we losing track? Are we getting so far out that we're actually losing track of everything else here? I don't actually want to blow this up into a thing that it's not.
No, I understand. And again, that's why I said what I said a little bit earlier is this is the equivalent of I don't know, call it somebody who's just gonna shoot the prisoner because so many have already pulled the pin on a grenade before. and you're sitting from the position of somebody who hasn't seen quite that as many times.
I mean, you know.
And so you might very well be right, and he might not. I might have pulled the trigger too soon. And again, I would again argue that he gets an unban request.
That at the very least he should get. I would kind of like him to actually, you know, be able to defend his point at least to some degree, because I really hate it. Normally, in any justice system that I'm familiar with and that I have to deal with, you're innocent until guilty, guilt proven. If you do not start at that point...
Hold on, NCS. Strategy member, for future reference, I would just be a lot more comfortable if you could just throw it down as the F slur. And that's just kind of what the community has come to universally start referring it to.
What slur? What fuck am I talking?
Slur, derogatory term for gay men. Starts with an F. Has 2 G's. Maybe it's an American thing.
It could be, actually.
I'm definitely not going to say it while we're live.
If it's a slur, I'm not asking you to say it. Actually, you could just fucking write it in fucking Discord. We have a chat open. Just give me the word.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
That way nobody sees it. Look the other way, chat. Nobody sees something.
When I was as a teenager, I threw this word around a lot because
that word.
Culture. Yeah, that word.
I mean, the short handle of that means cigarette, doesn't it? Pretty sure. An Englishman told me once. Wasn't that a thing?
If somebody came throwing in that slur, that's also an insta ban. When you come throwing in slurs, it's just ban.
I mean, yes. I mean, if you didn't I tell you before we started this to be civil? If you start throwing insults, I'm going to do horrible things to you.
Listen, and that's one of the reasons why.
And you would fucking hell, yes, it is a word for cigarette.
I would on the mic, because I will be the first one to openly admit and confess that if there's anybody that should have an eye kept on them to make sure that they stay civil and stay in fucking check, it's Kronos motherfucking Stampede. Okay? I am the one that needs to be kept civil. And
everybody needs to keep civil.
You heard everything I had to say, every word I spoke.
Yes, I heard every word you spoke.
I'm not one of those calm, quiet angers. No, I know. I'm an artillery device.
I know. I've heard you screaming already. And don't get me wrong, I'm not questioning all of this. The side of distrust against you.
And I openly admit when I'm insulting because
I'm sitting here and I'm trying to make sense of a situation that I'm not accustomed to, which is why I'm taking this very slowly, very carefully, because mistakes can be made. That's not a problem. If you never realize you made a mistake, that's the worst.
Is this what it's like to work in Germany? There's so much paperwork here.
Yes.
God, you didn't tell me being one of your mods was going to be this much paperwork.
Oh yes, it will be.
God. Damn. Fuck me.
Let's just say it like this. Normally, you know, anybody who works for me and makes a mistake, I do like the old-fashioned way. I like a written report, and I like it.
But is that what the root of the issue is? Is that you feel uncertain how it was a problem?
No, I see that as
that would help me understand. That would help me understand your side a lot.
I can understand. To some degree that there is a problem here. The problem is I don't know the source of the problem. Is this just a miscommunication? Have things gone a bit over the top? Have people overreacted? Have many different factors that come into play here, and I want to basically take my little scalpel, mic this open, take a look inside, and go like, okay, let's talk one by one, and see where we end up at. Because otherwise, my judgment can't really be called just. I put a lot of trust into justice.
I think you're going to have to rely on your faith in the community that you have cultivated, which is a very good and loving one, and generally, while your chat has gotten heated before, I'm the one that heats it usually.
Yes, but especially
I think the
because
best you're going to achieve. I think the best you're going to achieve is the word of your community that actions were generally justified.
No, I'm kind of
calling out right quick if you didn't. No, okay, so I got you on that one strategy. I can actually answer that directly because I see that all the fucking time from these people, right? Because he doesn't see himself as bigoted, most likely. But he called himself a bigot ironically because that's the joke, is that the left sees everything that they don't agree with as racist or bigoted.
So, you know, that's also something that seems to be happening a lot, and that is actually something that I find interesting because, technically speaking, I still come from the generation directly after the generation that had another big divider that was not politics, mind you, but religion, namely the Protestants and the Catholics, going very much against each other around here. Politics have become the last great divider between people, and people tend to see everything from the perspective of left and right. That seems to be a thing that nowadays is prevalent. Everything needs to be in that particular order, either left, either right.
Oh,
why is that
well,
though? I wonder myself sometimes, you know. Haven't we learned anything from that whole fucking religious nonsense?
Hold on. To be fair, in my defense, I would be immediately far less presumptuous of someone on the right side of the political spectrum from Europe, for example, like on the right side of the, because I have no experience with them. I don't know what they like. I don't know what their policies are, they stand for, what they believe.
I've talked with them all.
I don't know what kind of people it produces, so that might and while I can pretty much certainly tell you that it pretty much doesn't matter where you're from. I'm not going to be on the right side of the political spectrum.
It's not a problem. Honestly, I was once, you know, a bit of a nice little history part with me. History very long ago. When I was young, I was very much not interested in politics, but it's not really that you can avoid them for long. So at some point I was like, okay, I actually want to see where the fuck are people coming from. So, you know, I looked for the most left people and the most right people I could find, which is easy enough, mind you, if you know where to look. And
but when it comes with dealing with people, Xena, where are you going? Get the fuck out. Go. When it comes to dealing with like people on the right end of the political spectrum in America, it's hard to explain.
It can probably not be
it's hard to
that much
explain without
worse.
just chalking it up to battle fatigue, and it's more just I know what I'm dealing with. I know what signs I see.
Maybe it's also a bit, you know, I think one of the major differences.
And also the American right has been pushing further and further right for decades, and it's starting to come to a head.
I mean, maybe, you know, maybe it's one of the main differences. I did this all face to face, you know, with the actual threat of getting, you know, sucker punched in the face for what I said, because, well, I never really knew when to shut up. That's one of my main problems.
Yeah, look, like I said, I can be friends with people. It just depends on the disagreement, and
I mean, you know, you need to talk things through. That's the one lesson I learned from all of that. Because, you know, if you actually
absolutely, but
if you move, you know, past
again.
The all of these skinheads, and you go to the actually guys who are wearing the suits and who actually now are like, okay, yes, the third right was a great thing, and I kind of would like to have this back. And you reached some very interesting material. I can tell you that much. Because these people
and again,
are really
in defense of my decision, he had 10 minutes before he could post a message again.
Yes, 10 minutes he probably sat there and seized and waited for this opportunity.
Exactly. That's kind of. So is that not bannable to be given a warning and then to come in and immediately try to start shit?
At the end of the day, and that is the following: I'm a German, and a German follows the law. I have decided I have a mod. If the mod decides to do something, first and foremost, as the officer above that, I will sign up on that and go like, yes. But the problem is, and that is what I would like to put us, and this is why I need to talk about this, is that precise sort of thinking, this precise sort of German thinking of listening and acting in structures, hierarchies. It's precisely what made the Nazis very successful, which is why I'm questioning it, which is why I'm sitting here and going like, is this decision right? Can I actually stand for this decision? So far I can say yes, I can see where you come from, that is the most important part. I can see your reasoning, I can see strategy's reasoning, that is good. what I'm missing is William's reasoning. I will listen to him. Of course, he should have an opportunity to make his point. That is very important.
And if he now and again, I'll show you on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll go through this because I want to give him the opportunity to talk and make his point.
Now that being said, I will. You just also prepare yourself for the fact that, or for the possibility that he might decide not to submit an amendment request. He might just be all like, he might do like so many before him have done, and just chuckle to himself and go, haha, those libs.
That's his.
Go on to the next chat.
Yeah, but that's his personal choice. He can make that choice, but I do not.
No, I know. I'm not. What I'm telling is you may never get closure.
No, that might be the case, but that in itself is a closure, because that means the case was just as presented. If the defense never makes a point, then the case is as is. That's the end of it. I'm not going to make this bigger than it is. That is the point.
I'm going to take a little pride. I'm going to take a little pride in the power fantasy now that my first action as a mod in my first official ban as a mod in your chat might keep you up at night. Take a little pride of that.
To be fair, and I will be thinking about this, because this is a whole new scenario for me. This whole internet thing is, I mean, until like 5 years ago, I basically used the internet for playing games and listening to music, not much more. I'm new to this nonsense, and I'm highly intrigued, yes, but I also don't, I want to make things in my own careful way, as I usually do.
Well, okay, well, to make things a little, because I don't necessarily know things that would make it easier. Whenever I'm not quite so fucking high, and I'm just in a better mental functionality and strategy. If you just want to get up, jump on the ball, go ahead. I will DM you on Discord a bunch of some YouTube videos that can start you down a informative path, I guess. At least on one side. If you decide to go pursue the complete opposite sides,
actually, that is what I would advise. Look at both sides. Take the extremes from both sides.
No. And I would advise that as well. But here, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna win you over with full transparency. How about that?
I do like transparency.
Since you are unfamiliar with just about the entirety of the topic, I'm going, and whether you want to admit this or not, if you deny this, I'm gonna call you out for bullshit. Whichever side you hit first is likely to bias you somewhat. It might be a subconscious bias.
As I said, I'm used to the religious wars of the past. Yes, I know.
So as the person you trust, let me get to bias you first.
Well, now with my prior experience.
Actually, you know what? Full transparency. I'll after I've sent you in strategy, if he wants to send you some, after we've sent you some links of that I feel can help start you down the road of actually learning about the issues. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll fucking send you some popular talking heads talking about the issue on the other side.
I like to be, having a good spread.
And when it comes to these kind of American things, unfortunately, especially with the people from the right that I'm going to send you videos to watch of, it's not going to matter whether they're right, wrong, or not. What's going to matter is at just how many people listen to them,
Also, I do like to remind you of the following. Since this is partly mainly an American thing, I will never make a absolute final judgment, because America is America.
No, but now
I will give you my opinion.
Trans people exist in Germany, and so do transphobes.
Yes,
bigotry
but apparently it seems to be a lot less of a problem around here, because at least according to the mainstream media, so that means the left-leaning, the right-leaning, and the middle one, it ain't something to be talked about, apparently. Every bloody single day, I read 3 different newspapers on my work. There's the left one, there's the right one, and there's the middle one. I have them all. And I can tell you,
so whenever
that's not a topic that's get talked about.
Well, no. Well, I mean, it does on all the sides of the mainstream media around here, on the talk, not in the papers, but on the the 24-hour news channels that shouldn't fucking exist, it does. But even then, those are things that are in, like, you know, opinion pieces, and those are all definitely having their own spin. Like, when it comes to mainstream media news, which is I call, like, not local, anything that's not like local news, right? Like, look, I just read the Associated Press. I have the Associated Press app on my phone.
Yeah, but
I
see,
use them to keep me.
I'm old-fashioned. I have the actual newspapers, the printed press.
I ain't
You
got
know?
that. I ain't got that kind of time, and I got a phone, and I got places to be, and sometimes I can only read for
that's the best
like
thing.
sometimes I can only read for 2-3 minutes at a time.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
I know that feeling.
If there's an article I'm really wanting to read, I can read a little bit while I'm taking a piss at work. Okay. I can't do that with a paper.
You can. Believe you me,
I
I've
work
tried.
in the food industry.
Okay, to be fair, that would be difficult. Now, before this goes on, I will do the following. I will get myself one more beer. And that will be the last one, because it's getting...
That is our time limit.
That is our time limit.
One final beer.
One beer, but you know, it's a big beer.
There's something people know exists and do not question as much here. Yeah,
I mean, yes, but it's just like, you know, if something is... To give you an example, I don't know the right term without being derogatory, so do try to stop me when I say something that is... There was that one bar that was run by a guy that liked to dress in skirts. He was the mama, basically, of the place. He called himself that for the longest time. Was a cool guy. He had opened when everybody else was closed. Nobody ever questioned it. It's just that. He was just the mama. You know, it's just like, that's the mama, that's normal. Right. Huh? It's just a normal thing. Always been a thing.
So you keep saying...
I've never changed. Why should I question that?
You keep calling mama he. So then my only thing about that is...
Yeah,
has mama... have you called mama he to in mama's presence?
Yeah, I mean, he introduced himself like that. You know, I'm mama. I'm like, hey, mama. And when I was once like, hey,
no, I'm not asking if you've called. I'm not asking if you called them mama. I'm asking, like, in terms of pronouns. If their pronouns are he, then that's cool. I was just like,
it was never. That's
step one of understanding.
I mean, that kind of was never questions, you know. Just like, it's obviously, you know, the guy, and he just liked that style, and I was like, okay, well, sure. Okay. I mean, why should I?
You would sometimes think obvious, but also,
why would I go ahead and start talking with him about, okay, so how does this flow into normal conversation?
Because somebody that's presenting, look, okay, no, I can understand where your brain is.
My brain's like, okay, you know, everything seems to be normal.
You ever correct you? Okay, I can because I can.
Did you ever correct your
mine struggled the same way. I can't tell you how I know what fuses are misfiring in your head right now, but I can tell you I know because I had the same. I had the same misfire.
How would I even use his pronouns in normal sentence structure?
Okay, hold on, stop.
I'm getting confused.
I got you.
I need a fucking beer. I get confused.
I know. Get your beer.
I'll do that. You keep the people entertained, and you know, don't ban the rest of chat. There's not much left.
And I will I gotta lay down the law with fucking Strat real quick.
You do that. The world has become such a difficult place. Kitty. You at least it's simple.
He has no idea about any of the workings of or anything of the community at all. Strategy. All right, we're gonna have to. You gotta baby step him in, and it's simple. I'll show you. I've done this once, I think. Oh man, I'm playing a game that's. There you are. Start. I'm sorry. One night will not. Yeah, one night doesn't cut it. Because he's like, why would pronouns? I don't understand what. Yeah. First, you got to lay down the history a little bit, which I'm going to for him, of why in the LGBT community pronouns are kind of talked about in a thing, and why blah 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 blah. Why you wouldn't have? And he's like, he is right. It's not a big deal. It's the only thing that's changed now with the times that we're trying to show society is that the only real thing that's changed is it becomes a non-issue once you've kind of shown your consideration within the community, I guess. I don't know. I'll show him. You'll see. Even a whole night of YouTube rabbit hole. Yeah, right. God, fuck. Started sending them ContraPoints videos.
Good. Yes.
Just to start me off, I definitely understand why. Like, as soon as you're like pronouns, what the fuck? What?
How would I even use that in direct speech in German, my friend?
Oh, okay. Well, you do have pronoun. You do have. Oh, I do.
Yeah, even in third person speak, basically. If I address somebody if I talk about somebody, if I talk about you, then I'm gonna be like, he did, for example, in English. Same in Germany. But if I talk to you directly, it's like you, and you is not gendered.
Well, yes, and then that's true. But then there's situations where you might be talking about said person.
Well, yeah, I did. Precisely in his face, actually, with somebody else. And pretty normal shit, actually.
So, here's the thing. The only reason why pronouns are even discussed anymore are because, well, first of all, there's people, people can have decided openly that they can change their gender, which they are correct, and with that comes changing pronouns. Now, that's not a big deal. It's literally not a big deal. It's all right. Now, while there are, if you wanted to go down a rabbit hole, there are a bunch of what they call neo-pronouns. We're not going to discuss them. You don't need to know why they exist. You don't need to know what they are. You're never going to encounter them in your life. All you need to know is if you do, all you need to know is if you do ever encounter them in your life, just be respectful. If the person decides to tell you that that's their pronouns, be like, okay, cool, and try to use them.
I mean,
that's all that matters.
Would probably be my first reaction, but I would also be like, what? Because, that's normal reaction. You don't just present a new concept and expect everybody else to go like, okay, yes, that's a thing. You have to actually explain why this is a thing.
If you're ever in that situation, it's because you frequent circles within the LGBTQ plus community, and
what so that even stand for?
Huh?
What that even stand for? what?
LGBTQ plus. I mean, there's a couple of different versions.
What is that? And why is that a thing? What does that mean?
Lesbian, gay, god damn, why is this so hard? Lesbian, gay, bi, trans, asexual. It's actually actual full. If you really want to get into, okay, you fucking German. Here you go. The actual thing is LGBTQIA plus. Lesbian, gay, bi, trans, asexual, intersex.
Jesus Christ, I have many things.
The Q is queer, intersect, QIA. A is asexual. Agender. And the plus is just for whatever else. It's an umbrella.
Why
that's the thing. It's okay. And look, you wanted it. You wanted the full info. I tried to give you the fucking shorthand.
Yes, and then you're like, okay, I just accept this shorthand as is. And I'm a German. I'm like, no. You need to explain.
Okay. And I'm not explaining what every single member of that group is because that's not my place. And I am a pan white guy. It is not my position to define all these groups to you as a member of not those groups.
I mean, that is at least understandable. I don't speak for groups that you're not part of. Plus is to make it bigger. Okay.
The only group I will properly define for you, I guess, is gay. I don't think I need to. I think you understand
one is pretty easy.
Men are.
I know that. I don't know what gay people
You understand
are.
what bisexual people are.
I mean, yes, I do remember one girl I knew speaking of this going like, I like both. Okay, yeah, it's nice.
Men can be bisexual too, and it's fine.
Don't really. That's the sort of thing you're like, when the fuck do I ever ask a person about that? It's like, what are you into? They don't give a shit. Be into whatever you want. It's your choice, isn't
it's
it?
it's not about what you would ask for, but can you honestly say you wouldn't? So if you see a man with another man, would you assume he's gay?
If they're holding hands or something, probably yes. I would be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, like you see him on a date.
Yeah, if I see them just walking around together, I'm just gonna be like, oh, probably buddies or
Oh,
something.
saying,
I mean, if we
you see
both
him, like,
walk
holding
down the
hands?
street, I wouldn't just
You would-
assume that, you know. Why would I?
Yeah, you would. No, but I mean, I meant it in the context that you took it. Like, yeah, you see them on in obvious. You would assume they were in an obvious, like you might assume they were gay.
Yeah, so what? So be it.
Now, I hope in the back of your head, you think, oh, maybe they're bi, because now you know that it's something to remember. It's like, yeah, everybody when people say bi.
No, the point is actually,
Everybody
or rather, the point is, I wouldn't think anything.
Sorry, it doesn't matter.
To me, I would.
Fair.
I would basically be like, some random people, two random people walk across the street from you. It's like, okay, I saw two people. I don't give a shit. I'm not thinking about the relationship. I'm not thinking about anything about them. I'm just like realizing visually there are two people. Then I look.
Some people do.
Okay, why would you waste your fucking time, the limited time you have, to think about that?
Because
I
some
don't
people have a
get
problem with it. Some people have a problem with it. Some people like me live in the deep south where whenever if you see two guys holding hands, you should definitely, if you can, just kind of hang out in the general area, make sure they stay safe, and also.
It sounds horrible.
If not, and also, oh yeah, it's very bigoted around here. Like, and also internally applaud, if not externally applaud, and maybe go and like shake their hand and be all like, "Yo, bro, that's a nice pair of nuts y'all got there for just being yourselves." I've walked up to a couple of gay guys walking around here in the South and been like, "Yo, somebody fucks with y'all while y'all are shopping. Come find me."
I'm the kind of person who's just like, oh, there are two people. Oh, cool. That's all. Why would I care for more?
Around here, some people have an issue with it.
Look at that. I have my thinking lowly found.
And they shouldn't have an issue with it, but they do. And people like me, I stand up to them.
I mean, to be fair, that's fair.
We go online and we pick fights with them.
If there are assholes around that try to harass people, yes, that is a good reason to stand up for. But it should really not be a point that you actually need to, stop and go like, yeah, sure, your sexuality defines you, because that's just one aspect of us humans, isn't it? I don't like reducing people to that.
I don't think there's agender. The A in the acronym is for asexual. Which, by the way, asexual, that's an easy one.
Yes.
They don't like to fuck.
Yes, I kind of get that, because I did read about that. It's like a 0.01% group was like, I don't like to fuck. Well, nature will then tell you, like, okay, then you're not going to procreate.
It's a little bit bigger than that. Well,
no, basically, I do read that.
It's not necessarily that they just don't like to fuck. Some of them just flat out don't like to fuck. Some of them.
Yeah, it means actually speaking in reality, not attracted.
Asexual, I think.
It means not attracted to any of the to either female.
There's a lot of different. I guess you could call them micro groups of sexualities, like demisexual.
Jesus fucking Christ! Why do you? The concept was so easy.
This is recognized now. This is recognized by the American Psychological Association.
The point was.
And the World Health Organization.
It was easy once, isn't it?
No. It's just putting a term to a chemical a way a brain's wired.
Yes.
So a demisexual means that like you need an emotional connection to be sexually attracted to the person. So in other words, like I
so no one night stands basically.
Yeah, and like a good buddy of mine, he's demisexual. He's like, bro, I wish he's like, I didn't choose this fucking life. I wish I could just have gone out and like had one night stands. I wanted to, but
I mean, it's not that great, honestly. But I guess if you don't know,
I did it. I did it a lot. It was pretty great.
Depends.
Whenever I was young.
I mean, I had pretty fun. It was a lot of around back then, but
I hope they had fun. I hope they had a good time, but I know I did.
I will assume so. They haven't complained at least, so they could have.
I mean, it was a decade or more. It was a decade ago, so fucking
2 decades in my case at the very least. So let's not talk about that. You
There's other
don't.
people in sexuality that are aromatic sexuality. And there's also, what is it?
Why do we need to splinter this off in so many little things? Jesus Christ.
It's because it's human nature to want to understand why we are the way we are.
I mean, yes, the question of where we come from, where do we go is old.
Nothing. While this information may be new to you, that is fair. All this is more of the humanity that has finally figured out ways to define in our must-have in a scientific text way to define what part of what makes us us.
Yes, but it sounds like this is the only part that people take. That's not really the point, isn't it? I mean, that should just be one minor aspect of you.
Okay. Let me.
Why has it become so big?
Okay, no. Here's a way that this information is a good thing and could have been a good thing a long time ago. So my abuela, which is Spanish for grandmother, for those of you who don't know, I had a Hispanic grandmother. I come to find out later, years after she died, that my abuela was most likely asexual. She would have never known. She wouldn't have known it as that. She talked to my mother about it before, about how she never had any in her whole life. She never had any desire to have sex, never had any pleasure from sex. The only reason she had sex with her husband was because she felt it was her wifely duty.
It is kind of the old way of thinking.
Right? Now, imagine if this terminology and these understandings had been around at the time.
Then you wouldn't be around now, would they?
They've had all their children. Honestly, I think they probably would have still had all their children. But there would have been a discussion to be had between the two of them, so that way there was an understanding.
If your partner
that understanding would have strengthened the foundation that is
potentially, but the other coin side would be like, okay, you talk to your partner. Partner's like, I don't want to have sex. You want to have sex. That relationship would not last, not in modern standards.
No.
People go away from each other for minor reasons.
She didn't want to. She didn't get enjoyment, but this comes up in the asexual community where they have partners that aren't asexual, and some of them are willing to, like my abuela was. I don't enjoy it, but I'm willing to for people I deeply care about.
Yes, but if I have a discussion with my partner and he's like, I don't want to. Then I'm not willing to force them. And I know they will force themselves for me, which I also don't find pleasant, so I'd rather be like, okay, let's end the relationship here because this is not going to work.
And there's also, and then it doesn't necessarily mean that. There's also some, not all, but some asexual relationships that have, are polyamorous, for example.
Yes, an excuse to cheat. I know that term.
That is not what polyamorous is.
It means you are in a relationship with multiple people, which is cheating on one person.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
As I'm aware it is. That's what the terminology is meaning.
It means you and your partner.
It means multiple partners.
No. You and your no. Being polyamorous is that you and your partner are both in a relationship with. Yes, you're right, multiple people, but not in the context you're thinking. You're both in, let's say it's a third party, you're both in a relationship with that third party. That's what polyamory is. Even if for one of them it's not on a sexual level, that doesn't entitle them to a part in that relationship. That is polyamory.
No, it is quite literally a Latin word. You have stolen the Latin word for this. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Polyamorous is one-to-one and Latin word.
We're Americans. We do.
Why?
Because America, fuck you.
Stealing from the Romans, eh? I hope you're proud of yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what we're known for. Being proud of ourselves.
It quite literally means. Do you know what it quite literally means if you translate this into English from Latin? It means many loves. It quite literally means having many, many loves.
But what I'm saying is a polyamor is. That's not two people with different lovers. That's different. That's two people with different lovers would be
No, it
That's
quite
an
literally
open
means having
relationship.
many. You basically have many partners at the same time. It's just that. It's many loves. You have many partners in a love way
Well,
at the same time.
I am telling you, in the what it is
You
in
can't
the
just
modern society,
redefine words. It's not working.
society 1000% can and does all the time.
Oh, for fuck's sake, society, why do you do this? I thought we stopped this with religion, but religion was like, no, 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 we need to redefine this because purity. We've done this before, haven't we?
We just needed to redefine it to fit a modern standard for us, and we did.
Yes.
So now you know what a
And now
polyamorous relationship.
but you do
Yeah,
realize you
we're-
sound very much like the church. You changed the word, but you sound like the church. We need to change this. Why? Because now it needs to
Well,
fit our
because
our
it's also,
interpretation.
because it also
It
shifts a
seems
lot
really
of
dangerous.
the way you phrase it as like an excuse to cheat is again incorrect because it is a part of the relationship and it requires the consent of all parties.
That much is true, but you know,
and it's also not cheating. If
Yeah,
you have an
everybody-
asexual partner and they understand and recognize the validity of your desires, and you, an equally loving and compassionate partner of them, recognize their lack of physical want, and you, because you love them, don't want to force them and couldn't ever ask them to do that. For both of you to agree upon a third party that you are
No.
both comfortable with.
I would never. And the very moment I realized that the person I am with is not compatible with me in the long run, I will make the very easy decision. I'm like, okay,
it's with anything.
let's sit down
Not
and
what
talk
you
about this.
think.
Can we work this out? Yes, no. What's your solution? What's my solution? If both solutions seem unfitting, I'm just going to be like, okay, let's go our separate ways,
And
because
to
that
be
way we
fair,
will have a
that's fair.
chance to be lucky and get the right
And
one.
to be
Why should I force myself? Wait a second.
I'll allow
Search
that,
good badge.
I'll allow that. I got that. No, I got that. I allow
Damn
that.
it, you're fast.
Yep.
The point is, if you start
No,
redefining
reason
what
that.
words mean, that really brings me into this where I'm really scared, because I remember what that is. I remember when the church did this, and I remember how bad that is. Be very careful with that.
And listen, I will say this as well: is that in the end, first of all, these sorts of relationships are, and this is kind of the biggest disclaimer that the community has to put out there, because some people do try to use it as a mask way to just go out and fuck. But that's not what it is, and that's not what the people that are within the community want.
Okay, then maybe just maybe, instead of taking a word from a language that has a clear-cut meaning, use
And also, I
your
don't have any
own
control
words.
over what the terminology is. I just want to say that I just I have no choice but to accept it, use it, move on.
No, the point is this:
I'm a
you
bumfuck in the
start
middle of
some.
America. I
Imagine-
have no college degrees. I
Imagine
don't-
this: you get someone, and he's like, "Okay, I'm this," and you're like, "Okay, I know this word. I know what this word means, literally." So that's going to be your interpretation. If you don't want any misunderstandings, then you have already created a very misunderstanding situation just by using that word. You could have used another one easily enough if you wanted to.
No,
You wouldn't have created this misunderstanding. I wouldn't be looking at you like, okay, so you want to have many loves. Okay, I get it, but no thanks. I'm mono. That's
Well, no,
works.
it's not. It's well, I mean, yes, and that's fair. And it's not necessarily like, yeah, it can't. You can interpret it as many, but like,
No, it's quite literally. You have a word.
praise a crowd, right?
You have a word. It has a meaning.
And there's
It is
a
written
meaning.
down in the fucking in every
Meaning.
library that it
And
has this meaning.
actually, you know what? Like, actually, I would find the word is accurate. Then you're right. Many loves.
Hmm.
Okay, doesn't everything you need right there that mean many? So more than mono.
Yes.
So more than one.
Holy is
All right,
more
that
than
can
mono.
be now, hold on. So then let's just agree right now. So that without hyperbole, that all many is implying is more than one.
No, that is not true. Let me explain this in Latin for you. Mono is one. Then we have oli, which
Dead
is
languages
few,
don't get to define our
which is
society.
oli, which is few, and then we have poly, which is many. So that means not just one, not just two or three or four. We're talking about 6, 7 at the very least,
No.
because that's where we can add. That's what you would
First
mean.
off, dead society or dead languages don't get to define our modern society.
And don't steal their words to define yourself, Jesus. Write your own
Yes.
words. Children, please
Literally,
write your
that's
own
all
words.
language is. That's all it is. That's all language is a series of people bastardizing and stealing other languages.
Yes, but at least most people have the decency to change things. You can't just take the fucking word and be like, okay, this is fine now. This doesn't work.
We did change things. We changed the definition.
That doesn't work. You look at a fucking dictionary, it's like, okay, this is the definition of poly. I can't. Let me go to Google. Let me answer. Let me talk.
Listen. Be like everybody else and file your complaint with the College of Words.
Wörterbuch. Poly. Oxford Languages. Poly. Bedeutet in Bildung mit Adjektiven und Substantiven viel, mehr, verschieden. Meaning with verbs and others is nonsense. Many, and many in many ways. Yeah, just poly just means many. Quite literally.
What would you call adding just a third person to your relationship? Because I just want to also hold on.
Are there polysexuals?
I'm not trying to convince you that you would ever be in a situation where you would want to be in this kind of relationship.
Never.
I'm just trying to show you.
I would deny that relationship.
I'm just trying to introduce you to another perspective.
You know, my understanding of what happened the last time somebody. What happened the last time that I felt the need to cheat on somebody?
You wouldn't be cheating. This isn't cheating. It's not cheating when consent.
When I wanted to fuck somebody else and I was already in a relationship, I didn't go up to my partner and go like, yes, I want you to let me do this. No.
Because that's cheating.
I went up to my partner and went like, okay, this relationship needs to end. I like somebody else. This is shitty, but this is how it is. So, let's break it off. Let's start something new.
Yes, exact strategy is right. Because this is just how some people love each other. That
yeah, I mean they can do it, but
I actually
at least make it easy to understand for me.
When I was in the army, that she had a husband and a boyfriend, and they knew about each other, and they were all in a relationship. She was in a relationship with both of them, and they were all. That's what that is. They were both cool, and it's not. And
I'd be like,
sex.
Okay, but why the fuck
do you? I want to make that perfectly clear.
Why do you feel the need to tell me that at this moment? It's like, okay, why? I don't care. You do what you do, but you're not me. You can't determine what I think, feel.
Yes. And I'm definitely. I'm just trying to. I'm just offering you. I'm not trying to swing you over to this side of the fence. I'm
going to sit on the fence as always.
All I'm doing is just offering you their perspective.
Yeah, then I'm getting confused because
just for you, not to change your way of thinking. Don't think of it like that. Take it as just information to be filed in your German filing system.
Well, I have it in my system. And there's also the nice little note that like they steal words. Be careful, they might come for German next. Why? I really can't get over that. It's in my German brain. We use words to define things since forever. We have a fucking Panzerkampfwagen 6. We quite literally.
I wanted to tell you that, but that wasn't the point. The point was to tell you.
Yeah, but this is the small point that brings the German to boiling.
I told you strategy. While you were all getting through, I was like, strategy, listen. There's going to be a whole foundation of knowledge that's going to have to be built.
I'm going to get insane before this is over.
This is just going to take time, and this isn't going to be solved here now. He was like, yeah.
Believe you me, if I had the time, I can sit here for the next. I have still around 20 fucking beers here. If I had the time, I'd be sitting here for 20 fucking beers, but it's a long fucking time if I wanted to.
And listen. Also, to put this out there, and I will repeat this. Repeatedly to you in terms of why does any and all of this matter? It doesn't, except to the people that it does.
I'm not questioning if it matters.
When it comes to the people that it does matter to, all that this knowledge is for is just so that way you can,
see, you really don't
know how to treat and know how they.
You really don't understand the the classical German mindset. It's not about if something matters or not. It's far more about that we can determine it in proper terms, that we can file it in proper terms, and that we can then use it and abuse it whenever we need it, basically. The point is, things need to make sense.
I guess you could abuse all this knowledge if you like me have the fun pastime of like bullying bigots.
Nah, it's basically like.
Give me a snack real quick.
You do that.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I want a snack.
Yeah, that's going to be indeed a very long beer. No, I'm not the kind of person who's afraid of a debate, a discussion, or whatever the fuck you have it. I'm willing to listen, and I'm willing to, but some things just, you know, my German soul hurts. I know it's bureaucratic, I know it's very, 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 very strange to some people, but I can't help it. If you can't just take a word, redefine it as something else, and then go like, yes, this means something like that we want now. That's not how that works, not in Germany at least. I know it's a very German point of view, and I know it's probably going to piss some people off, and I'm sorry about it, but it really brings me to the... It annoys me. It really annoys me. It makes me scratch my head and go like, no, you can't. You can't just take it as it is, because, you know, if you ask me to just change words for that, then I'm gonna be, no. You have to file a report for that. You can't just change words. It may be, but you know, well, I mean, in this case, probably my age is actually a rather disadvantage because, well, I'm set in my ways, and I need to define things in very specific ways in order to take that in, and it's not easy. This is off to a rocky start. I'm still not really understanding the... Oh, I mean, I get the idea. Basically, the idea is, okay, so everybody can do with their respective genitals whatever they want, okay. Rub it against something, put it into something, I don't give a shit. I still don't see why this is actually something that people determine themselves on. Why? I mean, I don't care about your preferences. Do whatever the fuck you want. You want to sleep with one person? Good. You want to sleep with 2 persons? Good. As long as that works for you. You want to have a relationship with 8 fucking lovers? Yeah, go ahead. Fuck's sake, I don't care. The very moment, however, you make this into a conversation topic, you're gonna make this my problem, because now I'm sitting there like, yes.
Oh, if you're the other person in the relationship.
I still don't see why this whole sexuality has suddenly become a conversation topic, apparently, that seems to be then assessing all that.
Okay,
why?
So a part of the reason as to why it had become a conversation topic was because of all the decades that these different types of people that exist in our society were told they weren't allowed to talk about these things.
Who the fuck told them that? And why the fuck do they now feel
because society for decades demanded conformity and uniformity, and
it still do. That's kind of how we were run. That's normal. Yes, the most of us will run on the normal rails. That's just how it is. Sure. So yes, but that doesn't mean that we don't accept anyone derailing. As far as I'm aware, at least, there are laws. You know, the law is like, okay, everybody is the same before the law, so there's no law to discriminate, or should not be a law to discriminate them. To be fair, I'm sure there are some. I'm sure there are some.
These are.
If I look to the east, I see fucking many laws that are actually like, no, you can't be.
People like me and you. These aren't just conversation topics.
I mean, yes.
But for the people that these are their lives, these aren't conversation topics, just conversation topics. These are like, this is who I am, and I need to find a partner that I can communicate these things with.
Yes, then find a partner.
They need to be okay with this part. Right. And so when all of this conversation is where we are like, all right, so you're in a relationship with this type, where your partner is like this. Yeah, a lot of it's going to end with you being like, nope, this one isn't for me.
Well, yes, it's just how it works. Sometimes it doesn't work out. I mean, you have different ideas about how to spend your time, with other people. Okay, so what's the problem? I've had worse breaks up.
As to why it is a conversation. Yeah, that's why, because for so long it wasn't allowed to be.
Yeah, but it sounds like this is the major talking point that we need to define ourselves on now. That doesn't seem right. That's just so little of humans. We are characters, we are people of interest, we have stuff, all of that. Our sexuality is just it's such a little thing of us. It's really not that much.
I find the whole topic interesting myself.
It's interesting, yes, but it's also very confusing, and it's also like, if I take this as the main attraction point of another person, then don't I reduce that person to just that? Isn't that unfair? I mean, what about your interests?
Oh, nobody's reducing it, but
it kind of feels like that, because it seems to be such a huge thing now. All of a sudden, it's like the huge thing, and you need to define all of this, and you need to really define it, and you need to have the right terms for it and everything. That feels big. That feels a lot bigger than it should
Now-
be.
Hold on, I'm also snacking.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't, for example, reduce you just to your sexuality. I wouldn't just go like, okay, yeah, he's into women and that's it.
And a
No.
lot of the discussion.
I'm more interested in you as a person. I'm interested in, okay, he, a bit of an aggressive girl sometimes. He likes to shout. He likes to have fun. It's good. Good fix.
Honestly, a lot of the discussion around it in the positive that you hear about, or being a conversation topic, is arrives out of pushback out of people trying to either just flat out tell these people, they're like, no, that's not a thing. Like when, like you know, how many asexual women I've seen be told that they just haven't met the right guy. I've seen lesbians get told that. It's just like, no, you. That's why this needs to be talked about and made an understanding of, kind of deal.
I mean, yes, that is kind of the thinking of the past, and I get it because I'm to some degree still in that thinking. Yes. I mean, I never said that myself because I always found it to be a pretty damn idiotic statement. You can't tell a woman who's with another woman to go like, you just need to find the right man, both of you.
Yeah, you just haven't had the right dick.
That doesn't work.
It ain't gonna be
But
here.
Still, this whole focus on the sexuality. I mean, I get it. The small things are important too, but this one in
The
particular.
devil's in the details, me amigo.
This one especially, it's just like, why is this one in particular so big? I mean, okay, to be
It's
fair,
not.
I do come from a generation where, we not really talk about this whole sex thing a lot because it's kind of unseemly, as it, it's kind of something that happens between closed doors, between people that like each other, so who these people involved are is not really the problem, as long as they, keep it where nobody can see it, because that's not something you present normally. And so there's the first point where I'm like, okay, why the fuck are you presenting this in public? That does seem like the debate is going in the wrong direction.
Well, also partially, because whenever you gain a new understanding of something, that helps you understand a fundamental part of you that you might have thought for, like, maybe something's wrong with me. If you were asexual, maybe you were like, maybe something's just fucking wrong with me. But now you get that blessing of actually getting a little bit more understanding of who you are and how your body works.
Yeah, but who's going to tell you that
start
you're
conversations.
wrong? First and foremost, who's going to tell you that you're wrong? You never fucked somebody, yeah, so what? Who's going to question you on that? I mean,
Well, no, most asexual people. No, it's an internalized feeling.
how? If nobody ever pressures you, how can you internalize something?
Because whether you're a man or a woman, you are kind of predisposed and pre-wired to be to expect that you should be enjoying sex.
I mean, yes, you kind of get the image, but the first time we all had that time, it's just
And
a
you're
mess.
and you kind of and
A nervous mess and nothing else, honestly. Enjoyable is something
especially
different.
especially in American culture, like you're all the time pretty much like bombarded by sexualized images. So it's if it's not, it's one of, I'm not in a position to explain it right now, but like you would have to basically be able to see it. The one thing to understand, if you can't see how society as a whole has shown you that you're supposed to be feel a certain way, but you don't.
Yes, society
And
kind
to
of.
not know and to not understand why can be incredibly,
I
can be
mean-
traumatizing in its own right.
It's easy to understand why society is like it is. Society is it is built up on things. So now, from the past to the future. And most of our morality, for example, is still heavily influenced by the church, of course, and their values. Now, of course, those values include the classical structures, which is understandable because that's the most common structure. Questioning the most common structure is idiotic because, well, it will be true for most of the people. So, of course, now there will be people, as I said before, there will be people that will go away from the common rails, yes, and that is not necessarily a problem. They can. We are, as a species, we are strong enough number-wise that no matter how many of us right now decide to go into a way that is not creating offspring. That's not a problem. That's not even something we should consider. No. We can. We have the freedom to do so. The only point is, that I can see, at least for the moment, is there are some people who have a real problem with the idea that people actually do take other railroads. I personally have no problem with that. Let them do whatever they want. But on the other side of the argument, I also don't want them to be like, okay, this is my whole point. This is my whole destiny, my whole everything.
None of them
They should have more.
Nobody who feels like this is.
They should be far more, and they should also be just part of society. They should not feel themselves special or outside or above or beyond or below. No, they should be just part of society, as we all are. So all I would say is appropriate. Let them do their thing, okay, but don't expect me to follow your thing because your thing is not my thing, which, not for me, at least as far as I'm aware.
Well, what I'm saying is that, okay, so none of the people who are these different sexualities make it their whole world or their whole. Literally, the only, okay, not to be that dick, but the only people that make it their whole personality is people like me and you who are talking about it right now like it is their whole personality.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in this particular case, though, it's because I start from zero and you try to explain it, so you need to be heavy on the explanations. And I'm heavy on the counterpoint because I'm trying to. I'm
not going to build a whole fictional character and give her fucking character development and a plot just to explain a different kind of sexuality to you.
My friend, you've already played D&D. You basically did it just with other goals.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, I'm not doing it. That's work, motherfucker.
I mean, see, it's totally okay for other people with other interests to exist. That has always been the case. Okay, so now it's their sexuality. Back then it was their beliefs. It doesn't really matter. Let them just live their fucking life. I don't care. They don't care about me either, which they shouldn't. Why would they? I'm a stranger to them. They are a stranger to me. Fully okay. Just live your fucking life and let them live their life.
It only matters in the context of two consenting adults that may want to fuck.
Yes, I mean,
or not fuck and just hang out.
To put it directly to test, if you and me just randomly decided that, yes, suddenly you and me want to go around and fuck, yeah, sure, we can, because we're both adults and we're consenting. Funny that. Okay, no problem. The problem would be that your wife would probably have a problem with that, which is understandable, to be fair.
Oh.
But the point is, yes, we could. As long as we all do this, and I mean, we don't even need to make this public, we can just keep this to ourselves and be like, okay, this is our thing now, wonderful.
Oh.
So,
for the record, I don't know. Maybe if she got a paid trip to Germany out of it, she might let me fuck you.
Who said that you
I got a paid trip to Germany out of it.
It's high time that this German fucks the American out of you. Clear-cut scenario here, my friend.
My friend, I don't think you realize, but I would talk the fuck out of just about every German, if not everybody. You know, you can't dom a dom, my friend. I don't.
Oh, I can. You wouldn't see.
Also, doms shouldn't fuck each other. It's not healthy.
Not really, no. We should probably both look for stuff.
Just ends in a fist fight sometimes.
But jokes aside, the point is this, honestly, from my point of view. I get there are many things out there. Okay, that's cool. I mean, that's really cool.
World.
Let them be. But the question that I really have to ask then, do I need to take special note of this for what reason? Or can I just let them be? Because if I can just let them be, when they let me be, aren't we just cool? Aren't we just, like, normal? We can just talk to each other. I mean, it's the same thing with, fucking everything, basically. I don't care if you're a man or if you're a woman. I'm going to be polite when we meet the first time. I don't care about your fucking color of skin or your fucking sexuality or whatever the fuck you have. It's just like...
Well, if you want to know why I have all this information, aside from I like to be armed with facts for whenever I fight bigots, or just meet misinformed people that need a slight change of course. Because not everything has to be a fight. Sometimes you have a teachable moment.
Yeah, I mean, does it need to be a fight? That's actually a good question.
That being said, but aside from that, the reason I have all this knowledge is, as stated before, the human nature of just seeking understanding.
I mean, yes. By
One day
nature,
started learning about stuff and was like, oh, this is really cool.
by nature, we are pretty damn simple creatures. We shouldn't forget, and that's something, one of the mistakes humans always make, I think. We shouldn't forget, we at the end of the day are just animals. We are the most advanced animals on this planet, but we are still just animals. Which means we have tendencies for certain behaviors, yes. We can do other things. We have tendencies to form groups, for example. We have a certain social hierarchy that is usually forming by itself. All of those things just usually happen. Now, you can go ahead and be like, okay, but we could try to break those, but it's not going to work, honestly. We are, at the end of the day, just animals. You, me, we're just mammals. We fuck. We procreate, we eat, we sleep. It's kind of our thing. Yes.
Give you a little bit of hope that one day it will all end about, it will all kind of end. Is another reason why it gets done, why you see it suddenly being talked about in large spurts and everywhere, is because the more it is just talked about and explained and just generally discussed, the more normalized it is. Meaning eventually it's just kind of accepted as a thing and understood as what it is generally amongst society. And then everybody just kind of shuts the fuck up about it unless it's relevant to them.
I mean, yeah, that's the whole point.
It'll be pretty great.
Just,
it'll be
you
pretty
just
fucking
all
awesome.
shut up about it and let it be its own thing. And on the other side,
you gotta wait for everybody. You gotta wait for the normalization in society.
On the other side,
and that has to happen because there's always all the dumbasses that want to push back.
Yeah, I mean, then the first thing would be to stop making a we-them argument, because that doesn't really work, then, does it?
Yeah.
Actually, in the end of the day, you know, if there are people like that around, I mean, I would talk to them and go like, okay, yeah, sure. What do you have to say? Now, if they make that whole thing, that whole spiel, their whole identity, I'd be getting probably rather annoyed with that, to be fair, because I would like to know a bit more about people. I like to meet new people. I find that rather interesting. Really interesting, actually. It's one of the main things why I actually keep doing this whole streaming thing, because, you know, meeting new people is fucking amazing.
A podcast about gender and sexuality. No, it's only been about sexuality. We haven't talked about gender, and we're not talking about gender tonight. You just ain't got that kind of time. And I don't want it. And I ain't got that kind of energy.
Honestly, we could probably do a pretty damn interesting podcast. Considering that we are working well. This is
You've been streaming for 7 hours.
I kinda have. I am very happy that I have the afternoon shift, because otherwise I'd be dead. Actually, you know, I'm almost considering getting myself... Well, I still have a bit, but I'm almost considering getting myself another beer, because I'm actually rather intrigued here, I must admit. Something that there's a whole new world apparently I have not spent much time thinking about, because... Well... Why would I?
Really, when it comes to gender, there's just not a lot to. There's nothing left to explain.
I mean,
because
it kind of really reminds me, you know, the whole debate, the up and float. It really kind of reminds me of the church days, and I do mean the more modern church days. That is interesting on one hand, but it's also making me feel very, very much careful, because that has never meant well for larger society. I just hate to say it, I'm part of that larger society, and they're like peaceful times.
Usually, the number. Well, I wouldn't be all that weary of this movement simply because it's not about.
Are you familiar with the conflict between the?
We're not trying to remove anything from.
Are you familiar with the conflict between the Protestants and the Catholics on the European continent, my friend? In larger detail.
I mean. To some extent, I suppose, yes. No.
If you look into the details, if you have a bit of free time, if you look into the more minor details, you will actually find some very interesting things that would lend themselves rather well to this time, actually. Because some things seem to be happening that seem very much... reminds me of stories of my parents, let's just say. And that is not something I would like to have nowadays, honestly. Especially the polarization, where both sides seem to take ever harder positions against each other. That's not good. That's really not good, honestly. We shouldn't be getting there.
I'll give you the shorthand version of the gender discussion. Basically, without exception, gender is a social construct.
What?
There's a difference There's a scientific difference between
It-
gender and sex. We invented gender and everything that goes with it. You absolutely 100% can change your gender. And now, thanks to science, you can change your sex. Don't start getting into chromosomes, because you're never going to see another human being. You're not going to see an average person or another human being's chromosomes unless you go looking for it, which if you do, it's either your job or you're a fucking serial killer. And please report to the FBI or whatever your country's equivalent is.
What is going on? Jesus Christ.
All you need to know is people decided that that's how they were going to embrace it. Sometimes you're born into a body that doesn't feel right. And
Yes, I'm sure that happens, but what the fuck? You just opened like 3 cans of fish and they are spilling over. Jesus fucking Christ. Since when has this happened? What the fuck is going on with the world?
One thing.
The science failed us so fucking hard.
This has actually been there. This has actually been present throughout all of human history.
What the literal fuck?
But a lot of well, to put it mildly, British historians over humanity's history has burned certain and stopped certain records from coming to light for a very, 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 very long time, because that would have upset the crown's delicate sensibilities at the time.
What the literal fuck is going on? Also, I need citation on this. Which documents were deleted? I mean, many were deleted, but what the fuck is going on?
That's a rabbit hole. That's just a rabbit hole of how Britain's fucked up and skewed everyone's perception of history throughout the ages. That could be a whole college course.
What the fuck? You can't just stop like 3 fucking cans of fish there.
Hold on. Would you really be surprised by that statement? That the
Which
British have
statement?
conquered history throughout their colonial empire.
That the empire made history in their own
Not just
sense?
colonial
No,
empire,
not
but
really.
like also you gotta also remember a part of those colonial empire was called, I guess you could call it an archaeological empire, because I mean, it's kind of no see. You know how Britain got all of its museum pieces? They stole
Yes.
them.
Do you know how Germany got most of its pieces? We bought them from the Brits.
They got given back to you after.
No,
they got
we bought them
stolen
from the
during
Brits.
war.
We brought them from the Brits. Where do you think we got those nice little African statues from?
No, I don't know. I guess you meant in general. You must have meant in general. I thought you meant after the war. I was like, you got some of them back after.
No, we got nothing back. The fucking British Museum is a bitch when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So would you really be surprised to find out?
No, I'm not surprised that the British.
Maybe the archaeologists and the historians that were initially documenting doing this, some of this,
they did it from a point of
being discovered in the 17 or 16.
They did it from a point of superiority. From their point of view, the British were the superior people. Of course, everything they found would have to support that. If you have a conclusion and you look for evidence for your conclusion, yeah, that's easy. Of course, I know that. That's not even debatable.
I'll hold on. Also, before this continues, because I don't want this to continue, I'm also not the source on this. I need
a source on that.
It's a whole rabbit hole. I could
And
not.
I don't mean the fact that they
listen. It's okay. Then it's also an issue that's complex enough that I could not give you any, like one source would not cut it.
I know at least 2 sources that clearly tell me that the Brits did write history as they pleased.
Yeah.
Yes. But what the fuck?
And it's not so much deleting as hiding, although there is a certain degree of deletion whenever you consider pillaging and looting and sacking of cities.
Do you know how colonization works?
Throughout British war.
Do you know the
British
Brits had
warfare.
quite literally coded language in order to hide the fact that they used massive amounts of violence to keep the population, working? Of course they did. That's not even debatable. But the point is, you're trying to bring this to the point where it's like, okay, we use this as a point to prove these 3 before points that you just opened up. It's like, oh, holy shit.
Well, it's not. No. It's not necessarily to prove. It's just more of because it is. I can understand why it would suddenly seem like all this stuff is relatively new, and it's more of that. It's more of it's become more socially acceptable
when the
in society, and people feel safer and more comfortable.
What even is a social construct?
which we should applaud. but this time will pass, and eventually everything will go back to normal. And now we just have.
But what the fuck? When have we decided that gender is a social construct? What even is a fucking social construct? You haven't explained this.
Are you really so shocked that you have lived to see humanity grow just a little bit more nuanced?
No, I'm not shocked about this. I'm shocked about what even is a fucking social construct, and why the fuck is gender apparently one? I don't understand that. That blows my mind.
A social construct is just something that exists because we in society generally have agreed that that is what it is. An example
but that's true for everything. We have agreed on it. That's how it works.
Okay, no, look. An example of gender being a social construct is the stereotypical blue is for boy and pink is for girl.
It's just marketing. It has never been a construct. That's just marketing.
Well, yeah, but then society kind of accepted that.
Yes, that's how it works. The best marketing is that it's just
that's why pink was for a long time. That's why pink started being associated as emasculate.
Yes, I have mothers coming into my store. The little boys go like, "I want that one," and it's pink. And the mother's like, "No, that's not for boys." Yes, I know that thing. Yes, that's marketing.
Yeah, that's also an example of toxic masculinity.
What the fuck is toxic?
That's its own thing.
What? Toxic what?
Toxic masculinity.
How can... That's not toxic. How can it be toxic? It's not a fucking poison.
Well, I mean, yeah, it would... No, it's a toxic behavior. To say that, like, if you... To say that, like, it's emasculine to play with, like, a pink toy or a Barbie doll, for example, which...
You can't imagine the amount of question marks.
Instead of just letting the actual reality of the situation set in NCS, which I believe you would best set with, which is it's a child who wants to play with a toy. Why do you care what color it is or whether or not it's?
We don't,
Barbie?
but it's no. The point is this: we use those color codings mostly marketing-wise in order to market toys.
And not so much.
So basically, in the blue package, you have toys that go for that appeal more to boys, and in the pink package, we have more toys that appeal to girls, usually, which marketing has researched. So basically, it's just like color coding for the parents. It's like you will not have fun with this. Take the other one, you will have more fun with this. That means your child will be more busy. You have more time for yourself. It's
okay. Well, another perfect example of a social construct, honestly, would be laws.
Okay.
Laws are a social construct. We all agree that these are the laws. Generally speaking, any laws that the majority of the human race or the people affected by it, I should say, don't like, generally don't stick around for too long in the grand scheme of things.
That says you as an American. How many laws are out there?
No.
Hate?
I said in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, which laws apply to every country?
Time is relative to the being suffering.
Okay, let's take the most simple crime that is imaginable, murder. It's bad in every country.
No,
that's social construct then. Am I right?
Well, yeah, morality in and of itself is a form of a social construct. Okay, so that's a little bit more nuanced.
You know,
now you're getting a little bit more into the philosophical side of things.
I'm just trying to get the idea of a social construct into my head. So basically, the idea is this: since we can all agree that murder is a bad thing, it should be punished, and we accept this as law and it sticks around, that means it is a humanity-wide social construct, because we are like, okay, this be it, this be good. Since we agree on it, it's a social construct.
Okay, so now let me take that, and yes, and also like to take it a little bit to redirect here. So how gender is a social construct is that we have decided to define your gender based on the secondary sex characteristics that you are born with.
No, the primary ones. You know, your penis and your vagina determine what you are.
Actually, those would be your primary is what's presenting actually.
Your doctor goes around and he touches you in city places and he's like, okay, this be a girl, this be a boy.
Anyway.
You're confusing me. Why do you confuse me?
For the longest time we decided to associate your gender with what fucking parts you were born with, your PP or your VGG.
Yes, easy enough to sell, I would say.
All right. As previously established, some people, their brain isn't wired in agreement with their body.
Well, yes, a very minor
And
cases
so
that is the
they
case.
decide, because gender again is a social construct, and what makes it a social construct is all the things that, not just in modern history, but throughout human history, we have associated as being assigned or associated with the different sexes. And it's
Which would be
everything
what?
that you can think of, from the stereotypical gender roles of the American 50s,
Yeah, but
and
that's
German
that's
40s.
but that's modern history, my friend. If we go back at the very beginning, we were pretty
No, that's not true.
egalitarian
That's
history.
not true. That's not true either, because that goes back all the way to caveman times, where
No, it doesn't. I have actually
yes,
seen-
it does, where women gathered and men hunted.
Not precisely, actually. As soon as we
Oh,
settled
you can find
down,
exceptions. You can always find
No,
exceptions.
the point is
throughout
this, you know, the earliest phase, that is right. We were hunters and gatherers, and yes, of course, it makes sense to keep the woman back home because they have to carry the children. Yes, but after that we settled. You do remember that, you know, the whole we became farmers things, and at that point we became pretty egalitarian because farming can be done by every gender at the same amount, pretty much. So you can actually see from the skeletons that at this point we were pretty egalitarian. There was
Yes, but
not
then
much of a
also
difference.
throughout most of human society, women weren't allowed to rule.
Yes, not officially.
The
That
women
much
weren't
is
allowed
true.
position of power throughout most of human history.
Yes, most
until-
societies
so-
have turned.
with
what's
exceptions, of course.
What's the term? Male rule is that's
All of these. Now listen.
patriarchal.
Well, we can debate the exact role of women throughout every era of history another time. The point is that all of these things have culminated into what is the gender construct. And there are still people that try to apply to this in a stupid traditional way. That's where you get your misogynist, where it's like women shouldn't, a woman's job is to have kids and raise kids. A man's job is to work. Yeah, that's bullshit. And we all know it. But
to some degree, yes. But the
that.
point is, women are the only ones who can have children.
So some person who's born and their brain isn't wired up with their body go, okay, well, I'm gonna go to the other side of that of this construct.
That's not going to work.
Or they've decided to, and we have decided now to reintroduce, because this isn't new, although again I would have to dig up sources to give you, and I'm not doing that right now, but then some people have decided that they don't associate with either side of the construct. And why it matters what side they associate with mostly boils down to and at the end of the day, how they present and how they like to be addressed.
Fine, but they're not going to change the basics. That's.
You mean their DNA? No, they're not. But
no,
what they
the
are
simple
going
point
to
is
do,
you're not going to be born a man
what
and
they
become
are-
a mother. That's not going to work. And
that's
there's
actually
some-
not true. We actually have some recent scientific breakthrough that
Oh
actually
God!
yes, and also
for
not only
fuck's
that,
sake, what the fuck are we doing? Oh Jesus Christ!
and also not only that,
Is
but
that really a thing now?
what it just kind of boils down to is that for the layman knowledge, all you really need for a baseline understanding is that it's just for you. It's as simple as just call them by whatever name they like, and if they say they're a woman, then that's what they are.
Which is a problem because if someone was clearly a man is going like, I'm a woman, they will feel a certain amount of hesitation to be like, she, which is pretty damn normal because we do use identifiers mostly.
If they identify as a woman, then they're not a man. And I'm gonna tell you right now that somebody who identifies as a woman isn't likely going to be presenting like I am.
You do know that
Not going to be some
you're
deep
not
voiced person with a beard.
you're not going to take a man and change him into a woman easily. That's oh boy, the physical changes required to make a man not look like a man or a woman to look like a woman. Just thinking about the amount of energy.
You'd be surprised at. You're not gonna be surprised at.
I mean, I've seen some more.
Rather easy, and also that being said, who cares? That's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit, but
that's their decision. That's their decision.
they can make their decisions all their life.
Before we get into a topic that I'm afraid this might steer into, I'm gonna stop it right now. No country allows any minor any sort of surgery to do anything when it comes to gender affirming whatsoever.
What?
The
Wasn't
absolute
going.
most any minor in any country outside of the third world. And you know what? You don't get to use the third world as a reason why something in the first world shouldn't be allowed.
any
The
minor
only
should...
thing that any child is allowed for gender affirming care is therapy and puberty blockers, and both of those are proven to have no long-term effects. If you stop taking puberty blockers, guess what happens? The body starts producing the opposite chemical that you, or whatever chemical you were blocking. That's
yes,
all.
but to be fair, you know, one point is blocking puberty when it should normally happen is not
So they
really a
don't
good
get to
idea,
make
but
any.
that's-
They don't get to make any permanent body altering decisions.
The point is this:
until they're an adult,
if there
which is
would
when they
be-
should get to make those decisions.
if there would be any proof that any country would try that, I would actually go on the barricades for that, because that sounds horrible. You should not allow a child to make such a choice. Never, in no circumstances, because that.
Well, it's
fucking
at the
amazingly
end of the day,
stupid.
now we can discuss all that all we want, but at the end of the day, for me, it boils down to the efficacy behind the doctor performing this, and also because it wouldn't be ethical because the body isn't finished developing either. Like in terms of growing
you will
height and
not-
depending on the surgery,
The very
it could
moment you
affect
touch
that.
a child with any sort of that nonsense, quite literally, as a child. As an adult, you can make all the choices you want. Fair is fair, but not as a child. No,
Yeah.
fuck that.
Now you'll find all sorts of scare tactic news articles that try to talk about how they're just trying to pass these laws that outlaw the mutilation of children and blah blah blah, and none of that's what's happening at all.
I would just
All they're
assume
doing is
that
using that
most
as scare tactic,
countries
fear
are
mongering
actually
language
smart
to
enough
outlaw
not to do this.
basic care, because it's a whole different reason. Like, I don't feel like getting into the depressing topic of how states like the states that I live in outlawing every form of gender affirming care for trans children does nothing but increase the trans suicide rate. All those numbers are there. You can go run them if you want.
I
I don't
imagine
want to
that
get
number
into
to
that
be
tonight.
pretty damn fucking high anyway, because, well, yeah, that's one hell of a burden to be born with. Also, you know, still, since it is not just as simple as snipping off a part, you know, and making a new cut, I don't think that's going to be a fucking easy life if you go
And that's
through
also,
that.
and also for the record, that's not what it's about a lot of the time.
Yeah, let's not get into that. It's gonna be depressing as fuck.
Some trans women decide to keep their princess wand.
This is making this a lot.
Oh, because I mean that's a major surgery for one.
Yes, but the point is this, you know, you can just be like, I'm a man, and you go like, okay, but then
No, a lot of it is about being accepted in society as a woman, and society as a whole doesn't need to know what you have in your pants to accept you.
That much is true, but the very moment, you know, you try to find a partner, society, yes, in the other part, which would like very much to know what is in your pants.
That is between that individual and the person that they decide to.
Do you have an idea
consider as a
what would
partner.
happen?
That's
if
between
you...
two consenting adults to have a
It's-
decision.
You know,
Now, and
you
it's
know, you
the
get to the wrong
conversation-
guy or the wrong girl, and she's really pissed off because she doesn't find what she's normally looking for in your pants. Yeah, great. Now you have a murder case on your hands. Fucking hell.
Now, there's a lot that can go into that needs to be dissected along those lines. That's a whole
There's
different
so much
thing.
to fucking think
There's a lot of
about.
different. There's a lot of there's a lot that leads up to stuff like that. Everything from societal stigmas, because if it was normalized and accepted as a whole in society, and there wasn't a lot of fucking fear mongering around it, and hatred and bigotry, especially in America, then. What I want to live in a society where, in that situation you just described, where two people go on a date, and when they take off each other's pants, one isn't happy because what was in the other's pants isn't what they were expecting. In my perfect society, that person's just angry that they were blindsided, not because everybody has preferences, or maybe they just weren't ready or expecting that, and maybe they were fine with that.
Luckily,
They
that is very unlikely to happen, because long before that, one of the
and at the same time, I will go out and say that this is also kind of a failure on both parties in that involved in your scenario, because if you're planning on having
okay, so
sex,
somebody
there's a
basically
certain
played
degree-
a female, you fell for it, now it's your fault that
No,
it's not a
because it's
female.
not a fell for it, because they're not traps. They're not trying to trick you.
What the fuck? What is
Most
it?
trans women, most trans women, when they go on, like I've interacted with trans women on dating, that most of them will flat out say, like, put it out there up front on their bio that they're trans women, because that way you know.
Oh yeah, now we are in this
you
whole
decide to
sphere of
swipe.
online dating, that whole nonsense. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened to the
A lot of
old
this
days?
online-
You know, going out into the
what
disco.
happened in the old days is a lot of people got tired of being murdered in back alleys by creepy men.
Also creepy woman. Do you know those murder too? I would like to point out.
Yeah, well, Mr. Run the Numbers, go ahead and run those numbers.
I know
for
the
me.
numbers, even off the top of my head, especially in Germany.
Yeah.
And some of the most brutal murders have been committed by women, but numerical-wise, men are in the lead, to be fair.
And you say the most brutal, but who does the most murders?
Men do more murders, but women are a lot more brutal when they actually let loose, and
Who does
that's
the more
scary.
Who does the more creepy back alley rapey kind of murders?
And that would still be men, to be fair.
All right.
Okay, but if you want to see...
I was just checking to make sure.
Okay, listen, I
all
work
this
with...
talk of times are changing and all. I wanted to make sure that my information wasn't out there. I'm sorry, I'm being a dick.
I am very much admitting to the numbers, because, you know, the numbers don't lie, we have statistics for that.
Okay, now
but I've seen some of the most horrible...
because listen, I'm sick of this hitting in the back of my mind. You ran a lot of numbers earlier, and I'm dying to know.
I can do much more numbers, you'd be surprised.
No, I'm seriously, like, you ran all these poverty numbers, and I've been dying to know since you started. And
well then, poverty numbers.
I got so caught up in the longest teaching moment I've had in such a fucking long time.
Oh, and I'm quite grateful for that. This is interesting.
I demand recompense.
You shall get your recompense. Shall get us indeed. Now then, let me pull up my little calculators and go by the numbers. Let's
talk about the poverty rate in America.
Well, yes.
By the numbers.
Well then. Okay, so first what I did...
about you getting 12 grand.
What I did first is I averaged the number of the poverty line over the last 5 years, because, well, everything else would be a bit of a disfavor. So that we have a nice little average that we can go off from your own census data, mind you, as for what is considered poor. We end up with...
So you got some recent...
Yeah, I mean, you know, I took
like a couple of years ago.
I took 21 to 2017, so we have some recent numbers to deal with. Well, the point is this: the numbers don't look good. As far as that is concerned, you would need. Let me round this up for you to make it easy. Around how to put this mildly? You would need 1,100 and a few per month in order to exist just around the line of poverty. Now, that to take as a basis is not good. That is not allowing you to live, in fact. I would assume that at least 1,500 per month should be the absolute minimum, because you would need to build up savings for unforeseen cases.
That would be enough to, right now for my house, that would be enough to pay the rent, and continue driving to work, potentially. Possibly. That might be enough gas to cover gas to and from work.
As I said, you're supposed to be a very poor person, but I want you to be a poor person that actually can potentially save up a small amount of money for the worst case. That would be not enough to cover an ambulance, mind you, so getting sick is not really a point that I would be
You don't mind? Yeah, because that tracks. The average American is $1,500 emergency from being homeless.
Yeah, basically yes. I looked at the numbers for the costs of an ambulance, and you know, basic bitch, medical.
4K.
Yeah, you're gonna go in debt. You would have to save up years in order to compensate it. But you know, I did try.
Probably found around 8K on the high end.
I kind of tried to give you a bit of a boost so that your poverty line is actually something you can.
I can imagine if you found it on the low end, you might be able to find it 3K on the low end.
As I said, you know, I did try to add the numbers up to averaging out. Like, you know, you need to go off some average at least. But let's assume that you need 1.5 in order to live a month and actually have something to, you know, left over at the end of the month.
How much are we factoring in for food? What's my food budget?
Your food budget is about 15% of that total, which means also, you know, entertainment food. Food that you don't necessarily need. I've given you a little bit of a budget there.
Oh no, it's just it's food what you can afford. It's food that you can afford.
Well, yes. You know, I'm trying to be generous here and trying to apply European standards to some degree so that
You're just assigning the budget. How we spend it's up to us.
Yes. Basically, you have 1.5k a month, and that's all you have for this month. How you spend it, up to you. If you wanna, you know, waste it, good. Now, ideally, in this situation, you would have already a house. So basically, you know, rent would be not a
no, my rent is.
I mean,
this is rent or
ideally, as I said. Now, this number does include the fact that you are, realistically speaking, paying rent, and I'm assuming, well, around 50% of your money at the very least for rent. So yeah.
Probably closer around 70.
Could very well be, but we are assuming you are in the cheapest possible situation, to put it mildly. Which is also why I have assigned a lot more money to your car and yes, because, well, I'm assuming you have to drive quite far.
Alright, then I'll tell you what. How about the... Well, wait, what have you done for utilities?
Utilities are based also of $300. Complete. Everything.
That's doable, at least for one person.
Yeah, we're assuming one person, we're assuming
That's
you're
water, electricity, and internet.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're somewhat out, not, you know, city center, because that number would never run into city center. So let's just assume that we have the 1.5k and that you can actually, at least in the outskirts, live on that rent-wise. You are not going to be happy, because your saving amount at the end of the month is ridiculously low. You basically can save maybe 1 to 2%, realistically. Everything else would be
1 to 2% come out to
1 to 2%. Going off my 1.5. Let me actually put up another one, because I've closed one. That would be $30 a month in savings. Wait, 2%.
That's more than I can put away now.
Well, the idea is that you save that for at least, you know, 10 months, so you have some actual savings in the bank for, you know, some appliance breaking or something, because that is something you have to anticipate at some point.
Hours got cut and you're short on rent.
Yeah, but we're just going to assume that nothing bad happens, that you're not getting sick, and that everything goes well for the next round about 10 years, at the very least.
Alright. Okay.
In which case... yeah, goddammit, writing is difficult. You would have at the very least $3,600 in savings after 10 years. But that's not much. Now you can basically get sick once and it's not going to be serious, but you can get sick once, at the very least, after 10 years. That's horrendous. But the problem is, the living standard in America tells a whole nother picture. Because these pictures are not actually unifiable. Basically, the amount you have to live a month with 1.5k is actually at the upper end here, because as I said, you know, I did apply some European standards to living, so I did give you not just, you know, minuses, but also bonuses. But still, the average American, through all states, mind you, because...
Also, you didn't factor in any taxes, did you?
We're not yet at Texas. Texas come later.
No. Take this number as net net gain, net profit post-tax.
Post-tax even, oh, that's gracious.
There you go. That's the biggest buff I can offer you.
That is indeed a very big buff.
And that doesn't count for your grocery tax. Also has to be like that. Sales tax still fucking exists.
Yeah, it means I kind of have to reduce my number a bit, because the average living, actually includes the tax and uses this as a counterbalance, basically.
And if you want, we can just deduct a blanket 10% from our final number after expenses, to cover all taxes.
Yeah, but here
might come out.
Here comes actually the problem, and that is the average living standard through all of your states. And that number is a lot higher. Now, I have done my best using multiple sources from your very own government to determine the lowest, the highest, and what the government considers an average. And no matter how I turn this number, no matter how much I cut away from it, you are fucked. Because on average, you would need at the very least, and I will round this nicely for you, of, well, at the lowest, 2,200. And at the highest, you would need 3,900 on average per month. Which means you're always in the minus. There's only one scenario where that is not the case. That is if you actually can cut your rent by owning land and with that housing previously. In which case you can actually, well, you can actually get away with that. You can actually get away with the budget. The budget explodes immediately as long as you try to live on that particular line.
Now, you ready for some fun fuckery?
Well, sure.
Look up the federal minimum wage.
Why is space internet loading? Google, load for me.
I'm still gonna say, yeah, it's about a decade out of date, but yeah.
Jesus
to the
Christ.
point that
Okay, it's still loading nicely. Why are you loading so fucking... Why am I seeing the Federal Reserve? Have I looked? No, I haven't looked for the Federal Reserve. Pretty sure I haven't. Okay, damn it. Why am I on this website of your Federal Reserve? Why am I having Google?
they do stuff. I couldn't. I just took another dab, so I'm pretty high.
Why can't I fucking... Okay, let's try this again from Google.
As entertaining as this is, it's also a little saddening because I'm watching the hope slow. I get to hear the hope slowly die from.
Oh, don't worry.
I've been fighting this fight for so long, and it's so exhausting. It's such a tiresome fight.
There are some options. I mean,
you know, you have no idea how exhausted I am of fighting this all the time and convincing people they're wrong. And you've done it so easily by your own accord.
I mean, you know, it is easily. It's not like your government is hiding its numbers. And even then, I also took some outside sources just in case, because governments lie when they can get away with it.
I wouldn't say they'll necessarily. Well, obviously some governments lie, but
never trust a statistic that you haven't falsified yourself.
True, but more often than not, it's not that they lie. They're more likely because lying's hard to get away with.
Okay, for some mystical reason, whenever I try to...
Misrepresentation, though, that's a lot easier.
I'll end up under your Federal Reserve Bank side.
They do handle a lot of stuff. I don't know.
I'm kind of confused, though. I'm ending at the front page.
Wait, are you curious? Are you confused as to what the Federal Reserve is?
Nah, I'm just confused why I end up at the Federal Reserve.
I think it's kind of like, I don't know, the Reichskrieg, is that what it was?
Why the fuck do I land
German bank? They control the interest rate in the United States. For example,
maybe if
like the federal interest rate, and I don't understand exactly how it all works, but
there is a lot
of reliable and by law has to be accurate information on that you could dig up in the Federal Reserve site.
Yeah, I mean, I can...
If you knew how to understand numbers.
I can easily look up the interest rate. For example, I can tell you that it's once again reached the 2.5% marker, which it last hit between in the year 2019. I can look that up on their site, no problem, but why is my search result so... Why does it always end up redirecting me to that page? That's interesting.
I wouldn't be able to tell you or even know why it's interesting. If it's just showing up as the top, I mean, when asking about federal questions.
Yeah, but the link doesn't say that. The link... Strange. I mean, yes, the link above it says, but the title doesn't say it. That's what confused me so. Strange. Actual previous content on relative forecast. And let's see, 615, 615, 277. Yes. I think that's actually the highest, isn't it? That's not
What?
actually. Fuck. Yeah. The 80s. Yeah. Ah.
Well, relative to, I suppose, but
It's actually was interesting. I'm just looking at the, because, you know, it popped up and I'm looking at the interest rate of the USA over the last couple decades, and the highest interest rate you ever had with 20% was in the 80s, and ever since then things have been actually going rather well for you.
until 2008 or so.
I mean, if you look over the last 5 years, let's look at the last 10 years. Again, I want to make this one. From 2008. 2008 you had a 4% interest rate, then it dropped rapidly until 2009 to, well, basically 0.5%. Stayed that way and then climbed up a bit to, well, almost 3% or on the way of it. Dropped again in 2020, mostly Corona, I guess, and the government trying to keep a flow. And now it's sharply rising, and now you're once again back up to 2.5%. If this trend continues, you might actually go to 3-4%, which would be amazing for America nowadays.
It's trying, they're trying to, the Federal Reserve's trying to raise interest rates to
Stifle the inflation.
The recession, but a lot of economists have been telling them, like, yo, that ain't gonna work.
America has...
A lot of people just don't have money right now, and but the reason why it won't work, by the way, is because a lot of the products that we're seeing, in fact, all of the products that we're seeing rise in cost, those companies are also seeing record profits. In other words, there doesn't have to be all this inflation because you're making record profits. You shouldn't be making record profits if you are having trouble getting basically, corporations are capitalizing on the aftermath of Corona, if you will.
Well, I mean, give a company a chance to make money and it will make money. I can tell you that much. I mean, to be fair, there need to be some sort of regulation, but I mean, I can kind of see where they're coming from, although, to be fair, technically speaking, America is one of the few countries actually knows how to deal with a absolute financial crisis that is raping you. And the answer is actually surprisingly simple. The state needs to spend some money, quite literally. Spend money.
Yeah. Well, I would slightly unsimplify that a little bit, and just the state needs to give the people who don't have money to spend, and then while simultaneously regulating how much companies are allowed to charge for products.
They also need to give the companies some money to further their investment. The companies need to grow.
The companies are already going to be making billions, are making billions.
Yes, but every company basically needs a little bit of a push, because otherwise people will lose their jobs, and that is always the worst case.
Their push is going to be the large influx of people coming in and buying their products.
Yes, technically speaking, yes, but that doesn't really help you if you can't even, pay beforehand to actually get the product into your store.
They can.
Not everyone.
Oh no! A board of directors might not make might not get their fourth, $100 million bonus.
Not every company has a board of directors. Many small and medium-sized companies who, really could use a push just to get some more materials, to actually finish the job, to actually get some money back. Those companies really do need to keep going.
And a channel should be established for communication between them.
They should be. There should be a union for those people, basically.
As well as a thorough vetting service. Will it unfortunately take time? Every time? Will it be slow? Probably, yeah. We'll make it as efficient as we can.
Yeah, but generally speaking,
unfortunately, you can only do so much, and if you want a job done right, sometimes it takes some time.
America's magic recipe for dealing with the Black Monday and stuff has always been, instead of saving what everyone else would, like Germany did, They spend money on the economy, they spend money on the people, and lo and behold, long run, that actually brought back all the money they spent. Which means America knows damn well how to deal with shit like this. They know what works, it's just that they're fucking not doing it in the way they're supposed to be doing. Why do you...
We have put... No, we're good on going back for now. It's his sleep eventually. It's like sunrise there.
Well, the world outside is scary. I have decided for the moment to embellish myself in numbers, because numbers are somewhat safe. And nice to look at.
So you're saying, so no matter how you cut those numbers up, there's no way you can survive, huh?
There are circumstances when you can. I also try to simulate a scenario where you come in as an outsider, you know, like me, moving to the US and go like, yes, I want to run a business again, and man, is the US a pain in the ass to deal with. I mean,
Yep.
The green card wouldn't be that hard to get, so getting into America actually, legally, is not that much of a challenge.
Especially the German.
Yeah, pretty much. As far as every...
gives you an advantage.
basically every paper has informed me that it's pretty damn fucking easy enough, and as long as I'm willing to be somewhat patient, not a problem at all, or if I'm willing to pay some more money, it actually goes a bit faster, but, you know, we're assuming I take the time, because I don't care. Then I come over there, and then I want like, okay, I want to run a store again. Well, no problem. As long as you don't want a credit, because, well, you start with a credit score of 0, which means there's nothing in there. You will not get any money.
Wait. You made this scenario as you came over.
Mm-hmm.
Does nothing from your German life impact your credit score?
Nope. Nothing I do here is actually directly impacting my credit score in the US.
References from banks?
Nope, nothing. They do not...
Business references?
Nope. I can...
Loan paperwork showing you paid everything on time.
What I can do, and that's a bit of a process, what I can do is I can actually bring at least the last year of my business papers with me, but considering how those consist, I'm still a good and valuable paying customer for the banks, yes. But it would still take time that I don't have.
They would also see you as somebody with a high debt-to-income ratio.
Basically, yes. So at the worst case, I go and... I mean, that would still be better, because then there would be some numbers, but it also takes a bit of time, and time I don't have. I'm just starting there. I want to start immediately. I need to get things done, which means I need some money to move things around, and I'm not going to get that, because I'm fresh as driven snow at 0, and it will take a bit of time to actually get my score in any direction. Even in a negative direction.
Yeah, because even if we gave the you scenario a proper buff of, which the best buff I'd be willing to give you is an advance of 1 year's salary of the poverty line.
If I were to potentially, what I could do,
but even with 12K, like,
I mean, there's an option. What I could do is I could actually, you know, get my green card, get my business set up in America beforehand by getting a credit here. So I could tricks it.
When you say getting your business set up, you're talking about physical.
Yes, I could basically use somebody else in the US to set something up. Yeah, I mean, you know, I would have to have somebody over there who actually has connections and has, you know, reliability, and I could actually, you know, go to my bank and go like, okay, look, I make an expansion over there, over the pond. I need money. They'd be like looking at my numbers and go like, okay, you get some money. Not much money.
Yeah, 12 grand could get you the, but now you're homeless.
Well, yes, I'm still homeless. Basically,
the scenario is you come, because you're like, oh, I'd get somebody over there to set it up. No, motherfucker, that's not the scenario. The scenario is you're coming here.
I'm going to make this smart. I'm first going to get my green card, then I'm going to have a trusted person on the other side start setting things up for me while I'm getting the credit over here in Germany, while I'm still sitting here, you know, peacefully, drinking my drink, waiting for my credit money. Then I'm going to take my credit money, since I now have money, and come over to the US in physical form and start running things, because now I can actually, you know, get myself somewhere where to live.
You know, but you're going to cheat. Nah, you don't want to, no.
Oh, you need to cheat.
If I did what I had to do to get the loan, I'm homeless until I guess I got a business built.
You need to be cheeky. You need to be fucking cheeky.
You literally have to cheat to win at this, don't you?
Yes, you kind of have. You have to play the game, honestly.
Welcome to America.
Yes. I mean, the American dream, you know, it's possible if you're willing to cheat your way through life and be cheeky about it. You really need to be cheeky bastard.
There's quite literally, as a German immigrant, there is quite literally no way you can make it work without having $12,000 of disposable income.
Yes. I mean, I
Do
would
you
actually need more,
understand
to be
what a
fair.
luxury that is? No, you probably, because well, wait, you would need $12,000 in a plan.
What I
honestly.
would need
And
is my green card, a trusted person, and I would go to the bank with 30,000, honestly. 25 at the very least. Because I want some money to move around, otherwise I don't even need to start. 25,000, that's basically... Don't know what I did, and you will not get anything set up in a good way. Because, you know, I need to actually account for my connections are all in Europe. I need to get either to their branches in America, if they have any, or I need to get that shit over from Europe. That means I need to pay shit to get my shit. That's not good.
So I make $11 an hour before taxes. How much before taxes do I have to? How many hours do I have to work before I can bypass? Before I meet, or like, how many hours do I have to work before I exceed the poverty line?
If we are going to assume that you're working 11 hour, 8-hour day, normal day.
I mean, that's definitely not what I work, but
you get paid
yeah,
8
we'll
hours.
Say it's an 8-hour day. Sure, we'll say it.
That means you made $88 a day, which means if we this, which means you need to work around 20 days to exceed the line in the worst line.
Like 20 days in mana, like 24-hour days, you mean?
8-hour days, you need to work 20 of those, which is basically a month, because you have to account for weekends and stuff usually, which means the normal month has 24 to 26 work days. So a whole month puts you a bit above the prorated line.
And how much do I have to work to meet the minimum standard for average cost of living?
Well, if we want to go for that, let's take our average again, and we are at, oopsala, misclick that one, go back. Yeah, no, that's not enough. You would probably need at the very least yeah, we had one. It's 30, that's 30, it's probably 40 days, isn't it? At the very least. Yep. You would need to work precisely 40 days in order to get above the average for 1 month. You have 10 days in minus already. Yeah, it's kind of horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is kind of horrible. You really need to improve those numbers.
Do you want to know what's really horrible?
Speak free and speak true.
I'm so conditioned to it that, as you said, it's 40 days. I'm like, oh, that's not that bad.
Well, as I said, you know,
I expect that number to be higher.
That is actually basically, as far as workdays are concerned, almost 2 months to have the money for 1 month. That is not a good number.
America, fuck yeah, greatest country in the motherfucking world, yeah.
I mean, you know, you're a white country, you have many resources, you're not a bad country, but your systems fucking suck.
Is it really any surprise that at the rate of alcohol abuse and substance abuse we have over here?
I mean, you know,
look at our fucking odds, bro.
Yeah, you do have
Work hard. You can make something of yourself, bro. At a certain point, like you can only take so much.
I mean, you know, potentially, I would say yes, you can still make something out of yourself, but you would have to.
Oh yeah,
you would have to starve basically.
In the meantime, I'm still fucking trapped, and which is why a lot of us end up just drinking, because it's like. I gotta go to work because otherwise I'll starve to death.
I mean, if enough poor little people stroll together.
A shot before I kill someone.
I mean, fair point. Killing somebody seems like a Actually, I mean, you know, prison life means you get 3 meals a day and you don't have to think about this nonsense any longer. I technically
Yeah,
speaking.
but then I don't get to do just what I want when I want. It ain't worth it, trust me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an ideal solution, but I mean, hey, at least you don't need to think about those depressing numbers.
We're just spitballing solutions. We didn't say they all be good.
You definitely would need a bit more
that's how
money.
you define the good ideas both by result and by comparison to the bad ideas.
And we also come back to the idea of, you know, as long as you actually can do something about your simple living costs, like rent, you can actually get away with this pretty fucking easily. Which means I'm assuming that a lot of these numbers actually aren't supposed to be including rent, but are supposed to be written for people who actually don't pay rent, because fuck that. Rent is really fucking you.
And continues to do so.
Yes, and we're not talking about a nice little snuggly number. We're talking about 12 inches up the ass, no loop, basically, because fuck that shit, Jesus.
And for the majority of us, rent doesn't go towards our credit score.
So you're not even going to get a fucking...
So you can rent for a decade, and it won't help you ever get a house. As far as the bank's concerned, there's still no legal record or proof that they can look at that you pay your bills on time and that they can trust you with a mortgage.
Can't get a house, can't get a store. Yeah, you're in a bad position, to put it mildly. If you wanna, go in a higher class, because, well, that's gonna be difficult. I mean, there are still some scenarios I can potentially run through, because technically speaking you can still save, but then you basically live below human standards as far as any decent person would be concerned. You could probably do this for a while if you're alone and on your own without a family, but still, that would be really sucky.
I have 3 kids.
I know. I've basically combined your standards with my personal standards.
My rent's probably higher than the average number you use.
Well, it is of course, because I assumed one person, one bedroom, nothing more.
That $300 does not cover my utilities.
Yeah.
Not every month. Some months it does.
The fact that it's actually not a somewhat foreseeable number is also kind of disturbing. When I look at statistics for utilities, at the cost in the US, why is that one fluctuating like a bitch? It's like whop 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 whop. That shouldn't be the case. There should be minor highs, minor lows, like it should normally be. But no, the US is like, oh yeah, this month we're gonna take you 20 more, 30 more, fuck you. It's 50 more, no problem, we're gonna fuck you.
I can't wait to tell my buddy Jesse about this. He's gonna be tickled as punch. And
This is an amazing system. I don't know how this system actually runs still, but it's... Let's keep going.
Right? How the fuck does this system... And how does the system that is in a society that is fetishized and has guns to the point of having more guns than people continue to be allowed to operate like this?
That's just kind of surprising, honestly. I mean, I never took the Americans for being that fucking patient, but apparently they are that fucking patient.
Oh my god.
I really need to do something about this, especially now that, if the Federal Reserve actually starts hitting
now
up...
that you're looking at it, now you can see what I've been talking. It's fucking horrifying, isn't it?
Yeah, now that the Federal Reserve has actually put up the interest rate, I hate to say this, but getting a credit now is going to be a lot more pricey still, so your chances of actually getting a credit is going to be reduced even further, which means you need a higher credit score to get it, which means, yeah, you're fucked even more than before. Before I could be like, okay, if we talk about a zero interest rate, you might have a chance if we play this cool, if we play this safely, maybe, potentially, if we really save in every fucking corner, basically live like monks. Yes, maybe, but now, with the interest rate rising again, no, I don't see it. I don't see that. I wouldn't invest in that, I'm sorry to say.
There's one thing I was like, so it's harder for people to get money, but prices have gone up and wages have stagnated.
Well, yeah. And I have an interesting announcement here that I read a while ago from Reuters, I think, because does seem like the Federal Reserve plans to raise the interest rate to 4% next year. Now at that point, if nothing changes with your income and the price hike is still at around 7, 8, 9%, depending on what goods you're dealing with, then well, that's gonna be a lot of poverty all of a sudden next year. And no money for you, because no, you don't get anything at 2.5%, you will not get money at 4%. You don't even need to apply to banks, they're gonna laugh you out of the house. Jesus Christ. How's this going to fly, actually? Well, I mean, technically speaking, maybe if the government would give out a specific amount of money to the people, to all people, basically, average people, maybe they could somewhat get away with it, but still, that's a gamble. We could do it potentially. If the state would decide to do that, yes, they could. I mean, they have all the data of the people anyway, so it's not like they would have any excuse to not do it. How much would they actually need to give you to get through that year then? Considering that we're assuming the prices rise per month by 7%. Oh boy. That's a lot of money. A few thousand?
How much do I need?
A few thousand at the very least, I'd assume.
Yeah, I believe it.
If the administration gives you like... And not just 1 month, they would probably have to... Maybe, if they give everyone a bonus of like... 1,000 would be too little. A bit over 1,000, not necessarily 2,000, but somewhere in between per month for at least 4 or 5 months, they could probably get it through. Without people completely falling into poverty, but still that would just be like, you know, slowing down the fall. It's not going to actually stop it. Because, you know, we have to assume that the interest rates would rise further, then... I mean, you could do it, I guess, as an emergency measure. It's not gonna do well for the state, though, to do that. Let alone...
well, you would have to do that as well as include regulations on corporations. Remember, anything you do to try to improve, because remember, at the end of the day, because there is a certain... Listen, here's the thing. There is a certain degree of truth to a factor of the American dream. There's a few things that have to be present. Competitive, good living wages are one thing. And if you want and used to America, I used to understand this, if you want a society of people motivated to work, then that work has to afford them a quality of life that is not only seek to improve at all times, but that they are always, like, I guess, happy. Well, what do we have here? A troll?
That's a language I'm not familiar with. How about you try this again in English so we can actually understand you? Swedish? Jesus Christ. Why the fuck would you practice Swedish? That's one hell of a language. But hey,
what did you say?
Actually... so that's the reinforcements that little strategy Mimby has ordered. Well then, while that arrives, I will take a turn and go to the toilet. These numbers get me the feeling that I wanna take a long hard piss and think about life. Because fuck that.
Think about your buddy grown and how he has to... Don't ask how I fucking do it, I can't do it.
I mean, Jesus fucking right. See, it's not impossible to actually take the turn around and get this somewhat going, but if the state is not willing to invest quite heavily, especially into small businesses and the opportunity to actually, you know, start a small business yourself, you will have an asshole-ish problem for the next decade or so.
Well, we already kind of have an asshole-ish problem, but it starts with not... we can't live on these wages.
You know, I mean that your wages themselves need to rise in somewhat appropriate measures to the inflation that is actually happening should be obvious.
Run your number.
No one wants a spiral.
Run your numbers at 15 an hour.
15 an hour it will be. 15 an hour times 8 hours of work times 24 days work per month. Well, you get suddenly a lot closer to what you need. You have 2,880 per month.
Make 1650. That's not bad. I wish.
1650. 1650
Closer.
should get you actually where you want to be. 1650, 24 month. Shit. Writing is difficult. 1650 times 8 hours times 24 work days would be 3,168, which means, yeah, we're actually getting fucking close to a living standard now. You would.
Yeah, we've been. That's a part of. That's a talking point that goes around on the left in my country. Is that we've been talking about $15 as a living wage for so long now that now the living wage is actually would actually be closer to 20 an hour.
And I can tell you where
More
you would
like-
actually.
it'd be about 1850, 18.
And I can tell you precisely what you would need to actually get away with it for a while. If you wanted short-sighted, 18. If you wanted long-sighted for, you know, the next decade, at least, without having to change much around, I would say 19.5 would be an ideal. With at 19.5, you would end
It
up
is super close to 20, huh?
3,744 a month, which would put you above living standards by a few, well, by 200 roundabout dollars, which would mean that
So that's $200 of disposable income.
you would say, but no, that's actually money you need for the future, because we have to assume that inflation will rise further, which means this money will actually put you on the living standard in the next 5 years or so. So basically, for a moment, for a very short moment, you would have a bit of an extra, and over the next month and over the next year, you would kind of fall back into the average living standard again. Ha! Nice.
Okay, so
Should be a
wanna
politician.
get yeah, I mean, no, you wouldn't be it. You'd have corporations would spend more money lobbying against you than they would spend if they had to pay the living wage.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know,
And it's not like
I would
and it's
actually
not like
force
it
them
would-
to, you know, after a certain size of company, I would be like, okay, you need to pay the people at least enough to get to a point where they can exist. It doesn't need to be the average living standard as averaged by me, and I would have bigger companies actually withdraw the numbers and make them a bit more aligned, because of course I take shortcuts, otherwise, you know, I'd be sitting here all fucking day. But
that's what I've been saying. Like I'm not asking you to pay me enough that I can like buy a Ferrari or a Porsche. I just want to fucking make enough working 40 hours a week, doing any job. Literally, it does not matter. Any job, the bare minimum wage, it should be a wage that affords you to be able to pay the average cost of living. And with my wife also working and her job paying more than that.
yeah, the problem is, I mean, if
we
you
are
both...
able like I'm not asking to make enough that I don't have to be a dual income household.
Yeah, I mean,
if we're
the
making
problem is
same minimum wage.
the average doesn't really reflect, because if you take the average as is, then you would assume that two people earning the same amount of money would mean that the average living would be for two people double the amount for one person, but it's not, because that's not how
No,
that is
'cause
actually
you
aligned.
can- and that's not how that would work either, because like
Indeed,
it
that
depends.
is also
if it's just a couple with no kids, then they
Yeah, that's why the
then they
numbers
can
are
cut their
actually
cost.
changing around.
Now suddenly they have a lot more money to put in the bank if they stay in that one bedroom apartment that you've just priced out.
Indeed, and that's also why wages do somewhat reflect in that too, of course, because we're assuming that not everybody lives alone, and we're assuming that many people will actually live at least with two people. It's kind of unfair, of course, but you know, that too goes into this sort of consideration. It's a pain in the ass. I do remember talking with a German liberal politician from the SPD
You're
about
right,
this.
Sanji. They could not give less than a $5 an hour wage wages because they couldn't keep anyone.
Before I sit here any longer and
Oh,
piss my pants,
yeah,
I
and
will
by
go
the
to the
way-
toilet.
Yeah, go piss.
I'll do that.
I make a living an hour, and it's oh my god. I'm literally depressed every day I have to go to work. Like it's emotionally and mentally draining for me to go to work. I hate my job. I don't hate my job necessarily. I hate my job because I hate the people I work with. I hate the work environment. Yeah, a whole long list of complaints. Same. I hate that there's so many people that are in the same boat that has become a generational cultural icon of lol same. And welcome, Shoji. We're glad to have you. You should definitely give NCS a follow. We're trying to get him affiliated, but he's also definitely worth it. And he's one of the most interesting eccentrics you'll ever come across. I'm Kronos_Stampede. I am a Twitch streamer and new to YouTuber. I am not streaming right now. We welcome you, and we're glad to have you. What's about it for me is that it's basically a server farm working for a mortgage lender. Can you hack the mainframe or some shit and like eliminate a bunch of people's debt? I forgot he had the fucking waifu emoji. Don't apologize. It makes it feel like you felt obligated. I'm big enough server, everything fucking lags. Get a unit on the battlefield. Fuck. Can't afford to play anything. Fuck. Sorry. While having this conversation, I'm over here getting high as fuck. And
I have returned.
Playing a game called Cards. It's a free World War II deck builder that you can get on Steam. It's super fun. I recommend 10 out of 10. Cards is great. I love it.
Let's see, what did I miss?
No, nothing. We're just chatting and bullshitting. And
nice. I still like my picture though. It looks
I gave Shoji a proper welcome.
It's the Shoji that the strategy member mentioned, isn't it? Hello, little Shoji.
And introduced them both to me and who you were, and I was like, if you like what you've heard so far, this isn't the usual, but I do recommend giving NCS a follow and trying to get him affiliated. He's probably one of the most interesting eccentrics you'll come across.
Oh, I'm an eccentric now, eh?
I've always said you were eccentric.
That point. And you want to?
I don't know if eccentric would be the way you could describe me.
Well, to some degree,
I don't know if it would not because I mean, if it's accurate, then so be it. I'm just not 100% convinced eccentric would be accurate.
It doesn't have it all. No, there's more to you than that. But you do have your eccentric moments, which I do like, mind you.
Well, I don't know you what? I don't know. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not doing this. I'm not making this point. If I can't speak, I'm not doing it. Get fucked. Eccentric. Yeah, sure.
Who knows? I just enjoyed some good numbers. I just enjoyed a bit of an interesting history through the interest rate of the Federal Reserve. And a bit of a number experiment with the average. Well, a living standard.
What are we playing Sunday?
What are we playing on Sunday? That's a fucking good question, actually. What's you feeling like? I'm feeling some Hoi 4 at the moment.
Okay, do we want to do some World War One?
We absolutely can. On the other hand, though, the Divinos also kind of pointed out that apparently the ponies got a large update, and
yeah, but I'm not feeling it. I haven't tried it, but I'm not feeling the pony mod for this Sunday. Nuts is my go-to shortening of that. I'm an anarcho-syndicalist trend femme from the Midwest who loves scale models.
Scale models? What scale models? Explain, because there's many things I can imagine under that term. An anarcho-syndicalist. I mean, you know, syndicalism. Hey, haven't we talked just recently about syndicalism, my friend?
We just did a whole thing on syndicalism. I just ran a whole fucking fact. Well, I didn't run the faction because I guess I wasn't fucking good enough.
Nope, you were just part of the faction of the syndicalists.
135 tanks.
Hoe
train. What's a hoe train?
What's a hoe train? That sounds funny.
I mean, I know what I know what a hoe train is for my lifestyle, but like,
Why do I know what
people
that
like-
is? And I know so little of the English language, but that one I know.
I know why that is. There's a variety of answers I could give to that. There's various reasons why I know what that is.
Tanks, you say? 135 scale, eh? Which tanks? Tell me more about them. Are they German tanks? Am I going to be a happy German? Very important question. Because this German needs to be happy. He's happy. He has looked at numbers. I feel very much satisfied at the moment. It was a good session. Tell you that much. Actually, no, this will go in the history books for my little channel as the most successful stream yet. And I'm somewhat having mixed feelings about that particular statement.
Oh, and what's going to be funny is I'll be interested in seeing what this particular stream does to your monthly average.
That's a good question, actually.
Because all you need is you've long since had the 50 followers, I think is what it is. But all you needed is the average watch time. The average watch time of 3 viewers.
I think actually it is, isn't it? Let me look that up actually before I make statements that I will regret because I can't prove them. Statistic is it, isn't it? Channel. What does my channel say? No, Steve? Yes, I need to stream at least 8 hours. I'm pretty sure I did this in one session.
Long since
I need to stream on 7 different days.
You did that about 20 minutes ago. You do that all the time.
And have on average 3 viewers. And I am... What actually does the channel thing say? 2.3, and it's rising apparently. I'm getting there.
yeah, because it hasn't... you won't get a fully accurate one right now because you haven't... it'll have to be the fucking analytics, and you're rocking 7 right now, according to my screen.
That's awesome. Actually, I mean, I don't have a tendency to look at it all that much, but just awesome. This is really the most successful stream I had. Shit. What is that? Panter's overrated? Yeah, it is. Fuck Panther. Tiger is cool.
Welcome to content creation, mi amigo. It's kind of fun.
It is kind of fun, honestly. I mean, to be fair, this has been fun.
That's why I like jumping into your voice channels, even whenever I'm not involved in your stream. But then I'm also really cautious because it's like, no, because I might derail that whole motherfucker.
I mean, you can always just give me a call, and I can always decline if it doesn't suit me. It's not a problem.
Tiger 1 is solid. T-34 is also overrated.
Tiger 1 is indeed solid. Tiger 2 a bit meh, honestly, because, well, the times it was made in the Panther, meh. T-34.
Politics. Partially because of politics. To be fair, he had a crowd also before.
It played Neverwinter Nights. It was awesome.
Yeah, when I got here, I imagine not too long. You probably hadn't been sitting at, because I got here when you were like almost 4 hours in, so I imagine you hadn't been sitting at that main menu for too long by the time I showed up.
I know, I was basically finished and was just having the little strategy member having a bit of a debate, and was like, okay, let this run a bit. I mean, wasn't feeling too sleepy. At this point, I'm not feeling sleepy anymore because, well, the alcohol keeps me going. All the German announced from movies. You know which ones. Yeah. Flammenwerfer!
Fritz, get the Flammenwerfer. I have a meme that's for that. I once got a Facebook ban because of it.
Well, and I think for the last at least 2 hours we have been staring at enemy pictures in Paint. Because
I thought about casting because I'm playing cards right now. I thought, you know what? That's what. Hey, to celebrate your most successful stream, you should download and check out cards once.
I'm 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of you. I already have it, and I played it.
Well, you should play a game on stream. I haven't seen you, but I'll fuck. Let me kick your ass.
I've seen the tutorial.
Come on, I can show off my Royal Guard deck.
I just played the tutorial. I haven't even finished it yet. Let me at least finish the tutorial before you kick my ass. Working on it.
Do it on stream. Do it right now.
I'll do it in the next stream.
I gave you so much content today.
Fine. I'll boot it up.
I blew your mind with so much American poverty that is so normalized.
Yes, your poverty is really a problem. I want to go over there, do the German thing, and clean up. I want to basically execute all of your government and replace
Careful who
it.
you tell that to, they might take it the wrong way.
I quite literally want to execute your government and replace it because those people must be fucking incompetent at this point. Jesus Christ. If I see that you have
Just
no
all
good
bought and
streets,
sold.
I swear to God, if you don't even have good roads, I'm going to get very, very angry with you.
Depends on where. Well, in the south, almost. Yeah, no, we don't really got good roads here in the south.
I want good roads everywhere, though.
No. Now,
I mean, Germany has failed at... What do you mean?
to be fair, once you get into the south, now you're talking about like, it would take trillions to make every road good and maintain it because of how many like back roads there are in the rural south. Like, you don't understand, dude.
I understand how big...
I mean, to put it into some perspective for you, we're talking probably somewhere in the range of if I were to say I was pitching this in a safe middle ground, somewhere in the thousands of square kilometers of back roads.
What's actually considered? Let's see here.
I'm near Detroit. We're the poster child for post-industrial collapse. Yeah, I know. You're the most prominent victim of the Great Migration. For when Nixon opened up trade with China and a lot of manufacturing jobs
That's
immediately
nice.
shipped overseas.
If you want an official statement, then apparently you have 259,032 kilometers of national highway systems alone in the United States. That's just
The national highway
That's
system,
just
or is
national
that the
highways.
Is that which do they count in the national? Is that the interstate?
basically normally you count under that every major
There's a difference
road
between
system.
the highway and the interstate.
Yeah, basically just the national highways. That's just that alone. That's
That's just the normal.
2.5 million kilometers plus.
A lot of road.
Yes, that's putting it mildly.
Cleveland got it worse.
Let me get all of the data here.
Yeah, you're probably right. Shoji on a big like on a numbers level and on an impact level, Detroit just kind of got the publicity, I guess, because that's where the American automotive industry was. And so when all those union workers ended up out of work.
Now, where do you be hiding? And if I unlock this... Aha! Look at that! I'm in a tutorial! Yay!
You're still showing us a girl with a cup, though.
Don't worry, that'll change.
Hey!
How do I get out?
Oh, it gave you the USA training campaign. That's neat. I think it gave me the German.
Ah, now I need to remember how to play this game.
Oh, it's easy. I can teach you.
I have played it once.
Also, White Flight, we call 8 Mile Road the most racist line in the U.S. for a reason. Fair.
The 8 Mile Road. What's that?
Well, I mean, culturally, it's where Eminem came from. Grew up, but
Oh, yeah, right, I need resources for that, don't I? I need resources to play cards. Yes, I remember now.
You need credits.
I have a gun.
Hey.
Can I just shoot the other one?
A common strategy, one way of building a deck, for example, is to take lots of cards that give you credits fast and have lots of really expensive units so you can play them quickly. It's a fun strategy. I like it. I say I like it. It's a weird one. Physical northern boundary of the city of Detroit.
Physical northern boundary of the city of Detroit. So Eminem is from Detroit. Never thought about that guy much. I remember when he came up, and I remember that whole, what was it, Slim Shady thing?
Yeah.
I remember seeing that. I was like, okay, neat, but meh. Limp Bizkit was cooler. Fuck you.
And there went all the viewers.
Oh, see, we should have stayed with the anime picture.
Should have stayed with politics.
Politics, yeah.
There was less controversial content.
The very moment we're like, ah yes, let's do something nice and peaceful for once. Like playing a fucking World War II card game. Everybody's like, yeah, sure, discussing it over.
It is super fun. It is super fun. 1967 riots. Managed to get National Guards open the entire defensive line to contain the riots, aka intimidate and try to kill, and or just kill.
Defensive line to
I'm
contain.
gonna be so excited to play because I'm gonna play the fuck out of you, and I'm gonna teach you so many different interesting little tricks and aspects.
Also, I just realized I play against Guderian. That's the guy who is responsible for most of the tank nonsense we have nowadays. We should thank him.
Pretty funny that's really funny. I like that. I didn't even catch that.
Guderian of all things.
I'm terrible. I'm terrible with. I'm honest to God, I'm terrible with names.
Yeah, I'm too, but that's a name that I've written so. I read it so often. For fuck's sake, I can't forget it. It's like
check that half track.
Retreat.
Okay.
Retreating reinforces back to the hand. This can be very powerful, delaying disrupting the enemy.
You should have played the retreat first.
God damn it! I didn't know. I'll take it.
Now you wouldn't have been able to kill him this turn if you had, but you would have taken the front line.
God, it's a Yak Badger. Oh,
You
that's
need to
one.
take the front line so you can hit
Look
the
at that
HQ.
thing. That's ridiculous. That's basically a punter base with just a fucking Hetzer kit on the top. It's like, who came up with this? Desperation, I know, but for fuck's sake. What's a Corsair? That's neat.
Ambush is annoying as fuck. I sometimes forget that
Now playing this
Basically,
for the first time in this state is probably not a good idea after a
don't play
while.
that plane. Don't play that plane. Don't play. Those are big. I just realized that I just remembered that there's a fucking delay
Yeah,
between what I'm seeing and me being able to speak with you. So by the time I was like, don't play that plane, you've already long since played that plane.
yeah, like 10 seconds ago or so. Can I?
Shut the fuck up.
Can I? I could get McGregor Hound.
Can I offer you a really good, just universal tip?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
If and whenever you have like a plane, like hit him with. Oh, he's got an ambush, so never mind. Yeah, play your Greyhound. Oh, you're already 10 seconds behind me.
I just waited a bit, for your advice. It's just like, can I give you advice?
I would play your Greyhound, hit it with the Blitz. It's going to die. And that's okay. And then you'll hit it with your American. You'll hit it with your American infantry, I should say.
I mean, they're all Americans, Of
Yeah,
course,
yeah,
it's
that's
not
why I
a
said the
German
infantry.
plane.
The infantry is the one. Don't hit it with the infantry before you get rid of the ambush.
How do I
You
get
gotta
rid?
get rid of the ambush.
How do I get rid of the ambush?
You're gonna sacrifice that. Well, never mind. You were gonna sacrifice that M8 Greyhound. I'm also gonna stop telling you how to play because there's a delay, and you should learn it on your own. And you should learn through your own methods. Learn your mistake.
That would probably normally be a good idea, but
I will say the best universal tip that I can give is that if you can hit their HQ, like on your next turn, if that plane survives, usually I would just say but if you can't hit their HQ, hit their HQ, because once HQ life hits 0, they lose. Destroying units is an important part, but at the end of the day, your objective is to reduce their HQ to 0.
Must be the front line. Okay. Pew pew! I shot the HQ. I shot Arnheim with my Corsair. I need to get used to that. I'm not using American planes much. I'm not used to this. A bomber, an invader. You'll die now. The Vulcan giant. In your face. Actually, can I? Yes, I can. Pew pew! That evil Corsair is really doing horrible things to the headquarters. I don't know how it does it. It's technically speaking just the hunter thing. Ouch! Look at that.
Some of my families living in Warren, they are 100% Japanese American, and most and the US.
Oh, they are with Japanese Americans. Hmm. Move from Japan to the US. Interesting. Moved from the Japan to the US, eh? From the subservient to the superior. Well, at least as far as America is concerned.
Some of the German deck builds I've seen have been broken and aggravating as fuck. You'll be happy to know, by the way.
Which game has a P47?
So the possibility to make a broken as fuck deck is indeed there.
Deeper, you play it only with the US so far. Cards allows you to have 6 match. You will learn more about the strategic aspects of cards. You will also encounter the new unit abilities, Guard and Fury. Ah, okay. I can probably at least finish the fucking tutorial.
The short version is Guard protects adjacent units, including your HQ, so enemies have to attack whatever unit has the guard instead of the units being guarded. Fury just allows you to attack twice, as long as you can pay the credit cost.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get all the more in depth here.
One extra credit slot. I'm pretty sure I can't play none of those. Yes. We're about to say, gameplay like, no, you can't. Screw this, nonsense, you cannot. How late is it? 6 in the morning. What a nice hour.
Good morning. If this game has a P47, it would just shoot your own troops and enemy troops at the same time. This game does have a P47. You'll find most standard divisions, and in terms of the vehicles and planes, you'll find those like you see there, the Corsair. And there's always the P51, and then there's whatever the fuck the Germans had, and then there's the Spitfire and the Zero, and then
I don't know what the Germans had. All Messerschmitts and stuff. All the good stuff. And you don't even know.
There's a bunch of like, and it's ranging across all the tech fields too. So you'll get the early, mid, and late war. Along with and with some nations you'll get, because there's some factions in this game that are only allowed to be like the allied nation in your deck. Those being France, Italy, Poland.
The 440 seconds. You can attack twice in a turn as long as it survives the first attack. Mission cost has to be paid both times. Uh-huh.
442nd? What are you trying to... Yeah, one of those units.
Then you die. Never underestimate the US of A. Fucking hell. I would like to deploy this, but I can't. 17, the 3rd Marines, and the 5th Brigade.
I'm not saying about the accuracy necessarily. I haven't bothered to Google anything like this. I haven't cared enough. I have a lot of fun with the game.
The 442nd. I don't know, actually. I'm new to this. You wouldn't mind, eh? Nice. Now, let's wait a turn and do horrible things to the enemy's rear side. Again. This has turned out a lot more interesting than I assumed.
What were they, an American unit? Because if they were American unit, I don't know. Let me check. I'm about to finish up the game right now.
1 second.
Oh, he beat me. Wow, I thought. Oh no. I lost. I actually thought I was about to win.
An infantry regiment of the United States. I don't know about the United States. I'm German. I'm innocent in this particular crime. You got pew.
Yeah, 446. Yeah, it's a And there's different rarities, different cards. It's called a special card, which is the second highest rarity. 442nd Infantry Regiment, 4-3 Infantry Unit, has ambush and a destruction ability or a trigger where it says if it is the enemy turn, add a copy of this unit to your hand. Nice. So if it dies during the enemy turn, you get a copy of it to your hand. That's pretty cool. So yeah, 442nd is in this. I have a Japanese limited card. I'm going to turn that in.
Because Jet Marines were in the South Pacific. But I mean, if you're playing the Americans, you basically have the Atlantic and the Pacific.
The American. Yeah. If you're playing with the Americans, you get the American.
Which means all of the
Japanese.
Americans. All of the Americans, basically. Pacific, Atlantic Fleet.
You awoke the fucking giant, bitch.
Yeah, they were suddenly everywhere. Jesus Christ, were they everywhere.
Ooh, I will take that Japanese card. Check. This one has a deployment of it gets +6/+6 if your HQ has 10 or less defense. That is amazing.
Give you. That's a very good question. Why is it the name Tokugawa? Shouldn't it be Hirohito, technically speaking?
I mean, I don't know. Was there a fucking...
There's a Tokugawa family and the Tokugawa shogunate, yes, but this is Second World War. Shouldn't there be, a bit of a differentiating? Because, well, technically speaking, things have changed a bit since back then. It was just like, I don't give a shit. I'll do whatever I please.
On the plus side, if we do get to play a game against each other tonight, it's not like I'll be able to cheat. It's a second difference, so it's like... I don't feel like a game taking that long in order to cheat. You know what I mean?
Okay, one last training match.
Shokugawa has been out of power for like 70 years at this point. I don't know what to tell you. Fuck, what do you want? So it's a free-to-play fun card game.
The Shokugawa have been out of power for like 70s. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the time of shogunates has been over pretty easily.
So now it's just a matter. Oh, this is just use all your skills you've learned at this point to win.
They ask of the drunken German who needs to work in quite not nearly as many hours as I would like. I guess after we have our little match, I will actually have to excuse myself as I had planned like 6 hours ago.
We have our match, because I'm not 100% certain how to make it happen. But on according to my Steam, you're not even appearing as online, so...
Why the fuck not? Steam, what the fuck are you doing?
It doesn't matter. We can figure it out once you're done with your tutorial.
Steam, I'm supposed to be a thing that Steam does not know. I'm not going to bother too much with it. I'm just going to play the game. It's so kind of short.
What's funny is like, because it's going to give you a bunch of starter decks, which is pretty grand.
I'm assuming there's a German starter deck.
Yeah, I guess they all have potential in their own way. They're all meant, I guess, to design, they're all meant to showcase, I guess, the potential strength of each that you have access to, but they all do need a little tweaking. The British deck was where I first got my good footing, because that was where I really started abusing the guard. In fact, I have a British deck that's based entirely around the guard mechanic. And then I introduced British commandos. I have one commando that every time I issue an order, which is just basically like a skill card that's not a unit or whatever, you probably know what orders are. It deals 1 damage to a fucking random unit. So get a couple of those, have a bunch of orders in the deck.
Oh god, look at it, it's a Jiha. Of all things. Oh, why is it a Jiha? That's a fucking bad tank. Nein, die können wir ja.
And it buffs some fucking badass infantry. I'm right now I'm working. Oh shit, the 101 is here. Yeah, the 101st. Yeah, boy.
Actually, I have my Corsair, I have my P40 Warhawk. No, my P40 Warhawk! My Warhawk!
Man, that fucking
But he loved my
That's
Warhawk.
my boy. Kick father help, my boy.
I loved my Warhawk, it was amazing. Ah, good times.
Why did you try to make? Oh, I guess you didn't have a choice with that. 506 was 101.
Ah, so many units. What's that? Goshikisen.
Air unit up, motherfucker.
So much nonsense. Ah, I got a thing now. Destroy it! Bloody Jiha, you not need to fear that. And the 112th. Go for gold! Go for gold, I tell ya! Alright, what you gonna do, Tokugawa? Destroy my plane. You asshole.
Prepare it all. Oh no, because that one's immune to damage during this turn. Womp womp.
Oh, damn it. I need more troops. I need more men. I need more meat for the grind. So I now remember where that anime picture actually came from. That's Gosick, isn't it? Jesus Christ. It took me a fucking long while to remember. But remember I did, so you were there.
Oh, cool. Locked stuff right. That was one of the first places I had ordered my French army to try to take in World War I. They failed miserably. That's probably getting so upset by how many cards I'm making him draw.
You say you need more meat for the grinders. I mean this in a very, very, very much decorative sense. It's not concerning. I'm good German. I can totally bring this about. Totally.
That thing being immune during its turn is kicking the fuck out of you.
Yeah,
some way of dealing 4 damage.
It's annoying the living shit out of me. Also, your very little attack stat is fucking with me. I mean, you're not gonna die this turn. I do have some points to spare. I just want to draw a fucking plane and shoot the fucking headquarters. Because that thing is going to do horrible things to me. Double kill. Oh god.
Damage. Ah, fuck.
Look at that fucking just atrocity they have built.
I mean, you only gotta do 4 damage.
Yeah. Destruction Act. Yeah, cannot be attacked. I mean, I have all of the credits I wanted in my life, but I don't have the cards to play. I should have said this at bed. Again, playing strategically is pretty damn hard when you are somewhat swimming in formaldehyde.
I'm fucking high as giraffe pudding. Actually, I'm not anymore, but I'm about to be. I've had this dab sitting here for a minute. I've just been waiting to get. This is a close game, and I've been waiting. And to be fair, sometimes the AI can be kind of a challenge, especially if you're not new. And if it is new deck, well, that card's gonna be a big help. Nope. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah.
This thing can attack next turn. That could be changing things.
It's gonna get killed by the enemy fighter, isn't it?
Probably. Why do you do this to me, fucking AI? I thought you would be nice to me for once. I feel like I have to redo this. It's kicking my ass because it's fucking immune to damage in its own turn. Which I failed to account for. Fucking hard. That is how it's kicking my ass.
I'd forgotten about it.
Fucking key.
It took me by surprise too. And attack was it on the turn it was playing.
Such a pain in the ass. Can we skip the intro, please?
Just keep in mind the order of things that you play, okay? Take a look at cards' effects to consider when you play them.
Immediately, but I can't.
You want to use War Machine as soon as you can. Get the 506 out.
Give me a second, please.
I know. I'm done back to the game. Basically, flood the battlefield with the units as fast as you can in the most effective way you can. Anytime they play a plane, do everything you can to kill it. If they play field artillery, do everything you can to kill it.
I'm fully supporting that measure because, well, there's a plane, but I can't play it because it's a fucking B-24 Liberator. Fuck's sake. That's the heavy guns. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's some late. It's kind of shitty to draw that early on, to be honest.
It's like,
because it's like that's the thing about some of these decks is it's like cool. Yeah, you'll just do that to buff that. Because it's like, great, now I'm just going to hold on to this card that I can't play forever instead of having drawn a card that I could actually fucking play.
Now then, never played.
That's why whenever it's like, when it comes to selecting your hand, if you want to swap out everything that you can't play within the first 2 turns. That's my general rule.
Yeah, let's clean up the battlefield a bit. Move any of you. Let's wait for the next turn, shall we? This game works a lot better for me if I'm, sober. I've had a
It is a little easier to be patient with it too, yeah, when you're sober. Or stoned.
Fair point. Bad. You get an ass kicking. You get an ass kicking. I really would like to use you, but I can't. Not this turn at least. Next turn. Next turn indeed.
You'll be able to move that tank, because tanks can attack and move.
Look what that is. Oh, that is. There's the fucking asshole again. Man, I hate you so fucking much. I'm just trying to plane if I do that.
Well, now you know to attack it on your turn. Because again, your tank can move and attack in the same turn.
I don't have enough credits score though. I'll destroy that fucking thing, because that thing is the one that ripped my ass in a very brutal way. We're talking about a massive fucking dildo up my ass in this particular case, because if that thing stays, it's gonna do the same thing again. Don't want that.
Yeah, that's definitely a card you want. I definitely want that card. Yeah, sure, I'll just do the game. Sweet.
And in 1911, someone in the family owns the family sword. That's an interesting combination. Alright.
Yeah, kill it. Sacrifice your plane to kill it. Alright, that problem solved.
One problem solved. Also, don't forget about the delay. By the time you use it, like, destroy it. I'm like, yeah, I already did. Confusion. Okay, first things first. Let me... Nice amount of fences and stuff. Okay, it's not going to work. That would work, but that would work also. Pew pew! Wait, one turn. She will be it. The weapons on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, that is indeed...
I
mean, it's a very classical design, so this should be a 1911. Honestly, I have never played with a 1911. Yeah, the only weapons I ever held were the ones by the Bundeswehr. I can tell you what a G3 is, and how it looks, and how it feels, and how it shoots. Pretty sweet. Yeah, I say pretty sweet. Just fucking Christ, Japan. Could you stop being a fucking asshole? Fuck you! Stars and stripes, bitch! Stars and fucking stripes! I have many of them.
I got some fucking freedom for you, motherfuckers.
Freedom right in your face. Freedom!
Some aggressive democracy for you?
Yes. Damn it, I want to attack you so fucking bad you don't fucking even know half of it. Ah. I just need...
See, what makes the Japanese cards especially difficult to potentially deal with, you see, as well, is that they have lots of destruction and deployment effects. Maybe no one do. I have a whole deck built around it where it's just like everything, like mostly everything you kill is going to deal damage to you in some way. Oh, gunship mission, that's a good one.
Get rid of their cards.
No idea.
The katana on the right carries the mon of the other clan, does it? I'm not too familiar with the individual monsters. I'll believe you. Could be.
You're gonna get that B-24 on the field next turn?
Would have really have to look up that particular signature thingy. The German front line. There's nothing in the front line, so fuck this. I'm gonna go fucking heavy on planes, bitch. In the United States, I have planes, I have ships, I have all of them. Where actually are my fucking ships? Why is there no fucking navy? Where's my fucking navy?
Naval cards come in the form of like orders. Navy will be represented by like support cards, like orders and such.
Oh look, it's a Hayabusa. That's a classical one. A Hayabusa! Draw 2 cards.
I once made a whole deck around the United States Air Force, and like, it was one of those where it was hit or miss. Once, if it got going, it was going real good, but otherwise, that's kind of fucking difficult.
I know shit. Look me, I'm a good American now. When do I get my green card?
And you've completed that. I'll just surrender this match. This guy can just take the W. Take it. I think I could have beaten you, but I didn't
German
care.
starter pack. Ooh. Proceed.
What about that fucking shit?
That leads to another tutorial mission. I need to play the tutorial missions for all of them.
Fucking, what's your, I need that.
I want your German cards.
I add you as a friend. I type into it. No. Add friend. How do I want to let me add you?
God damn it. Hayabusa.
I can't invite you to a game. But I see you're playing cards. I click on my little helmet picture there in the upper right corner. It says I have 0 friends.
Yeah, me too. Apparently has 0 friends.
Don't worry about that skirmish stuff. Can you add a friend?
You can't click on things. Oh, wait, I can type.
Oh hell, yeah, I can type too. Chrono,
Ro-
it's my name. It's Chronos 341. Number sign.
Chimba.
3322.
322. Yeah, the French. They're not found.
BRONOS 341. Number sign 3322. Well, I sent you a friend request.
Am I just stupid? Probably I'm just stupid. It wouldn't be the first time in my life. Oh yeah, right, I forgot your numbers. You and your numbers.
Yeah, you forgot the 341.
Why? Are you not just called Kronos? It would make things a lot easier.
3rd Battalion, 41st Infantry Regiment.
Yeah. Let's send one. How does this work? Challenge accepted. I'll be a German starter deck. I don't give a shit.
I shall bring to bear against you the might of the German Empire and the Royal Guard.
I'm a German. I will be German. I have lots of German chat.
What German? You shall be German.
Your first theme, like that's how you'll build your deck. Is you'll find a theme you like, and you'll try to pursue it. Your first theme in your German deck will probably be Blitz. For obvious reasons. It's telling me I'm located when are you? How are you playing the game? You're not playing against me.
Why the fuck am I not playing against you?
Playing against someone called Zuko. Even a Russian deck.
How do I go back to stats? This stuff.
Upper right hand corner.
I challenge thee. I challenge the Kronos. What
Okay, and now
That's the game has to say
back
about
at the menu.
Oh no, I was cancelled.
I challenge the Encius. Encius says the challenge has been accepted.
Okay, so I can only play the US because if I click on anything else, the tutorial will start. That sucks. Now I'm back in the main menu. Yeah, I would assume.
Right now you're back in the main menu?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, give me a second.
This game works in very, very, very strange ways.
And I believe there is a tiger. That's clear. I challenge thee to a fight.
Well, now I see nothing because back screen. That's good.
Let's
And I'm
reboot
back.
our games real quick.
Jesus Christ!
This game doesn't. Hey, this game loads very fast at least.
At least faster than fucking Hoi 4. All Panzer 2, Panzer 3, Panzer 4 and stacks. Yep. Precisely. I wouldn't put
Those will be
past these.
your comp attack. Obviously, like you have Tiger, there is a call for the top.
I challenge thee. I challenge thee. To battle. To battle rule. Most honorable rule. Yes, yes, yes.
I demand to embarrass thee at the hands of the Germans.
And I will have to play the Americans. Pain in the ass. Oh look, now it works.
This is a British Soviet deck.
This is just American, because there's literally nothing in there. I have a gun, no.
I'm minimizing your stream so I cannot see your chat. Just to make sure I don't know what's in your hand.
I'm not expecting much chances of success at the moment.
You shouldn't. Just not because of your skill level. I don't.
Sheer difference in decks should put me at a disadvantage. Jesus, that came out of nowhere.
Are you playing with the sound on?
Yep.
Okay. I forgot I had your stream muted. I love the sound effects of some of these cards. Oh, sure. It's a nice soundtrack too.
I like my own soundtrack more, but you know.
Well, that's fair, but as far as all things considered, you know.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
That's the thing about that mobile defense card is, yeah, I get to produce some tanks and fuck you up real quick. Alright, you want to try to fuck around?
You and your bloody sickle. Annoying.
Curious as to what chat's saying.
Not much at the moment. It's quiet in German land.
Watching the battle between two titans.
That's one way of saying it.
I mean, I sound big.
What will let you... The same would be the most enemy weep song you can think of. Well, little search remember. If copyright would let me, you would hear enemy music left, right and center whenever I please. You would also hear Mozart, Bach, Beethoven and all of the good shit. Because fuck it.
Hey, you can't play that live.
You would quite literally hear the final countdown whenever the fuck something comes up. Because fuck this. But no.
I'd like to see you deal with that KV 1939. What, 1939 KV1?
That's indeed a KV1. Actually, wait a second. No, that's not a KV2. KV2 looks different. It has a different tower.
I know it's a KV1. The fucking card says it's a KV1.
They looked at the picture and was like, no, this,
I love that card.
This is a KV1. I can deal with that. Not really. I mean,
the Warbond's card is really good. It's a good card. It's a fucking clunch card. There's your plans and little greyhounds that literally can't hurt my tank.
Yeah, I can't, but that thing is actually fucking tough. I mean, it's basically a mobile fortress that just sits there. It's not really dangerous, mind you. And any German tank would be like, ah, look at this guns, I can deal with that. Apart from your Panzer IV, which was the most common one, was like, oh shit. What well?
It's not really dangerous. It's a 5.9 with 1 heavy armor, so your greyhound, your little fucking armored car literally can't do damage to it. Even that aircraft won't do as much damage as your thing. That's +3 attack. Oh fuck, never mind.
Go! Next turn, that is.
So fuck up that bomber. Yeah, bombers. I hate them. I'ma fuck it up.
They exist for a reason. They exist for a reason, my friend. The fuck up
Okay,
all
bye.
that is crawling around. I still have the fighter. Screw you!
You know, you're right. And I should prepare for that.
What a cunt. Look at that. Look at how he defends himself.
Yeah, look at this piece of shit defending himself like
What
a
are you?
bitch.
A fucking Russian?
Not just letting
We're supposed to be American.
I'm British. I'm not a British.
We're supposed to be American. Let me down.
I'm British with Russian allies.
That ain't going to work well for us.
That tank is gonna murder every fighter you send to kill it. But if you don't send anything to kill it, it's gonna roll up into the front line and fuck you up.
I'm well aware. There's a Dresden joke in there somewhere. I'm just too tired to say it. Think of one.
So let me introduce you.
Well then,
Commando.
this tank is like bombers to Dresden. A fucking inferno.
I'd like to introduce you to the number 10 Commando.
More fitting would be a catastrophe, but I didn't want it to make it that dramatic. You can't just play fucking Russian tanks and then go like, I'm the fucking queen. That's not how that works.
I can, and then not only by doing, whenever I play any order, thanks to that little green beret to the left of Alexandria, I'm going to deal 1 damage at random to either one of your units or your HQ. And this deck has a lot of orders in it. Ow, don't do that.
I will do that. You can deserve it.
Why is my HQ unguarded? It's a tactical mistake. And it's a mistake I must fix. Luckily, you don't have anything else that can attack my HQ, and you don't have... Well, I guess if you started making just sacrifices to the meat grinder, you could start whittling the tank down.
That's the plan. Meat grinder, here we go. The Americans will learn how to do Russian tactics. How did your little pistol guy manage to shoot my airplane? I have questions. I have serious questions about this.
Don't worry about it.
I will worry about it, because it hits my fucking plane.
These are the commandos.
Can suck my commando dick for all I care. Jesus fucking Christ.
You moved behind enemy lines and sabotaged your plane.
My plane doesn't even land. It's just flying in the air. It looked nice.
World War II plane. You gotta fly low. To strafe.
Fool you say.
Look at him. Look at him. He's got one eye closed, so he's aiming real hard. But he's dead. Who's next? I really want to do one more after this, honestly, because you got closer that, like, I don't often get this tank. And that Neverwinter Commando is a son of a bitch. I have, if everything goes right with this in this deck, sometimes I can have a maximum of 3 of those on the field.
That thing is fucking annoying to kill.
That tank?
Yes.
Yeah. It is a perfect example of why either anti-tank tanks or just in general field artillery or bombers and fighters are good.
I have a basic bitch starter set. I can only take so much. I'm getting annihilated for no good reason.
I did just let you live another turn, to be fair. Your HQ has 8, my front line has 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you haven't left in the guard yet. Oh no! Hey, they didn't die.
They will die.
Oh no!
God fucking damn it.
Well done. I'm proud of you. Have fun trying to advance. I literally only let you live just so I can show you what would be the next annoyance. While I whittle down and destroy your HQ. and number 10 between the end strategy being annoy the fuck out of you, while number 10 commandos and other things just whittle your HQs. Check this out.
Yeah, I have far too little in the way of defenses against that.
Let's see. The fungies. Put you over there.
Also, who the fuck uses a mixed deck? It's just cheap.
Put you over there.
Play German deck, play Germans. If you play
you
Britain
over
deck, you play fucking Britons.
And then check it out. Boom. Now, if you hover over them, you can read them.
What's that? Light infantry.
But look at the card next to it.
It's 25th Infantry Regiment. At the end of return, at a light infantry unit. Same. Yeah, I need to kill that thing.
Every turn.
But I won't.
So I can potentially have an endless supply of fucking 0-cost 1/1 stuff harass the shit out of you.
You won't. Ah, the merchant navy, eh?
And then that little infantry. Oh no, what's he gonna hit? What's he gonna... No!
Yes! Gone is the commando to be stopping annoying and... I'm still alive, I'm still not dead. I would like to point out, I'm not dead.
Bring it.
Yes, it's totally not good.
I'll tell you what, next we'll play one more after this, but I won't take... Like, this deck has been kind of like my little pride and joy.
I'd imagine so, considering what it does to people.
It's nice. Oh man. And you got it more on a mixed draw. It sometimes it just comes up where I just get all the cards. And so like coming up against decks that don't really have like bombers and stuff, because bombers can just like they're not affected by guard, right? Guard won't stop them from attacking your HQ or whatever.
Well, they're bombers, they're supposed to be, you know, above that.
But so they'll just go the whole match like having to fight a war of attrition against an army that just won't let them touch my fucking HQ.
His hands.
Sometimes I'll just get the commandos out running great, and so I'll also end up with all the right orders that are just cheap and perfectly timed, because a lot of being able to win at this game is mostly just the timing in which you play your cards, you know?
Yeah, that's hard to say, but just leave with the basic
Not that it matters. Well, actually, think about it. You say that, but that basic deck's not built badly. Like, you played that bomber, and it worked out perfectly for you.
Yes, but I would really need to make it a bit better in that case. Revenge, where's the Brunos? Challenge him.
I've already challenged you. Also, I'm gonna check over at the chat. Get aircraft up. Definitely on to Titan. This is a Dresden joke, and there's some.
Yeah, there's a need to Dresden joke in there.
Number 10 commandos with dispatched foreign volunteers, free French, Danish, Norwegian, Yugo, etc. Oh, it's just. I fucked them up.
Well, look at that.
Oh man.
And they were
I'll
all...
take this deck. I'll take this deck, and I think you'll really you might not like this.
Run out, shall we? Ew, it looks Japanese. Disgusting.
It is. This one's been showing me some really. I'm not good at getting it. I don't ever get it right on the first try. You know, I have to do tweaking and stuff. I'll give you a little hint to help you prep. The whole deck unit, all the units, as many units as possible, are pretty much based around card effects. So I would check over every unit I play before deciding what to do to it. I would also never play that unit unless you can go ahead and use its buff on something.
Well, in this case, I just practically had no choice. There was nothing else, man.
So it's fine to not play anything. Here, there you go. Get you some more cards. I think I'm kidding. Just puts it back in my hand and then allows me to use it whenever I need it to get a lot more cards. And then it'll put it back in your hand.
And go on and go on and go on and go on.
It can come in clutch when you think about it, because like if you've got 4 credits, for example, and nothing in your hand is really viable and you want more options for next turn, play it, and then boom, you'll have more cards. Especially since when you go first, you only start with like what, 4 cards?
Disgusting idiot, he has taken the front line. He shall not hold the front line.
To be fair, I mean, I guess the one that counts survived, right? He's pinned down, but he survived. Yeah, he's pinned, so you can't use him. He'll be pinned till, yeah.
But he's still there. He's just holding the line. As he should be, as a little infantry guy. Look at that. 3rd Marine Regiment. Holding the line like they're supposed to. Good little people. Yeah, good little people. Fucking suicide charge.
Yeah, this deck's got a lot of that.
Yeah, it's gonna get annoying fucking quickly.
I told you. I was like, you might appreciate and be annoyed by the fuck out of this. Oh, you'd rather play that than my card?
Your cat
Come on,
sucks.
Come on, give it back. My card just doesn't give you credits, but it'll give you... No, right now. No, you get 2 cards out of it right now. I'll get 3 out of it.
Let's not do this, shall we? Let's keep this card there until we really don't have any options. Still can play some things.
Honestly, I wouldn't wait until you... Not on this iteration, I wouldn't wait until it's your last ditch, because it'll only give you 2 cards. Last ditch is better whenever it'll give you like 4 or 5, honestly. And I'm not saying that to get it back, because I have another one in my deck. I just haven't drawn it yet. And I'm not trying to draw a lot of cards right now anyways, just simply because then I will overwhelm you very quickly.
Oh, my little Americans, go for gold. I believe in you. I have no doubt.
These are some deadly ass Japanese units, huh?
Kinda annoying. To be fair.
And they're aided by the French.
God fucking damn it, the French. All the bloody
Oh,
things.
hey, there it is. There you go.
Oh, it doesn't need to be the French.
Fuckload of aircraft in that starter deck, isn't there?
True enough.
I don't have your stream up on my screen. I've got it lurking in the background, but I'm not like, I can look over at my monitor and not see it. I'm wondering how many bombs you got on
Which is not very helpful.
in your hand right now.
You would kinda assume that the French are not very fucking helpful, all things considered, but...
Oh, do I have something for you on that note? Wait, I got 6 cards in my hand? Just so you know, the cap on the cards you can have in your hand is 9. Once you have 9 cards in your hand, if you try to draw, you just immediately discard.
Good to know.
Very good to know. It's always good to know your cap.
Indeed, is indeed true. The French should stop trying. They should just be little Frenchies. And I don't want to die, as they're supposed to be. But no. They're trying to put up a fight.
What card you got? You got 7 cards in your hand. 2 of them are cards. They're like, here, draw more cards. Oh no, a bomber. I'll get fucked.
I'll shoot ya. I'll shoot ya hard. I mean, what other option do I have? Quite literally. Huh. Can only really use my airplanes, because, well, everything else seems to fail horribly.
Well, he's gone.
Well, he's indeed gone.
You might have me in a pickle here, sir. I can see why you would use that, but I might have saved it myself. But I suppose that the validity of that adventure will be determined in the long run.
Aircraft are powerful. I like my aircraft. I would really like to have another aircraft, but I don't. But I will have another aircraft. Next turn. I swear to God, I have another aircraft. Is it was a defensive like super weapon is pretty shit if you just yeah, pretty much. The best super weapon doesn't account for shit if you just go around it and avoid it. Apart from you now. Atomic bombs which you can drop fucking everywhere, but just kinda a bit of a problem.
And that's game. I want one more. Best out of 3. You're tied.
Pew! I am victorious. That's my starter deck.
I'm not gonna get mad and go to like another hard build deck. I'm just gonna pick a different.
Okay, one more match and then I'm going to go to bed, like I should have done.
I haven't even looked through this deck in a long time, so we're gonna see how this one plays out. So experimental deck for the best out of 3.
Oh yeah, 1-1. Now we'll see who luck favors. This could be interesting.
Yeah, I'll take that. I hate going first, if we're being honest.
God fucking damn it. That's not a good start. Jesus Christ. Fucking British again. What a pain in the ass. Look at this annoying thing. Look at this British cunts. That's not nice.
Yeah, this one's actually built, well, the title of the deck was Commandos, so I assume this is built around Commandos. I haven't played this deck in a long time. I build a lot of decks, try them out, and even if they're roaring successes, I'll end up, they end up making it into kind of like a Hall of Fame, if you will. This one apparently did not, because I don't remember much about it, and I don't play it much because I just incorporated Commandos into my guard deck and didn't overdo it. Because there was a while there that guard deck did have a lot to overdo on the Commandos, overdone much. Yeah, that careless talk's a motherfucker, isn't it?
A poor little plane. Would have liked to live and do cool things to you, but nah, just...
for the record, that's a German countermeasure, so...
beaten by the bloody Germans. As a German, I don't feel good about it.
If it makes you feel any better, it's you're playing an American deck, so... You can rationalize.
I could, but I don't feel good about it.
That's fair. I wasn't trying to make you feel good, just trying to make you feel better.
I'm feeling better. Still not good.
Go away.
It's like, stop. take a step back. And I was like, okay, well, we can just take a step back.
Step back. Think about this.
Think about this for a second. Oh, my poor units. The suffering is real. This is not how this is supposed to be. Come on. Do something horrible. I know you want to.
I haven't drawn a single commando.
Called Commando, and you haven't drawn a single
I
Commando.
haven't drawn a single commando. This is upsetting. I have varying degrees of horrible things I can do to you.
Yes, but you haven't done them yet. That's all that matters.
Well, you say that. I read this baby.
Disgusting, look at it. It's a coastal gun. Who the fuck uses those things?
Read its effect.
Just gotta wait 75 years for Brexit. Yes, let's just wait out the Brexit and see them weaken themselves. Then we'll strike. But hell, I don't have 75 years to wait.
Finally got a commando on the field, folks.
This
Number 43 commando. It has ambush and fury, and after I give an order, I deal 2 damage to a random enemy.
But then he didn't.
I'm not gonna lie, you might have attacked the wrong one.
Might be, but
and you
yeah.
killed the commando, but you'll see next turn. Keep a good eye on my health next turn.
I want to take more, but I can't because I'm not on the front line.
Hurry up, you have 20 seconds.
All the time in the world. All the time in the world, I tell ya.
Hey, so what's my health at?
23 at this moment, I would assume.
Is it?
You will die a horrible death for that.
That coastal gun is kind of rough. Oh, by the way, go away. Oh, hey, you want to see something really, really dirty?
Well, sure. That's gonna be annoying, to put it mildly.
I just wish I had a way to heal my tank, honestly. Yeah, I'm ready for your fucking air power now, motherfucker. You want to tango with me? I'm actually really pleased about this. This is a very pleasant surprise to me. Oh yeah, that tank has 1 heavy armor too, so...
Yeah, that makes it even more annoying. Why is this not ending? Spitfire. Disgusting.
Oh, this one's a nasty one too.
Everything that you would ever would want to have.
It has a fun skill called Mobilize, and what Mobilize is at the start of my turn. As long as this thing hasn't taken damage at all, at the start As long as it hasn't taken damage, then every turn at the start of my turn it gets a +1/+1. So keep it safe and out of combat long enough. It could potentially be very, or you could do bullshit like that.
I could do bullshit like this, indeed.
I mean, now you know what's also, now you want a real pro tip? If you can, you wait for, oh, you fucked up. You know what you should have done that to? You should have done that to the coastal gun.
God damn it, you're actually right.
You took out the coastal gun's buff, and that thing costs 6
Then again, I
credits to
couldn't.
play.
Could I admit the coastal guard? I don't think I could.
Yeah, all it says is enemy air or infantry unit must retreat. You're right. Well, then you should have gotten rid of one of the planes.
Yeah, that unit, those airborne little ones, scared me. Just a tiny bit. This is going to be unpleasant.
It's gonna keep stacking HP until that coastal gun is dead. Why do you keep attacking a tank you can't hurt?
Oh.
Or with units you can't.
Basically because I have nothing else left. Now I have some options.
You could have played that before you attacked.
I could have.
You could have played that.
I just threw that. I just got that.
Yeah, I'd change the only thing that could have done damage.
Late night stream. Oh no, der Vinicius was the biggest stream yet. Yeah, it is. This is the argument there.
I've just got the front line secured with a badass British tank and a coastal gun just making your life a living hell. My tank!
Screw your tank. What's the time and views? I think it actually is. This should rival my last longest stream at this point. Very easily, actually. I expect. Stop stealing from the Germans! Did you see that? He just stole from the Germans. I would like to make this out. It is just out. You don't just steal from the Germans. The Germans would like to be stolen from. We're gonna call you a Jew for that and do horrible things.
Well, I'm just gonna keep firing artillery at you. Oh, I'll be right back. The missus needs milk for the baby. I'll be right back.
I can't move. Also, that is not a very efficient move, to put it mildly. Well, I think we all know how this particular round is going to end. How long have we been at this anyway? I've lost track of time anyway. I could probably look this up, couldn't I? Apparently, around about 10 hours. When has 10 hours passed? See from the Germans. The Germans took the gold in the art, in the books. Well, at least we had the decency to at least, you know, bring an official, you know, shriveling and go like, ah yes, this is totally how the law dictates it. Can't afford this game at a time limit. That is actually not pleasant. I mean, I have no problem with losing, but I would like to lose, you know, in a more, to a smart, decent way.
Yeah. Hold on. One second.
No problem.
Hey, do what you do, do what you do, do what you do. Why? Oh yeah, arrow infantry. Should have pushed back the guard unit and then attacked the coastal.
I hate guard units.
Because you're not you. That's because you don't have any. If you had them, you'd like them.
Maybe true. But I don't. It was a sell of a relatively low price.
With 15 cards left in your deck.
Damn it. I just wanted to attack those guns.
I mean, this is kind of a stereotypical World War II American scenario: losing shitloads of men trying to take some guns.
Sounds about right. No preparation was taken on this fine day.
You just weren't expecting this much resistance. Oh, look. More HP.
It's going to take forever. That coastal gun has done a lot of damage to me, to be fair. Stop annoying my poor little trades. They're trying the bestest.
It's so close to... It's so close. One more damage, it's dead.
And my little tank moves forward slowly. Ever so slowly, he moves forward. Off-speeding little tank.
Now, in my defense, yeah, normally the moment that gun comes onto the field, usually the mistake of finding out when it happens to it only happens once, and then people work pretty hard to kill it.
I'm trying. It is defending itself. Relatively annoyingly.
Welcome to the number 1 commando. It's a 1/3 with smoke screen, and units dealt any combat damage by it are destroyed.
Oh, this does indeed not look to be okay. Good old-fashioned strategic bombing. Makes me feel all nice inside. It's a start. It's a start.
Now you just have to get rid of the 96 health, right? Before I can kill the 7/5 with like that 9/7. What? Choose your target very carefully.
Can't attack enough targets. I need more men. I need more manpower to throw at the problem until the problem stops being a fucking problem, which is a problem.
Fuck. Fuck. I've personally gone for the HQ myself. That's just me.
Yeah, I kind of figure, but then again, that's still a massive one. I would kind of like to clear up the front line. Get a few more units in here. Which proves to be rather difficult, to be fair.
I am. Oh man, that convoy coming college.
That fucking trap cart. The table seems to be turning. Yeah, the table seems to be turning, not necessarily in a good way, though. I'm pretty much in favor of one particular person, and nah, that person is me.
Those commandos would have murdered your fucking bomber. Damn, I got the
Well, to be fair, you know, things are a bit better. I have a bomber, but how long I will have that bomber is debatable. Now there's another of those guns, look at that.
And it has smoke screen, so you can't attack it. I don't have to worry about defending my HQ because...
I have patience. Although I do not have the health necessarily to stand, but I have the patience.
No. I can just sit and draw some cards for a minute. I can afford to. You can't. I can wait. I can literally wait the 6 turn. Well, no, yeah, I can wait the 6 turns. So just kill yourself. You drew yourself to death.
Basically, yes. But hey, what options do I have? Draw a card.
It'll kill you next turn. Yeah, it's the rule. You gotta draw a card every turn.
I will not go down without a fight.
Never. All you should have to do, and just do this if you have some free time, but all you should have to do is, I can think complete the very first stage of the German campaign. That's the only one you'll have. It's just a quick, like, special little battle, you know, and there's special conditions and stuff, and blah, 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 blah. They're fun.
That would have helped.
And once you do that, it'll unlock all the starter decks, and you'll be able to tinker around with them.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do.
Now I can pop into your chat again.
For a moment.
Let's see what everyone says. Yeah, it turns out massive defensive line super weapon, and it's pretty shit if you just go around it. Well, nobody went around mine. Ironic. Isn't France not very helpful at this time? Apparently the French were very helpful to me at this time.
They were. They did horrible things to me.
Before. Hey.
Well, then.
From the Germans, like how the Germans took the gold and the iron and the books of high value. Yeah, pretty much. And then forced a sell of ridiculous. Yeah. No, the tables were not turning at all. Strategy. That he never had a chance.
Not really. I was kind of expecting to lose that one. But hey.
I didn't know what to expect. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been cutting you. Go.
I'm basically how to put it mildly. I'm finished for this one. To put it mildly.
Yes.
I have like 4 hours left until I need to get up again and do some more work.
Thank you for entertaining my bullshit tonight.
Oh, it was entertaining more than enough, I will say.
I'll let you do your outro stuff.
Indeed. After all, I have done it like 3 times today, but I will do it again because, well, I can.
There's more people to thank.
Well then, let's start with the usual. I shall bid you adieu. Each particular point. Have a good one and all of that, and let me see. on the right side, the Europe side, we had one solemn visitor, which was the Snowy. We came by and played for a little while and then went away again. On the left side, things are absolutely amazingly more active. But first and foremost, we had the strategy member come by to stay for a long while. Then we had the William and, well, that whole debate going on. Then we had the little Choji also to come by and, well, enlighten us about, well, some symbolism in Japanese, which I'm sure I will have forgotten, but I'll try my bestest to be fair. And I think that everybody that is easily nameable. I mean, I would mention the Kronos, but he's kind of like, you know, here and talking, so that would be kind of a bit different. He's a very different beast, put it mildly. Well, that is that. And as for everybody else on the more lurking side, do feel appreciated too. Pat yourself on the shoulder for a job well done indeed. And well, I'll see you again just this fucking evening with some Grandia. If I actually manage to stay alive until then, because this Saturday is going to be a bit of a challenge work-wise, to put it mildly.
Maybe take this Saturday off.
If I could take a day off, I would.
No. From maybe I meant stream-wise.
Never. I refuse.
Do it.
I will never. I will never.
And I
no.
I say that Sunday before we get into our usual coordinates, we should start with a game of cards.
Yeah, we can. I'll actually plan to be basically as early again as I was last Sunday, around that time, maybe even a bit earlier.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
There's that. I'm working on it, but I will not miss today's streams. I'm looking forward to Grandia. It's a bit odd of a game, generally speaking, you know, but it has its charm, honestly. It takes a while to see it, especially because it's Grandia 1 and not 2, but it's grown on me, let's just say. So yeah, without much more further ado, let me just see if I missed something. I actually missed something, didn't I? Yes, the little Choji. He is also followed. I see you. You can't hide from me. I see you on my little list there. There, right there, you have followed. I see it. Thank you very much for that. Almost missed that. See, not even tired enough to miss something like this. Now, I'm done. Yes, I'm done. I think we are at, what, 10 hours? Yes. Actually, if we wait 5 more minutes, we are at 10 hours. You know what, I'm just gonna sit here 5 more minutes and finish. No, I will not. I'm not desperate for reaching that particular mark. No. And since I'm gonna see you anyway in a short while, that should be more than okay. With that in mind, especially you, the searching member, as you have stayed basically the whole while, I'll see you